Раз, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть, семь, восемь, девять, десять. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть, семь, восемь, девять, десять. Раз, 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 раз. Раз, два.
вот так вот ходить, типа раз-два, и что-нибудь презентовать, рассказывать. Ну это да, я согласен. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Подальше говорить? Да, собственно, вот если даже за спичкой говорить. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7. У них, ага, 5, 6. Бля-бля-бля. Ага. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7. Раз, два, три, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5, 10, 5, 10, 5, 10, 11, 11, 12, 13, 14. Полная пизда. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 70th Eurasian Media Forum. I'm Alma Ahmedjanova, and on behalf of the organizing team, I would like to thank you for joining us today. Traditionally, the forum starts with a series of master classes and round tables. We see important news coming We do hope you will enjoy our program. Watch it on our website, YouTube, and mobile app. I thank you for your attention, and let me introduce EMF producer Sue Phillips, who will tell you more information about today's masterclasses. Have a great day, dear Sue, please. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 70th Eurasian Media Forum. I'm Alma Ahmedjanova, and on behalf of the organizing team, I would like to thank you. Dear Sue, please. Dear Sue, please.
английский сейчас. Английский,
Вот это?
английский. Там должен быть русский.
Вот тут тоже английский стоит сейчас. Алло, брат? Что там не видно? А, вот они подают, да?
Русский, 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 русский.
Синк русский мат?
Английский, английский,
У
английский,
меня тоже
английский,
английский стоит.
английский, 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 английский,
Давай, мен де қазір өзімізге YouTube-та шығып.
английский,
Давай.
английский, английский, английский язык, английский язык, английский
Кстати, тебе
язык,
этот плейлист
английский,
отправил?
английский язык, английский
Ты
язык,
наш клавиш тоже.
английский, 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 английский язык, английский язык, английский, 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 английский,
Фонд өзің көріп
английский, 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 английский,
Жоқ,
английский,
ең соңғы
английский.
үшеуі мынау. Этот зал сейчас на третьем.
английский, английский, английский.
А,
Слышу я здесь английский? Английский, английский, английский. Что за звон?
Да.
Английский, 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 английский.
Вот в шопке.
Чё-то Что-то этот какой-то шум идет, типа пищит. Английский, 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 казахский там, кажется, английский, английский, английский. Английский. На стриме пищит. Английский, 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 английский. Английский, английский язык, 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 английский язык. Вань, что там, как приходит ПТС? Английский, английский, да.
Английский язык сейчас.
Да, английский язык, я вот говорю английский язык, английский язык,
Подожди. Русский,
английский.
английский сейчас идет.
Русский Марлен
Только
говорит.
английский послушай.
Русский Марлен говорит, кажется.
А, русский.
Ты русский говоришь, да? Английский, английский,
Русский что-то слова слышно.
английский. А он все уже перестал говорить.
А,
Английский,
перестал говорить.
английский, английский, английский.
Английский чистый.
Чисто идет в ПТС, да?
Да. А ты
Английский.
же вон здесь в наушники кричишь, я тебя слышу.
Да, я здесь возле микрофона сижу, а говорю английский. Английский. Ну, значит, чисто, да?
Казахский, давай поговорим.
Каз- Сейчас Марлен в казахский поговорит.
Давай через связь общаться, что по телефону, я тебе послушаю.
А я тут возле
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 70th
Привет, а
Eurasian
ты знал,
Media.
что в последнее воскресенье сентября ежегодно
Good morning,
отмечается
everyone. Welcome to the 70th Eurasian Media Forum. I'm Alma Ahmedjanova, and on behalf of the organizing team, I would like to thank you for joining us today. Traditionally, the forum starts with a series of master classes and round tables. We see important news coming from Afghanistan every day. We invited experts to have a discussion during the roundtable on the situation there and its impact on Central Asia. Another roundtable will be devoted to the cooperation and interaction between the media of Turkic-speaking countries. Also this year, experts from advertising industry will discuss how to build strong national brands. This is a topic of the third roundtable. We do hope you will enjoy our program. Watch it on our website, YouTube, and mobile app. I thank you for your attention and let me introduce
Привет, а ты знал, что в последнее воскресенье сентября ежегодно отмечается Международный день глухих?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 70th Eurasian Media Forum. I'm Alma Ahmedjanova, and on behalf of the organizing team, I would like to thank you for joining us today. Traditionally, the forum starts with a series of master classes and round tables. We will tell you more information about today's master classes. Have a great day. Dear you, please. More information about today's master classes. Have a great day. Dear you, please. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 70th Eurasian Media Forum. I'm Alma Ahmedjanova, and on behalf of the organizing team, I would like to thank you for joining us today. Traditionally, the forum starts with a series of master classes and round tables. We see important news coming from Afghanistan every day. We invited experts to have a discussion during the roundtable on the situation there and its impact on Central Asia. Another roundtable will be devoted to the cooperation and interaction between the media of Turkic-speaking countries. Also this year, experts from advertising industry will discuss how to build strong national brands. This is a topic of the third roundtable. We do hope you will enjoy our program. Watch it on our website, YouTube, and mobile app. I thank you for your attention and let me introduce EMF producer Felix, who will tell you more information about today's master classes. Have a great day. Dear you, please.
два, три, пять, шесть, семь, восемь, девять, десять. Раз, два, три, пять, шесть, семь, восемь, девять, десять. Раз, два, три, пять, шесть, семь, восемь, девять, десять. Эй, два, три, два, три, пять, шесть, семь, восемь, девять, десять. Эй, два, три, пять, шесть, семь, восемь, девять, десять. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три, пять, шесть, семь, восемь, девять, десять. Раз, два, три, пять, шесть, семь, восемь, девять, десять. Эй, два, три. Раз, два, три, пять, шесть, семь, восемь, девять, десять. Раз, два, три, пять, шесть, семь, восемь, девять, десять. Эй, два, три, пять, шесть, семь, восемь, девять, десять. Раз, два, три, пять, шесть, семь, восемь, девять, десять. Эй, два, три, пять, шесть, семь, восемь, девять, десять. 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, пять, шесть, семь. 5, 6, 7, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Раз, два, три, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. Да, но он тоже будет двигаться. Да. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Ну, это я уже вот близенько. Раз, два, три, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. Оп. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 212, 312. Считать я люблю. Люблю я считать. Считать. 710, 782. Ах, красота. Невероятно. Какова? Раз, два, три, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Эй, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Окей. 17, 18, 19, 20. Раз, два, три, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Эй, добрый вечер, я диспетчер. Раз, два, три, 5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Эй, 2, 3. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Oh. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Раз, два, три, 5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20. Эй, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 4, 7, 5, 4, 7, 5. Раз, два, три. Добрый вечер. Индира, как дела? Раз, два, три, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Все?
А потом
Раз, два, три.
заново можно запустить,
Да,
да?
можно звонить. Медет, да, подскажи мне, пожалуйста.
Да, лучше с места.
Всем привет! Сегодня мы расскажем о проекте, который мы делаем на протяжении последних 7 лет. Раз, два, три. Вы будете проверять что-то по громкости или... Все. Мне продолжать говорить? Хорошо. А можно еще другие видео тоже включить, посмотреть, они нормально открываются или нет? Сентябрь, в последнее воскресенье сентября отмечается Всемирный день глухих. В нашем видео мы показали самые базовые.
Так, на презентацию,
Да, да, да.
А в этом видео шутливые
Расскажем.
показали, каким полезным в повседневной жизни может быть
Домашнее насилие.
знание казахского языка. Сейчас главное, когда выступим, вот туда отходить и ничего не говорить. Понял, сюда. Потому что у нас уже был опыт.
У нас на КВН такое было.
Все. БТ наконец-то. У нас было мисский мэп.
Ау.
Всем привет, меня зовут Бексултан. Сегодня мы расскажем о проектах, которые мы делали на протяжении последних 7 лет. Мы покажем, какие социальные проекты мы делали в диджитале, какие эффективные инструменты мы применяли, на каком языке нужно разговаривать с молодежью, какие темы нами были затронуты. Так как мы все визуалы, покажем вам видеопримеры. Например, вот в этом видео мы рассказывали о значимости казахского языка и в шутливой форме показали его применение и помощь в повседневной жизни.
Следующим мы затрагиваем тему домашнего насилия, потому что эта тема стала, к сожалению, очень актуальной. И чтобы эту тему донести до молодежи, мы интегрировали его в самый популярный тренд, который зашел именно во время пандемии. Дальше мы расскажем про защиту природы, которую мы делали совместно с фондом Жана Дунье. Дело в том, что в туристических местах огромное количество камней или же достопримечательностей подвергаются вандализму. И мы, как часть этой акции, популярные блогеры и инфлюенсеры занимались тем, чтобы эти места организовывали субботники и чистили эти места. Следующий у нас был совместно проект с Nickelodeon, назывался он «День Земли». Рассказывали молодым ребятам, детям о том, как важно перерабатывать мусор, как важно экономить воду, потому что планета Земля, она у нас одна, и больше другой у нас не будет. И, соответственно, нашим святым долгом является ее сохранение. Дальше у нас идет тема свободы выбора. Также мы ее делали с фондом Жана Дунье о том, главной целью было донести до молодых ребят, выйти за рамки шаблона, not to be biased. Потому что неважно, в какой роли ты выступаешь, главное, чтобы ты получал удовольствие от этого сам.
Еще раз. А видео вообще будет вот такое растянутое, да? Чуть-чуть растянуто. У нас же вообще все в квадрате, по идее, в инстаграмовском таком формате. Мне как будто кажется, чуть-чуть растянуты все видео. Ну вот, примерно как-то так. С вами был Сыздыкулы Аблайхан.
И Казбек Бексултан.
Мы сегодня рассказали о таком-таком-то. Если есть вопросы, мы готовы с радостью на них ответить. Любые вопросы, особенно по ТикТоку. Почему хомяк?
По Ютубу.
Какая у вас монетизация?
Один, два, три. Раз,
Ежегодно отмечается Международный день глухих.
И сегодня мы покажем несколько жестов, которые помогут тебе при общении с теми, у кого проблемы со слухом.
Здравствуйте.
Как дела?
Встретимся.
Помочь планете.
Привет, а ты знал, что в последнее воскресенье сентября ежегодно...
Капец симпатично. Сейчас, подожди.
Помочь планете. Как помочь планете? Помочь планете. Как помочь планете? Помочь планете. Как помочь планете? Как помочь планете?
Стой! Помнишь, мы хотели помогать планете?
Конечно, и что ты предлагаешь?
Начать прямо сейчас.
Сейчас?
Да. Например, если ты не доела еду, ее нужно положить в контейнер для пищевых отходов.
Понятно, а пластиковую упаковку я выкидываю в контейнер для вторсырья.
Да, но чтобы переработать, нужно его помыть.
Ух ты, хорошо. Так, остался пакет из-под сока.
Его тоже можно помыть и сдать на переработку, несмотря на то, что упаковка состоит из разных материалов. Отлично, теперь мы можем отвезти готовые к переработке упаковки в специальные центры.
Поехали, не забудь старые батарейки, их тоже можно сдать.
Точно! Вперед на помощь планете!
Вперед!
Помогать планете нетрудно. Даже небольшие изменения в привычках сделают планету счастливее. Неотсортированный мусор гниет на свалках, загрязняет землю и океаны, разрушает экосистемы.
Сортируй мусор, ведь это уменьшает количество свалок. Будь героем, помоги планете.
Deep House специально для Nickelodeon.
This Eurasian Media Forum. I'm Alma Ahmedjanova, and on behalf of the organizing team, I would like to thank you for joining us today. Traditionally, the forum starts with a series of master classes and round tables. We see important news coming from Afghanistan every day. We invited experts to have a discussion during the round table on the situation there and its impact on Central Asia. Another round table will be devoted to the cooperation and interaction between the media of Turkic-speaking countries. Also this year, experts from advertising industry will discuss how to build strong national brands. This is a topic of the third roundtable. We do hope you will enjoy our program. Watch it on our website, YouTube, and mobile app. I thank you for your attention, and let me introduce EMF producer Sue Phillips, who will tell you more information about today's masterclasses. Have a great day. Dear Sue, please. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 70th Eurasian Media Forum. I'm Alma Ahmedjanova, and on behalf of the organizing team, I would like to thank you for joining us today. Traditionally, the forum starts with a series of master classes and round tables. We see important news coming from Afghanistan every day. We invited experts to have a discussion during the round table on the situation there and its impact on Central Asia. Another round table will be devoted to the cooperation and interaction between the media of Turkic-speaking countries. Also this year, experts from advertising industry will discuss how to build strong national brands. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 70th Eurasian Media Forum. I'm Alma Ahmedjanova, and on behalf of the organizing team, I would like to thank you for joining us today. Traditionally, the forum starts with a series of master classes and round tables. We see important news coming from Afghanistan every day. We invited experts to have a discussion during the round table on the situation there and its impact on Central Asia. Another round table will be devoted to the cooperation and interaction between the media of Turkic-speaking countries. Also this year, experts from advertising industry will discuss how to build strong national brands. This is a topic of the third roundtable. We do hope you will enjoy our program. Watch it on our website, YouTube, and mobile app. I thank you for your attention, and let me introduce EMF producer Sue Phillips, who will tell you more information about today's masterclasses. Have a great day, dear Sue, please. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 70th Eurasian Media Forum. I'm Alma Ahmedjanova, and on behalf of the organizing team, I would like to thank you for joining us today. Traditionally, the forum starts with a series of master classes and round tables. We see important news coming from Afghanistan every day. We invited experts to have a discussion during the round table on the situation there and its impact on Central Asia. Another round table will be devoted to the cooperation and interaction between the media of Turkic-speaking countries. Also this year, experts from advertising industry will discuss how to build strong national brands. This is a topic of the third roundtable. We do hope you will enjoy our program. Watch it on our website, YouTube, and mobile app. I thank you for your attention, and let me introduce Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 70th Eurasian Media Forum. I'm Alma Ahmedjanova, and on behalf of the organizing team, I would like to thank you for joining us today. Traditionally, the forum starts with a series of master classes and round tables. We see important news coming from Afghanistan every day. We invited experts to have a discussion during the round table on the situation there and its impact on Central Asia. Another round table will be devoted to the cooperation and interaction between the media of Turkic-speaking countries. Also this year, experts from advertising industry will discuss how to build strong national brands. This is a topic of the third round table. We do hope you will enjoy our program. Watch it on our website, YouTube, and mobile app. I thank you for your attention, and let me introduce Ilya Business Materials, who will tell you more information about today's masterclass. Have a great day. We'll see you.
Thank you so much, Alma, and good morning to the ladies and gentlemen.
In 2016, they received the silver YouTube button. Nowadays, he is a producer of top TikTok houses in the world called BIP House and YOLO House. In 2020, BIP House won Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards. His colleague is joining us today as well, Ablaykan. Ablaykan Sizdukuli, producer of JKS Entertainment, certified YouTube analyst, media coach, and lawyer in digital. He will be joining Bek Sultan on stage. So please join me in welcoming Bek Sultan and Ablaykan to deliver this masterclass on social projects in digital, effective tools, and best practices.
Добрый день, меня зовут Бек Султан, со мной сегодня мой коллега Абlaykan. Сегодня мы расскажем об эффективных инструментах, которые мы применяем в диджитале и как мы работаем с социальными проектами. Но прежде чем мы начнем, я бы хотел немножко рассказать о нас, чем мы занимаемся. Наша компания JKS Entertainment существует с 2015 года. Мы занимаемся производством контента, начиная от простых видео, снятых на мобильный телефон, до масштабных съемок с участием продакшена. В ходе своей работы мы стараемся придерживаться определенной миссии и стратегии. В частности, мы очень ратуем и болеем за развитие казахского языка и казахской культуры. Во всех наших проектах мы стараемся нести ценности в этот мир и очень следим за тем, какой контент мы выпускаем, так как понимаем свою социальную ответственность и фильтруем информацию, которую мы доносим до конечного потребителя в диджитале. У нас есть несколько проектов, которые мы вели на протяжении этих последних 7 лет. Конечно, наш путь стартовал с блогерства, команды Джоукаса, частью которой я являюсь до сих пор и был ее основателем. В 2015 году мы начали снимать, так скажем, вайны, которые очень хорошо заходили в интернете, и мы были одними из первых в Казахстане, если не в СНГ.
На данный момент у нас около 1 миллиона подписчиков в Instagram и больше 500 000 на YouTube. И в последние пару лет, конечно, мы выросли и поменяли стратегию по контенту именно Joe Casses. Мы снимаем последние пару месяцев новый проект, который называется «Далда подкаст». Это новый формат с открытым микрофоном, где любой житель города может поучаствовать и принять участие. Также мы продюсируем несколько YouTube, TikTok, Instagram блогеров. Одна из них это Аминка Витаминка. У нее 5,5 миллионов подписчиков на YouTube и больше 2 миллионов подписчиков в Instagram. Совсем недавно мы закончили съемки ее дебютного сериала «Королева двора». Для нас это тоже был, так скажем, дебют как продюсеров и производителей контента именно сериального. В этом сериале мы затрагиваем очень важные социальные темы, такие как равенство, равноправие, справедливость и, конечно же, girl power. Это история о том, как Аминка приезжает в новый двор, и есть местный мальчик-король, который не дает детям на площадке играть, и она бросает ему вызов. И совсем скоро, я думаю, в октябре вы уже сможете увидеть это на просторах интернета, этот сериал. Также в 2020 году наша компания стартовала несколько новых для себя проектов. Один из них это было издательство комиксов. Мы запустили свой первый комикс, это «Казахмен». Это комикс о казахском супергерое. Это было моей большой детской мечтой сделать свой собственный комикс после прочтения очень крутых комиксов от Marvel. Мы решили запустить свой комикс и поняли, что почему бы у Казахстана не будет свой супергерой. И в нашем комиксе основной посыл — это сила сенем, волшебная сила, которая дает супергерою сверхсилы и помогает ему в борьбе со злодеями. И основной посыл, который мы хотели донести, что если ты веришь в себя, то у тебя все получится. И показать молодому поколению на примере такого супергероя. И тираж первого выпуска был 15 000 экземпляров, и он очень хорошо разошелся по всем сетям, которые продают комиксы. Также, так как я уже говорил, что мы ратуем и болеем за развитие казахского языка, в 2020 мы запустили проект по дубляжу и озвучке казахского контента, иностранного контента на казахский язык. Наша студия называется Гургур студия. В данный момент мы ведем переговоры с стриминговым сервисом Кинопоиск по адаптированию и лицензированию мультфильма «Рик и Морти». На удивление, этот мультик очень хорошо зашел в казахоязычной аудитории, так как там идет столкновение двух возрастных поколений, взрослого и молодого. И у этого проекта есть очень большой потенциал, именно так как на казахоязычный контент сейчас есть очень большой спрос.
A lot of demand for Kazakh content, Kazakh speaking content, and also the things that we are developing right now are the TikTok houses. We have two TikTok houses, which is called the Yellow House and Beep House. Yellow House is the largest TikTok house in the CIS. We have 19.5 million followers. As we expect by the end of September, we will reach 20 million followers and will become the #1 house in the world in terms of followers. We have 7 participants there, very young ones. The ones that we have developed, I would even say from scratch, our top blogger, Alina Kim, just reached 30 million followers on TikTok yesterday. And our guys keep going and they continue to develop. The second house in our entertainment is Beep House. Certainly this is a very unique story there. We have 2 twin brothers producers. One is responsible for Yellow House and one is responsible for Beep House. And these guys know content technologies on TikTok very well. Beep House were nominated and won the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Award in 2020 as the best house in CIS. In their videos, they talk about different topics. We work on the content plan and media strategy with them all the time, continuously. And certainly I could talk a lot about the way we work with brands. For instance, we work with Samsung on launching the new phone, or we cooperated with Burger King. But in today's masterclass, we would like to talk about social projects and the way we present them and the way we do them, because we understand that the biggest audience that is following us is young people, we are trying to filter and choose the correct content. For instance, we don't work with the advertisers that manufacture alcohol, tobacco. We don't work with any betting services and so on. And in our videos, we try to cover certain topics that would be important for the society. Since we receive information visually, many of us, I'd like to demonstrate some examples that we worked with. Since I was the participant of Joke Ass's team for 7 years, we had many projects together with different funds and foundations. For instance, we worked with ILA Foundation and we organized about 30 or 40 projects together with them. We worked with orphanages, we helped to the animal shelters, and in 2019 we've launched a video that had 1 million views on the Instagram at that point, and I think that we covered a very important topic. Every last Sunday of September is the Day of the Deaf People, the video. Did you know that on the last Sunday of September there is the International Day of Deaf People? We will show you some gestures to help you. Hi, how are you? Let's meet. I want to help you. Love, house, world. Thank you. For me, this is one of my favorite videos, because when we were shooting it, in the beginning we had this concept of demonstrating the basic words, and I could not even imagine that we'll have so many comments from people with hearing impairment, and they were texting us, telling us that this is very important, that people don't talk enough about it, and it made them feel very well. And this was also a new experience for us, because we understood that there is this big world right next to ours, and it's important to talk about it, but we need to talk about it in a correct manner, and we need to present it and speak the language that the audience will understand. We don't need to make it too difficult. We need to understand that they don't have enough information about it. Also, we have done many videos related to promoting Kazakh language. Well, certainly it is very important to use different styles, not to be afraid of it. We could use jokes to demonstrate how important Kazakh language is and how it can be applied in your normal life. So, for instance, we had a video about promotion of Kazakh language, which you'll see. Please turn on the video. See, how cute. Wait a sec. This is her phone number. How did you do that? I'll say, okay, I'm having some troubles here. Can you talk to them? Talk to them. Okay, okay. Don't offend him. You see, the police officer stopped us. Can you talk to him? How come he always gets through and resolves the issues? Like, hi, how are you doing? You see, this is normal guy, don't offend him. Wow, I should learn Kazakh. Often in our work with brands or foundations, we've noticed that they are afraid of using humor or trying to speak the audience's language. But actually this can be applied very well, and the audience will receive it very well. So for instance, in this video we've demonstrated how important the language, speaking the language, is in your normal life. It is also very important to follow the trends and challenges and use those challenges that are important at a specific time. Ablehan will talk about it. We've decided to talk about domestic violence topic when we read an article during the pandemic that said that during the pandemic there were twice as many instances officially registered cases of victims of domestic violence. So we don't even know, it is very difficult to imagine what the real number of victims of domestic violence was. Before we created this video, we looked at the analytics, and from reading the comments, we understood that the society doesn't really believe that the problem exists. And we were thinking, how can we demonstrate that this problem is there and everyone can face that problem? So we decided a popular challenge, which was called Wiping Out, and during that time there were over 2.5 videos on TikTok under the framework of this challenge, and there were 4.5 billion views. So let's look at it. So in this video, our main goal was to demonstrate to the society that this is a real problem, and B, we need to talk about this problem openly. We should not be afraid, because otherwise today's victim, unfortunately, domestic violence victim can become a victim of even more serious violence. And we should mention that when we look at the media portals, the videos can only reach like 30,000 views, but in our case that was over 1 million views on the TikTok and 500,000 views on the Instagram, and people in the comments were saying that indeed the problem is there, we need to cover it, and unfortunately the cases are growing. We didn't go too deep, we didn't start talking about the criminal code, we just mentioned that the problem is there and we need to talk about the problem. Let's look at the following case. I'd like to, by the way, remind you that at the end we'll have the Q&A session, and you can also send your questions via the chat box function, and we'll answer it. The next important topic is environment protection. Unfortunately, there are holy places in Kazakhstan and in other regions of the world, monuments or other important places become vandalized, and we decided to cover this topic from two angles. First, together with the foundations, for instance, with Zhana Dunya Foundation, we did a cleaning exercise in Borovoye. We were cleaning the stones because many of the stones had various writings, some foul words or some love words inscribed there. And the second important thing, we wanted to also train our bloggers, because the TikTok houses that Big Sultan mentioned in the beginning, there the average age of the participant of this TikTok house is about 19 or 20 years, and these are young people, and we don't want just to demonstrate something to people, but we need to build our audience to improve their morale, and then they can train other young people. Also, the Earth Day, that was our joint project we did together with Nickelodeon. We also did a lot of analysis there, and we've noticed the following. Many TV channels like Discovery, National Geographic, and others, even Leonardo DiCaprio, who talks a lot about the environment, are always mentioning it only from the one side. They demonstrate environmental disasters, but this doesn't always work. We decided to take another approach and show something that we can do to actually preserve the environment. Together with Nickelodeon, we made videos on how to recycle, how to conserve the non-renewable resources. And it would be great to show the video. How can we help the planet? Stop. Remember, we wanted to help the planet. Okay, what do you suggest? Let's start now. Now? Okay, so if you haven't finished your food, put it in the container for the food waste. What about the plastic packaging? If I will recycle it? Yes, but to recycle it, you need to wash it. All right, great. We now have this juice package. We can also clean it and then recycle it, although it contains various materials. great. Now we can send it to specialized recycling centers. Also, remember to take your old batteries. We can recycle it as well. Let's help the planet. It's easy to help the planet. Even small changes in your habits will make our planet happier. The unprocessed waste will just rot in the landfills, will pollute. You need to recycle and sort your waste. Deep House for Nickelodeon.
And another video, how to help the planet. Stop it. Stop wasting water, just like that. Now I get it. Helping planet is easy. Small changes in our habits will help our planet. And we can also save electricity and other resources. Be a hero, help planet. Deep House specifically for Nickelodeon. So together with Nickelodeon we made a decision, because their main audience are kids above 7 years of age, and this topic was outside of their attention. We decided to make this snap dynamic video stating that very simple changes in day-to-day habits will help us save colossal volumes of water, and if we make it a habit today, tomorrow environmental problems shall not be topical. And it is important to highlight that when the audience talks about their heroes, people they observe every day in cyberspace, people they like, they should know that in addition to these social videos we have other types of entertainment videos, all sorts of. The thing is, the message is that we know the language of teenagers and we talk to them with their language. The next topic that I encountered myself is the freedom of choice. Despite we are in the 21st century, a lot of people face stereotypes and templates. You need to live up to certain standards. So together with the Janga Dunia Foundation, we made a photo shooting session about how a person might look like, despite how prestigious or important it is. Basically, that's the way people chose to look like on those photographs. And this is one of the most discussed topics. A self-sufficient woman on the left, you can see a woman with a spouse and a kid. On the other side, there is a woman who definitely is playing some other role. This is the result of her own choice. Do something that you like, do not follow stereotypes, break templates, do not allow society dictate you what you are supposed to be. And we've seen a great number of happiness for all, happiness in new roles, etc., etc. And as we all said, in our TikTok houses, we have approximately 18 influencers who can influence the mind, immature minds of adolescents. And those influencers themselves sometimes have their own psychological problems, and they once as well face the freedom of choice kind of option. Many of them were lawyers, beginning lawyers or economists, but eventually they switched over to some artistic specialties. So this is helping themselves and helping society. So my parents are still trying to guess how I make money. Education, probably one of the key scopes in which we try to interact together with public funds, or for example the Ayala Fund, and every quarter or once in 6 months we attend remote places, or we cover with our attention children from families that are not so comfortably well off. Last year we taught 400 children in the sphere of art of the blogging. That was inclusive of influencers, TikTokers, YouTube. In some 4 to 5 years, those children will become television producers or feature film producers. So in this particular case, we have distributed more than 9,000 publications of comic books, 19,000 issues in various topics, and also we work to popularize all sorts of languages, Russian, Kazakh, and English, depending on the willingness of the children themselves. So this is it on our side. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions about YouTube or TikTok, myself and Nursultan will be happy to answer. Yes, we would like to avail ourselves of opportunity to talk to you. You can place your questions in the group chat of this Eurasian Media Forum. We can share experience about instruments, social projects, particular resources you can attract. I like your presentation. My question is more like, you train people to be self-sufficient, not to subdue to society. Myself am a political journalist, so your approach is interesting because it is contrary to traditional values, traditional societies. For example, if you're a man, you are supposed to protect your motherland. In this case, what you are saying, do whatever you want to do. Do not protect your motherland. Do you not envisage any dangerous consequences and implications by encouraging children to disregard the opinion of the society? I do not think that such messages are in our videos. I understand that this is not your purpose, but when you tell a child your own comfort is the imperative thing, what kind of things you can encourage in the mind of a child. I think we are talking about something different. We're talking about the importance of your role in society. We are not talking about being egoistic. We are talking about freedom of choice and potential social rejection of you in your role, new role, and your capacity, something like that. We are against people being boxed within constraints and limitations that break the personal freedom of people. If, for example, a child is being forced to work as a motor vehicle mechanic and he doesn't want to do so, this is when we are talking about violation of personal rights. Maybe some other questions from online group chat.
I would like to ask a question. I love your presentation, and I wonder, have you ever thought about using your formats to deliver news to young people? I feel that still in the 21st century, a lot of the main platforms deliver news in a rather stodgy manner. And I think most young people do not pay any attention at all to it. And if you just look at today, whether it's a pandemic or it's Afghanistan, certainly some of the topics that we're covering in the forum, is it something you've ever thought about to be able to deliver daily news, live news to younger people using the formats that you do?
Да, спасибо большое, это очень хороший вопрос.
Thank you very much. A very good question. Yes, we did think about that, a new format for the news distribution, and maybe some of our TikTok houses will eventually come to the broadcasting of the news. Very often, together with our guys, we discuss fake news distributed in Kazakhstan. In Kazakhstan, we love WhatsApp distributions with the most horrible and terrifying news. And youngsters, they succumb to the influence of such fake news. Quite recently, we had a discussion about a new format, potential format for the youngsters. Recently, we paid a visit to Moscow, and one of our bloggers, Alina Kim, took part in a Russian project, short form news, they call it, 2 or 3 sentences digesting current news. Of course, this is not a customary static kind of picture, but in a more dynamic blogging kind of format. Hey guys, how are you? Today we've seen this and this kind of news. What do you think about this kind of news? What is tough? What is not tough? What is square? So compared to traditional mass media, those guys maintain interactive action with the audience. They can immediately elevate a question and have it discussed in the breathing regime. So probably eventually in TikTok they will have such a phenomenon, news distribution with immediate discussion of same in the comments. In one of our houses we sometimes have on live on-air streams, we invite sportsmen, bloggers, various entertainment activists. Maybe we could now arrange some discussion around tables, and I think this is a very good idea, and we will pay attention to it. We have a subcast, Dalada. We call it Dalada, where we can take news, for example, news about Kazakh language, news from CIS, and we discuss it with people, common people, not professional experts in linguistics or geopolitics, but common people. Our co-citizens, we can do it in the Kazakh language, Russian, English. We have already produced 4 pilots, but we still are not quite happy about the final format. We're still perfecting it. But the thing is about distributing news, because in the Russian cyberspace, there's a whole bunch of independent bloggers, Pivovarov, Sobchak, others. In Kazakhstan, as a counterweight, we have what? Traditional television? Give me a break. Now we have 4 pilots, and not so successful as we would like to have it, but in a month we will have number 5 and number 6, and I do believe that we will eventually design a format that will help us to convey the importance of things in Afghanistan, in environmental protection, in the Middle East, in our own republic, to kids, to adolescents. Yes, this is it. Question. Good day. My question is about your TikTok house. In Uzbekistan, we have a problem. The divide in the society. Some people are totally against TikTok. They want to have it prohibited as a social evil. Politicians, it's now being discussed at the level of political decision makers. So What about yourself? Do you encounter this kind of problem? Maybe you encounter this kind of attitude when some people state that TikTokers confront tradition, confront conservative society. Yes, we did have all sorts of conflict situations, but we've been pretty much lucky to be born in the Republic of Kazakhstan. When we had talks with TikTok people in their HQ, they reported great statistics of people who are on the TikTok. But you see, Kazakhstan, we are lucky with our society. Today, for example, myself, I'm talking at Eurasian Media Forum. Recently, Akim of Almaty visited TikTok houses, talked to our bloggers, listened to their opinions, and then he wrote a report about visiting a TikTok house. So I do understand that some people in society have misunderstanding about TikTokers. Who are these guys? What are they talking about at all? Why are we supposed to listen to them? But you know, our influencers, they have up to 10 million subscribers and followers. One way or another, they are capable of conveying certain thoughts and ideas, even whole philosophies, to their audiences. Together with them, we can build up new strategies. And as you can see from our cases, we can propagate and distribute righteous things and indoctrinate the youth with the righteous things, traditional things if necessary, but believe me, you, never did we have any conflicts. We enjoy strong support from governmental agencies. Aida Galimovna, our Minister of Information and Public Accord, pays very serious attention to us. Recently, we've been published on the front page of Forbes Kazakhstan. Sagintayev, the Akim of Almaty, is supporting us. Of course, there were some conflicts because of the exterior outlooks, particularly guys from Bip House. They get dressed brightly, they may put some alternative color on their hair, you know, something not traditional for males. You know, probably know this music band in Kazakhstan, 91. This is K-pop pioneers in the Republic of Kazakhstan, and those guys can share rich stories about hatred, about rejection, particularly in the city of Almaty, where we are based. If you take a walk in the trade center, you will see a lot of youngsters who are TikToking their life. Recently, I have had a conversation with my friend Igor Tsai. He lives in LA now. He hasn't been in Almaty for a long time, and recently he paid a visit to his hometown, and he said he was happy that people are dancing out in the streets, looking alternatively, looking bright. You know, sometimes my friends ask me a question: why are your TikTokers painting their hair in different colors? I say, hey man, you did the same 5 years ago. You know, this is it. Society is more or less tolerant to us, and I'm aware about situation in Uzbekistan. You have your own TikTok houses, they produce videos, but I'm aware about the negative attitude in the society against TikTok houses in Uzbekistan. What can I tell you? This is a matter of time. This is just a matter of time. To me, the best way is to communicate with those people rather than prohibiting. Hello, I am from Uzbekistan as well, and you've been telling us about producing soap operas, television serials. I am interested to know about your production team. Do you do everything yourselves according to turnkey principle? We did the same. We tried to produce the shooting of bigger videos at our own account. You know, it turned out quite complicated. You know, costumes, a lot of technicalities. How did you arrange that? What is your equipment? Are you successful at all? And question number two, can we at all, maybe myself, maybe some of my people, can come and pass an internship in your company. We know Uzbek market. Abstract is a powerful production team in Uzbekistan. In November, we produced a video in Uzbekistan for the Inzo plant. They make windows, so we produced a commercial for them. I was a creative producer. We made a big-scale video clip for that plant, and we started production of videos not immediately. We began in 2015. First we had iPhone 5, then iPhone 6, then we bought ourselves a professional camera. First we were making videos for our own selves, then suddenly we began to cut, edit, direct. We made some videos for Jack Calip and Johnny, those are the famous rap music. We shot the advertisement for Red Bull during Nowruz festivity. Then the Queen of the Neighborhood, we had approximately 60 men. I mean, producers, makeup artists, sound engineers, cameramen, etc., etc. It was then that we understood how complicated it was. Alexa was the system that we used. Now we're using some new, more advanced things, allowing us some hand shooting, because we are producing some soap opera with children. Today in Kazakhstan, we are having booming video production. We have a lot of videographists and mobilographists and all sorts of specific narrow-profile video professions. But we are interested in Uzbek market. We see a lot of potential there. When we were in Uzbekistan, we were shocked that you had only 2 cameras, Alexa cameras, 2 for the whole city of Tashkent. In Almaty, the market is oversaturated. You can rent out equipment or lease it or borrow from a friend. And when we were in Moscow, we heard a lot of opinions that Almaty is currently turning into an influential hub in this industry. If to talk about the team, we always strive, we want to become a Netflix, a team where you don't have middle specialists or junior specialists. We want high professionals. We have 10 high professionals. Each of our professionals is a senior asset in its auspices. For example, if I have problems with the script and I'm the producer who is responsible for legal and financial things, I will never know about technical problems, because I have people who are capable of resolving problems within their auspices and jurisdictions. And I never follow people with my problems. I handle economy, I handle finance, admin. So do not employ a lot of people. Employ some high professionals, senior professionals. For example, we got Diaz, this guy. He used to work in the United States of America. He's a professional cameraman. We just tell him what to do, and we never ask some additional questions, likewise he doesn't ask me about economy and finance. So this is my personal advice. Seek, locate, hunt down, and employ high professionals, senior professionals. You know, we've been operating for 7 years now. We are all high professionals. And, you know, maturity is a big problem. For example, in Kazakhstan, we had problems. Girls and women capable of writing television scripts. For example, when we were producing the Queen of the Neighborhood soap opera, the main message was the girl power. But very often scripts were written by boys and men. What is it? We don't have enough girls who can write down a professional script for a television soap opera. This is a point of growth. This is quite a quick win, isn't it? So today we have two young girls. We teach them from A to Z. We have professional film directors and script writers. Drill those girls. They give them physical drills. They torment their minds, but they teach them how to produce the scripts. And the more women we will have on board, the more colorful, the more variable our production will be.
Any other questions? We're ready to answer.
Yes, we have a question online, and it's in Russian, so my colleague will ask it for you.
Okay.
So we have the following question online. Which format could be used to present news on TikTok, and is it possible to bring the political news to TikTok? I think the answer would be yes, this format is possible. It is important to understand, though, that you only retain attention of people for 3 seconds on TikTok. So if you're able to grab their attention in the first 3 seconds, then you're gonna make it. So you need to create some hook to anchor your audience, to catch their attention. We saw an interesting example of a girl. She was reading the showbiz news, and she mispronounces the name of the artist on purpose. So she would be talking about the Morgenstern and will be calling him Morgenstern. This will become viral and she gains followers. Of course, she can only do that in those instances when where she can make these mistakes or make something creative. And we understood that the audience actually likes to comment on something going wrong. And if you look at our videos, we would also do that. We would hold the cell phones upside down, or instead of using a cell phone, we would use something in the video. And people actually like pointing out someone's mistakes, and they start commenting. And at once, we even just turned off the sound of the video for a few seconds, for 2 seconds, and there were so many comments. This was not really important. Nothing happened because of this lost sound, but there were thousands of comments of people saying that on second 25 your sound goes off, la la la. And it's very important to do that sometimes, you know, to get noticed more. So sometimes we would make some mistakes on purpose to grab the audience's attention. This can be done on TikTok, and I guess there could be some formats used for that. I think there is an account, I think it's called like the First Person or something. They shoot videos related to Putin, like him dancing or him following some trends. They use deepfake for that purpose. I've seen some of the videos when they did that with our president, with Mr. Tokayev. I don't know who is doing that, but their production is not up to the standards. Well, I think it's back to your question, you need to find a good approach. Also, some references in Russian. Just look at Stas Davydov in Russian. Trevor Noah does good things in the US, and it's great that the US TV channels have a good split between what they're broadcasting on the television and on the social media, so they're not cannibalizing on themselves. There is also Artemy Lebedev and also a TikTok account. I think it's called Punchline News, unless it was banned. They do pretty good, but they were banned a few times because they used swear words. And this is very important, not to use the swear words. There is a bear, like a teddy bear, reading the news in the account, and and you know, they use some swear words. So, see, there are some cases on TikTok. I've heard about this project. I heard that they were banned, but in TikTok it's quite easy to get banned for any kind of action you do. They're banned quickly. TikTok is very strict, especially about the content for minors. For instance, if the child is a alone in the video. If under 14, it will be banned. Okay, any other questions? Yes, I have the following question. Thank you for your presentation. The videos that you have demonstrated, they're all in Russian. Have you looked into the demand for TikTok content in Kazakh? And I'm sure you have some kind of statistics. Can you share it? Where does your audience come from? Anyone from outside Kazakhstan? And which countries? Right now, sorry, I cannot demonstrate to you that visually, but I can maybe tell you that right now there is a big growth of the audience from the US, and we were surprised about it, and we were very happy about it in the last 6 months. Certainly, a lot of audience comes from the CIS region, from Kazakhstan. There is also an interesting story there. I think we are somehow unique in a sense that we have these two TikTok houses, and we are positioning them as two separate TikTok houses, not related to each other. Recently, we went to Moscow, and there were guys there from Dream Team House, that was a top Russian house, and they were actually shocked when they learned that we have two TikTok houses. But in our case, YOLO House has a different agenda. They talk about anime, like we call them juniors in our team because they are younger. So they talk about different topics. They are more into cartoon kind of stuff, whereas Beep House, they're more focused on games, challenges, more like the US-oriented adolescent content. And we discussed that. They are showing something that you can do with your friends at home. Well, certainly the pandemic was very good for us because people were at home, they were bored, and everyone was on TikTok. In YOLO House, we see a lot of audience coming from Asian countries, Japan, Korea, the Philippines, Vietnam, Indonesia. There is also, another aspect of the TikTok houses. In the TikTok houses, there are like the so-called ships, relationships. So people in their minds, they try to imagine some relationships between participants of TikTok houses. So for instance, recently we've discussed that we have a biggest fan public in Vietnam, about 2 million people for one couple. So there are guys, it's very difficult to explain it sometimes, but there are guys on TikTok and the audience really wants to see them in a relationship. So there are these fans that talk about possible relationship between these people. And visually, when you look at our guys, it's very difficult to judge. Are they Kazakhs or are they from some other Asian countries or some islanders? Recently, someone said that they look like people from Hawaii. And, you look at these guys and say, why not? Maybe. They're from a different region. So there is growth coming because of it. Because otherwise it would be unrealistic to reach like 30 millions with a population of 19 million. That's it. Any other questions? Maybe questions online or from the audience? I have a question. How do you launch your videos into trending in TikTok? What kind of tools do you use? Special hashtags? Any secrets to share? Well, it's a comprehensive, it's a very complex matter. Every time, it's, like participating in a digital war, because in terms of trends and challenges, TikTok is more brutal than, let's say, Instagram. Remember, like a couple of years ago, there were only challenges like once a month or once every 3 months. Remember the ice bucket challenge, which lasted for the whole month. People were discussing it, shooting videos. In TikTok right now, there is a new challenge, new trend every day. We've discussed it. In TikTok, there are like 35, 40 new trends every month related to dancing, singing. Sometimes it's unclear how things can become viral. There are some videos that were just, gathering dust on the shelf for 5 years, but they become viral now. Or some tracks from the early 2000s become popular. Remember this video about Zoom Zoom? I think they shot the video of 4 years ago for Jokasa's channel. It was called Zen Zen, and 4 months ago, it started living the life on its own on TikTok, and we did nothing for that. Someone just made it viral. Someone used our music as a background, and it suddenly became viral. So in TikTok, it's important to be part of this trend. You need to shoot every day and as much as possible. For instance, on the YouTube, as an analyst, YouTube analyst, I can create a step-by-step algorithm. But on TikTok, the only thing is shoot videos all the time. You know, for comparison purposes, when we peaked in terms of our production, I think our record was 127 videos per day, because they were shooting videos, 10 videos for each page, and then general account, and we were just uploading like dozen of videos every day, and they were living that life for a month. And then on day 28, we became among the top recommended in the international rankings, and we got like 10 million followers in 2 or 3 months. But it's very important to analyze, to see what people like, and then you just, you know, catch the wave and ride the wave. Of course, you can also create your own trends artificially. Some guys are doing that. We have this girl, Guzi. She launched her own trend, and she was able to get about 10 millions through that. But the approach is different from the Instagram, because on the Instagram, as a blogger, you know, you shoot a video on some topic, and then we try to be the first ones and the only ones talking about it. Whereas on the TikTok, you need to copy someone else's approach. Whereas in the Instagram, you needed to create something of your own. In TikTok, you do whatever everyone else is doing, but in your own way. And even the cases that Ablehans has mentioned, when I was working on my TikTok page, I got like 2 million of views on my page, although I don't have many followers, only 300,000 for TikTok. That's nothing. I know that lately we've been joking and saying that this is a devaluation of followers on the TikTok, because if you compare it to the Instagram, like 1 million on TikTok is almost like having 100,000 on Instagram, or 10 millions on TikTok would be considered okay. Even 1 million followers on TikTok is no surprise anymore, because of the way the algorithms are set up on TikTok when they are broadcasting your videos all over the world. That's it. Maybe the last question, and we'll answer it.
Thank you so much. Honestly, I was fascinated, guys. It was really good. Go TikTok. And I think we'll be seeing a lot more of you globally, not just in the countries that you've mentioned, and hopefully in lots of other languages. So good luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please stay. Thank you. Please stay with us. The next masterclass will be starting in about 5 minutes. So please keep your seats, and we'll be restarting soon. Thank you.
there. Will they be putting that? Oh, I probably don't need that.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the second masterclass of the day. We are grateful to the forum's social partner, Samruk Kazina Trust Social Development Foundation, for supporting the masterclasses. Our next masterclass is delivered by Clementine Malpass. She's a filmmaker and has spent much of her career focusing on refugees and women's rights. In 2011, she spent 9 months filming inside Afghanistan's women's prisons to tell the story of a teenage girl, Gulnaz, who had been jailed for being raped. The film helped win Gulnaz a presidential pardon and was later nominated for Best TV Documentary of the Year at the Foreign Press Association and Royal Television Awards. In 2014, Clementine received an Emmy nomination for Kim vs. Kabul from Dan Rather Reports. She is founder and director of Tiger Nest Films. Please welcome Clementine, who will deliver this masterclass on Introduction to Video Production for NGOs and Humanitarian Storytellers. Clementine.
Thank you. I'm going to start by telling you the story of Gulnaz. I met her in 2009. And I had gone to Afghanistan to make a film about women's rights. And I wanted to investigate the story of women being put in prison for moral crimes. And when I went into the prison, I met Gulnaz. She told me her story. She said that she had been raped. And after she'd been raped, she'd gone to the police. And the police had arrested her for adultery. They'd put her in prison. When I met her, she was heavily pregnant with her daughter, Mushkan. And when this film came out, there was an incredible response to it. It hit the front page of newspapers all over the world. News from all over the world was following it. And because of that, as Sue just said, the president gave her a presidential pardon, and he also said that he was going to review all of the cases of women in prison for moral crimes. That was the moment that I saw how powerful stories can be. I'm going to show you a quick showreel of the work that I do and the way that I like to make films.
بدي لعب هيك ما بتذكر هيك بس بالليل واحد ما بدي انام بتذكر كل شيء.
I didn't get to meet your mom, so I want to know what she was like.
هي عم تسألك ولا مرة قدرت تتعرف على ابنك شو كيف شكلك هيك؟
بر طالب هم بود که بس از جنگ دست بکشن مردم افغانستان دیگه با نکشن
و مرا کاش که بین اتاق مرا انداخت و چی که دست پای مرا بسته که ما چی هم زدم چی که دان مرا محکم گرفت و از خانه شکست برآمد مرا گفت مادر یا مامات خبر کرد میکشم تا زنده نمیمونم.
Do you have a lawyer? Do you know what a lawyer is?
Io come vediamo facendo quando sbocciato sappiamo che voi facciamo la canzone.
lot of problems in the world today, you know. In everywhere there is a complex fighting, you know. The solution of all the problem is cricket.
So what makes a good story? Stories are how we understand the world. We teach each other stories, tell each other stories all the time. We tell our children fairy tales. We tell them stories to teach them lessons about the world, to warn them about threats. And in the same way that a fairy tale has to be entertaining to teach your children a lesson, a documentary has to be entertaining to teach your audience a lesson. And I think that you have the possibility to move people in the same way that a Hollywood movie does, except you have the advantage that your stories are true. So what is a story? Is it true, and is it interesting? What makes a good story? Stories are about people. They're about the things people want and the things that are stopping them from getting what they want. People want to live in peace in their country, but their country's ravaged by war. Stories are not about facts, they're about people. I'm going to show you another film now, which is an excellent example of a short documentary that went viral. It was made by Channel 4 News, and it reached tens of thousands of people in the evening news, but it reached millions when it went viral. It's quite difficult viewing, but for those of you that haven't seen it, I think it's quite a valuable lesson about how to tell a story.
Everything you're about to see happened over 48 hours in July in Aleppo. On the streets outside, the sound and fury of war. The toll that day, 45 dead, dozens wounded. But inside, the reverential concentration of a makeshift theatre. The woman on the operating table is called Maisa. She is 9 months pregnant, and she was caught up in one of the bombings when she was on her way to hospital by foot, close to labor.
بس فرجيني امسحي بالشاشة جسيبي لي في شظية ما في خلاص بس بالمشرط من المشرط اعطيني شفرة جديدين احسن.
In the explosion, she broke her right arm and leg. What the doctors are concerned about most is the shrapnel in her belly. Did it kill her baby? They want to perform an emergency cesarean. What you're witnessing is the fight to save one new life in a city that is more used to dealing with untimely death. On the streets outside, the few living are pulled out of the rubble. In the operating theatre, the fight for life appears victorious. But there seems to be a problem. The doctors fight on. They're now in danger of losing both child and mother. The struggle to save new life is visceral, instinctive. Perhaps because outside, death comes so easily. Oblivious to events on the street, the existential battle inside the theatre soldiers on. A doctor clears the baby's airways. The child hovers between life and death, much like Aleppo itself. Then the umbilical cord twitches. Proof of life.
كاملة وبتسنان؟
ايه
شو قصة الطفل؟
الطفل مين؟ هيك ورد صار ورقي بس شو بيطير يعني تصير مع ليش تستطيع؟ عاديا
And the most elemental sound of all. More powerful for a brief moment than Aleppo's daily cry of death.
عمرك يلا خلص هذا اكسجين بس
اشرب
الحمد لله بعد ما ماشي اكثر من 3 ساعات تقريبا حمدت من شايفين كان واقف الحمد لله
ابكي
Dr. Ahmed, who brought him into the world and saved his mother's life, is exhausted.
باعتبار أنا عجوز.
سلامتك يا حكيم بالعكس شوف شباب.
والله يا وعد رجلي بتتشنج ألم بالليل أيام بصيح بس بخجل أصيح مشان ما يسمعوني الشباب. بكتم صياحي. بشدة لهي.
ممتنين بحالة جيدة والله الحمد.
The war almost ended his life before it had a chance to start. But the war will continue to be his companion and shape the world that he has entered.
I think that's a great example of powerful storytelling. It tells the wider issue to start off with, and then it goes into the story of one person, one life. And it keeps coming out to remind you that there's a bigger message, that this baby is part of a much bigger story. And that's how I think stories are told in a way that's incredibly powerful. So I think there are 3 things to think about when you're making a documentary. What is your message? Who is your audience? Are you trying to make a film for fundraising, to raise awareness? Are you doing a donor report? And who's the best person to tell this story? Making films for NGOs, often you're not on the front line. You probably won't get footage quite as dramatic as this. You're often doing films around the war, for example, of stories of refugees displaced by war. And I'm going to show you another quick film about Hala. This is a film that I made for UNHCR about a Syrian family who were orphaned by war. The message was a lost generation. Our film was to raise awareness and to raise funds. We found Hala, and this is her story.
Here in Lebanon's Bekaa Valley, Syrians arrive daily to escape the war. As the war in Syria enters its 4th year, 1/4 of Lebanon's population are refugees from Syria. Most are women and children. Hala and her 5 siblings arrived here as orphans. Like many refugees in Lebanon, this tent has become their home. When I met Hala and her brothers and sisters, they had been living in this camp for almost a year.
All right, you're twins. Is it nice meeting you? Hello. Hi.
بالنهار مو بأدي لعب هيك ما بتذكر هيك بس بالليل الواحد ما بدي ينام يتذكر كل شيء. أنا أمي عايشة هي بسوريا وأجت لهون إجت تركت اللي هلا أمي في طحا هيك ما لقيتها. هذه هي.
زعلت رجعت؟
رديت كملت ناوي ما حلمت بدي كمان أحلى شغلة وبطلت أحلم.
You said your mom had long hair. Tell me something else about your mom.
شو كمان أمك كان شعرها
I didn't get to meet your mom, so I want to know what she was like.
هي عم تسأل إنه ولا مرة قدرت تتعرف على أمك، كيف شكلها كان؟
Was she like you?
تشبه رهف بس مو مثل خدودة وخشتها ووجهها وعيونها وأي بس سنونها لا مش عاد سنونها.
She looked a bit like رهف except for her teeth.
1 year ago, Hala's mother was killed in an airstrike that hit their house. Hala and her 17-year-old brother Kamal were playing in the garden when it happened.
كنا بنلعب أنا وكامل بلعب مرجحني بالمرجوحة وهيك شغلات. لا حسينا رحنا بعيد عن أمي كتير بعيد بالساحة وأمي بالطابق فوق. ما حسينا منه البيت وقع على أمي رحنا كامل راح يركض أمي تضل على المرجوحة.
What Kamal witnessed changed him forever. The psychological trauma was so intense, he now suffers seizures. His personality regressed to that of a child.
مرحبا كامل.
جاء.
أنا أبوك ها. شبيك يا
ما تعب.
داخ شفتي ما قلتلش دوخ؟
دخلت.
نمير. كامل داخ. اشرب مي كمل اشرب مي جيبها حبة عم جي عندي حاطهم جي.
Last seen in Syria almost a year ago. Their father is most likely dead.
هي حبات عندي.
لا هاتي رقعوا.
هي حبة مي.
شربتي حبة؟
لا الساعة هي جايب لك اياها. عادي مثل نمر كان عادي ما فيه شيء خالص. كان حتصحى أصحى منا كلياتنا. أشقل منا كلياتنا. ما كان في شيء خالص.
The children split the responsibility of the home. Hala looks after the family.
يعني تروح تلعب تروح على المدرسة يعني عادي طبيعية يعني تلعب مع رفقاتها. لا هلا تغيرت يعني كثير يعني. هلا مثلا ديري بالك على اخواتي كانت طالعة مثلا نروح لم لي شوية خردة مثلا بدي بيعوا نجيب لكم ربطة خبز أكلات هيك شغلات.
It has been a difficult adjustment.
نحن حرام نعيش العيشة يعني وين كنا وين صرنا يعني أغلى شيء بنبرك على الصفر يعني كانت ماما كان بابا كان أخي الكبير يعني ما كنا حاسين مسؤولية خالص يعني. هلا شوفي يعني وحدة ما عمرها 11 سنة حاسة مسؤولية أكثر من عمره 50 سنة.
لا نحتاج لا مصاري لا حدا لا شيخلي لا عملي. كنا نسهر نحكي حكايات قبل ما ننام ونظبط حالنا وهيك ونفرش وهيك وبنروح كل واحد بس بدل النوم يخسر رجله ويخسر ايديه بالمعنى. كنا عطونا هنيك معنا حوش كبير كله عشب وهيك شغلات، فنروح نلقط الحجرات خفيف زي الشغلات نلقط ونلعب هونيك. عندنا شجرات برتقال شغلات.
More than half of the 2.5 million refugees fleeing Syria are children like Hala. Every week, Nima sells the rubbish they collect.
يزينها طيب هي ما تنباع كلها اخوي 35 كيلو 35 كيلو يلا روح خلاص ما يصير.
This week, he made just enough for them to get by.
اسمع هلا اولادك وينهم؟ لحالهم؟
Are your kids alone now?
اولادي لحالهم؟ ها؟
Are your kids
كبار؟
My kids are with their dad.
مع بيهم.
اسمها هذا درجة اسمها البنت تريد تنزل اسمها الحقير راس واحد تكسر اسمه كان تقع وكان يتكسر بس راسه طار اسمه علق على الدرج اسمه هاي الحية ضربته
ضربت مين؟
البيت انها كلها على الأرض اسمه شافوا من برا مهدود كلياته اسمه كانوا بيروحوا على ضيفهم.
Losing their mother in such a violent way and becoming refugees has forced them to grow up before their time. Their childhood has been lost to the horrors of this conflict.
بقى ما خليها بتروح إذا جيت لعندي نهار واحد بخليها تضل تحكي لي حكايات بخليها بنام معها بكل شيء بخليها بقول لها أنا بحبك يا أمي أنا مشتاق لك بس تعالي عندنا هيك شو بدي أقول لك.
بزعل ليش ما بزعل؟ كلياتنا خسرنا طفولتنا.
I'm going to use this film as an example throughout the film about how I tell stories. But with this film, we collaborated with CNN, which meant that it reached a far wider audience than had we just have put it on the UN website and out to social media. So there are three things you need to think about when you're making a documentary. What does your character want? With Gulnaz, she wanted her freedom. With Hala, she wanted her mum and she wanted her childhood. What are the obstacles that are in the way? What is the jeopardy? Stories are much more powerful if the outcome's uncertain. Will the baby in Aleppo survive? Will Gulnaz be freed? Can you show a resolution? Good or bad, if there's a way you can show a resolution, even if it's temporary, it helps to end the film. The baby in Aleppo survives. Gulnaz is pardoned. With NGO films, there often isn't a resolution. So your resolution becomes the action. What do you want people to do? Are they going to share this film? Are you going to ask them to donate? Once you've found the story that you want to tell, there are three things you should look for. Unfolding action. What are you going to see your characters doing? In this film, we had Hala collecting rubbish, Hala's brother collecting rubbish to show that they were so poor that the only way that they could make ends meet was to collect rubbish and sell it. In the Gulnaz film, it was a bit harder, and actually in refugee films, it's quite hard as well because there isn't much that people do. But in the Gulnaz film, it was also quite hard because she was in prison, and there wasn't many sequences you could film, so we looked outside the prison to see what we could film. We found her lawyer, and we followed her lawyer around. We found her family, what her family were doing to try and get her justice. Is there a character that we can relate to? All of us are human beings, and all of us share basic human traits, things that we long for, things that we need to survive. Hala's funny, she's strong, even when she's telling the story at the beginning of how her mother died, of the situation of her life, she's smiling, and there's something really powerful about that, I think. Is there a character whose personal experiences encapsulates the story? That's really important. In Hala, A Lost Generation, it was clear that she and her brother and her brothers and sisters had grown up far too soon. She was acting as the mother of the family at 11 years old. Her brother, who was 15 years old, was acting as the father of the family. How do we make an audience care? I think if you can care about one person, you can care about a cause. And the best way to get someone to care about another person is if you can relate to them. Why do we like people? We like people we can relate to. So we're looking for people who we can show longing with, loneliness, desire, resilience. Hala was very resilient. Humor. Hala was funny. You know, she took our tape and she put it on her mouth and pretended that she was her father, which was sad and funny at the same time. Weakness. Are there any weaknesses that you can show? Love is a great way to get people to relate to characters. Oh, sorry. This is Sarah and Mohammed, who I met in Dadaab refugee camp. They were a young couple who'd just had this baby, Samana, and Sarah and Mohammed had both been born in the camp, and they'd given birth to their daughter in the camp. And Sarah's daughter was third generation to live in this camp. Sarah's mother had come to the camp when she was very young. And this was a story about a protracted refugee situation and what to do about a protracted refugee situation. It was to raise awareness again. And we opened the film with a few shots and what the situation was, and then we went straight into Sarah and Mohammed's love story. And I'm just going to show you 30 seconds of how we opened their story.
This is where Sarah was born and raised. She has become a wife and a mother without ever stepping foot outside of the camp.
If you get someone you love, you can live a very special life. markii kow aan arkay waxaan niyadeyda kusoo dhacday maxay tahay qoftan waa qofta keliya mustaqbalka aad la wadaagi lahayd
wallaahi aniga hadda aniga keliya ahaan lahaa oo aniga intaaysan lahaa isagu walahan wallaahi say dhibaan ku jiri lahaa
I feel like even though their situation is so different from our situation, because you show a story of love, which we've all felt and all experienced in various different ways, it's an easy way to relate to them. Treatment. Treatments are really important for fundraising and pitching. They're also a really good way of formalizing your ideas and communicating your passion to a commissioner or to the person that you're trying to sell this story to. They map out how you're going to make the film. Often when I'm editing, I'll go back to the treatment to make sure that the message that I'm delivering is the right message. So you start with a synopsis. What is your top line? What is your story? Can you explain the story in one line? For the Gulnaz film, our top line was, filmed over 4 years. Gulnaz is an intimate portrait of an Afghan woman fighting for freedom after being imprisoned for moral crimes. The next section is the background. Your commissioners want to know that you know this story back to front. Read books, watch documentaries, get as much information about the story as you can. The next section is the bulk of the treatment, characters. Who will be in your film, and what are you going to see them doing? Talk to your characters before you write a treatment. Get an idea of what you're going to see them doing. Find out what they do from day to day. Make sure you can build something that shows their life rather than them just being interviewed and telling you their life. I made a film in Italy about a woman called Princess who had been trafficked from Nigeria, and she arrived in Italy in 1999 and she was made to work on the streets as a prostitute. And she managed to escape, and when she managed to escape, she set up a charity trying to help other women to get out of prostitution. She'd go to the boats that were arriving, and she tried to take women, tried to intercept women before the traffickers got to them. And before I made this documentary, I watched other documentaries around the topic, not necessarily about sex trafficking, but I watched a documentary called Dreamcatcher by a documentary filmmaker called Kim Longanitu. She's an incredible filmmaker and very inspiring filmmaker. And by watching that documentary, it gave me lots of ideas about how I was going to, the things that I could film with Princess, various different sequences that I could make. I think it's a really good way to inspire you before you start making the film. The length, how long is it going to be? Where is it going to be broadcast? Who do you want to see it? Picking your character. Picking that single person. Picking that single person that you can relate to. This is my favorite part of making a film. Going around, interviewing people, talking to people, trying to find that person that encapsulates the message that you want to tell. Is there someone that you can find that's living this crisis? Is there one person that can tell the story of many? Again, Hala, she could tell the story of a lost generation of children. Look for someone with a sense of humor. People respond to positivity in a film. You don't want your film to be really depressing. You don't want, well, these films are going to be depressing, but you want to find some lightness to your film, some sort of humor in your film. And you don't want a spokesperson. Often when I work with NGOs, I ask them to find a few people that I can interview when I arrive, to talk to see who I'm going to make the film about. And often they'll bring out the same person that they bring out to all journalists. Someone who's the face of the story, someone who's told their story a million times. But you don't want someone who's told their story a million times. You want someone whose story's still raw, someone who has possibly just arrived, someone who's at the start of their journey. For Hala, when we found Hala, it had taken us 4 days. We'd been introduced by UNHCR to various different people that they'd shown to other NGOs, and just didn't have the right, she just didn't have, none of them had the right feeling, none of them had the right story. We didn't feel like they were relatable enough or confident enough to be on camera. So we met a community leader, and the community leader told us about Hala and her family, and as soon as I met her, I knew that she was the person that we needed to make this film. This is Charlie. I made a film about surrogacy, and I had been looking for someone for about 3 years to tell the story of surrogacy. It's a very big topic. I wanted to do a story about transatlantic surrogacy, and I met a man on an anonymous blog called William, who was single, he was gay, and he wanted a baby. And he had paid $150,000 to have a baby, and he had met Charlie on Craigslist, and through a mediator, they had gone forward with having a baby. And when we met William, he was very straight, he was quite boring, he didn't have a lot of charisma, and I thought, well, I'm not sure this is going to make a film, I'm not sure, maybe he's got a great story to tell, he's like the person that sort of encapsulates the story that I'm looking for, but he's not very charismatic. It could be quite a flat story. And I happened to be in LA, and so I went to go and meet the surrogate, Charlie, and she was so full of life, and she was so funny, and she was so light, and she was the complete opposite to William. And actually their characters, him being very straight, very British, very normal compared to her being full of life, incredibly American, listening to rap music. He was listening to Mozart. They were just the complete opposite. And actually their characters together, when they interacted, made incredible drama. And we decided to make it a feature film. So your character, the characters are really, really important. The person that you're going to get to tell this story is really, really important. Sorry, I'm going to skip that. Shot list. Once you've found a character, you've got to start building a shot list. What are you going to film? How are you going to show this person's life? How are you going to represent them? It's a huge responsibility. Making a film for 5 minutes and trying to represent someone's whole life in that 5 minutes. In my films, I try to get as much observational footage as possible. Follow them around, keep the camera rolling. The moments that they forget that the camera's on are often the really, really golden moments, the moments where they're interacting with people. If you're doing an interview, press record as you're setting up the interview. Often they'll joke around or they'll be very relaxed, and then as soon as they start the interview, they become quite rigid to start off with, and I think it's a great way to show who they are. So work out what your character's going to do and what is relevant to the story. I think when you're doing observational footage, it's better not to have a tripod, so you're free to move around. You're free to just follow them in whatever they're doing. Cutaways are also important. I think they're, for me, often a backup if you don't get enough observational footage. But it is really good to have footage of your main character by themselves. Make sure you get lots of footage of them looking thoughtful or drinking a cup of tea or looking out of a window. Get them walking around. Movement is great. I use a lot of shots of walking in my films so that you are able to move from one place to another. Cinematography. The GVs. I think beautiful footage can make people want to watch your film. If you can open a film with really beautiful GVs, it's a great way to get people interested in what you're about to show them. GVs can set the scene. They can tell people, they can help tell the story, they can add texture. I think with GVs, you want to use a tripod. You want still, beautiful, wide shots. Often we open the film with a drone shot, or if you can't get a drone, before I go to a country, I look for hills. I try to look to see if there's a vantage point so I can see the city or the refugee camp or the countryside. Wherever I'm filming, it's good to start off with a beautiful opening shot. And then once you've got the beautiful opening shot, you want to come into the small details, the drop of water on the leaf, or the breath coming out of someone's mouth on a cold morning, or someone sweeping dust coming up. It's very atmospheric. It's really good at setting a scene. Time lapses are a great way of passing time, moving from day to night. I use a lot of time lapses. I think GVs are especially important when you're making a film about stories that have already happened, like refugees who have already fled. They're good to kind of, as they're telling the story, to try and get people to imagine what it had been like. Think creatively, reflection shots, shooting through windows, GoPros, a frame within a frame, objects to show depth of field. Tracking shots are a really nice way. Like I said earlier, movement is really good in a film. I think photography shows beautiful still images, and video, you've got to move around. The edit. Translate everything. Absolutely every single word, however irrelevant it is, however irrelevant people think it is, your translators think it is. Make sure you translate everything, because like I said earlier, there's moments when people think you're not watching that one comment to a friend or to a brother, or to you. Sometimes when they're talking to you, you can get really lovely moments. So make sure you translate every single word with your footage, not as you're going, but with your footage. I often like to film without a translator. People think that you're not able to understand them, so they relax a little bit, and then you come back and you get the translations back from the footage, and actually they're saying really, really interesting things. Shot list your footage. Start with a powerful opening. Openings are the most important thing. You need to hook your audience. You're saying what's happened. Where are we going with this story? I'm going to hold your hand and I'm going to lead you to that place. I'm going to show you a very quick opening of the film about Princess, the woman in Nigeria who was sex trafficked.
Vogliamo identificare o differenziare vittima di tratta. The girls trust the traffickers more than anyone.
Nami tell her say you can't just they do money.
100% vittima di tratta. You will not be a slave forever. We need to enter from the other side. You enter there because sometimes girls are there. Okay, you slow down. This is roadside. Then you watch. Hello, baby girls. My name is Princess. I'm a friend and a mother to all Benin girls in Africa. I'm Mama Africa.
Because for me, I'm blaming myself.
You don't need to blame yourself because regretting will not give you any solution. Before you didn't know the life you will come and do here. Did you know about that?
No, man, nobody knows.
Remind me of the suffering. Reminds me how the girls suffered in the streets. What it means to be a victim of trafficking. How I wish I can remove all of them from the streets.
So the power of music. Music is never an afterthought for me. Often I'll find the music before I start doing the edit. I look for music that's going to draw in emotion. I let the music dictate the pace and the rhythm of the film. Music makes you feel what you're watching. It's a really good way to get people to feel emotion. I'm going to show you a quick clip of a film I made just to show you an example of how we cut to music.
She basically knows she's dying a slow death and there's no one to help her. She decided to go home.
Lindsay goes to the village looking for Mariam.
People need to understand the plight of refugees and the fact that no one wants to leave their home and no one wants to be a refugee. This is something that is forced upon people.
How to get your film out there. I think there are two ways that you can look to getting your film out there. One way that I've found is really, really effective is collaboration. NGOs collaborating with broadcasters. I think NGOs have really good access to places that a lot of people don't have. And broadcasters have access to people. And if you can find that collaboration, you can make an amazing film with incredible access that reaches a really, really wide audience. And often it's good to use a production company as the middleman. Get a professional in. Get a production company to be the middleman between the broadcaster and the charity. The film about Gulnaz was originally funded by the EU. They'd asked me to make a film about women's rights in Afghanistan. And without the EU, I never would have got access to the prisons they gave me, because they paid for the justice system in Afghanistan. They gave me access to the prisons for 6 months. And that's really impossible to do in Afghanistan. And because we collaborated with a broadcaster, Channel 4, we were able to get it out to a really wide audience, which is why it made such a huge impact. Another way that I've heard that people have worked with NGOs and broadcasters collaborating is a friend of mine made a documentary about tuberculosis in Swaziland, and MSF had come to the production company that they knew had really good connections to broadcasters, and said, I'll pay for a pilot, so I'll pay for you to make a teaser film to show the broadcaster what stories we've got, and then you can get the broadcaster to pay for the rest of the film. And that's exactly what happened. And they managed to make a feature film in Swaziland about tuberculosis. And it was very successful. It won a lot of awards. Getting a celebrity involved is tricky, and sometimes it works really well and sometimes it doesn't. And with the Hala film, Angelina was brilliant because by her being in the film, CNN were interested in broadcasting it, but her being in the film didn't take away from Hala's story. She didn't dictate what the story was about. She was just used to get it to CNN. Obviously, social media is a brilliant way to get your film out there. Every film that we make is cut down to 30 seconds or a minute and then put on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram to try and get your films out further. Social change through storytelling. Social change through storytelling is really very, very simple. As I said earlier, you've done it 1,000 times without realizing. All we've done today is look at how to use these skills for a professional purpose. Like I said earlier, we tell stories all the time. We tell our children fairy tales to teach them lessons about the world. We tell our loved ones stories about our days. Stories are how we understand the world. Telling and sharing stories is hardwired in our DNA. If you want to change the world with a story, work out what you're trying to change. What is the lesson? What is the moral you're trying to show your audience? What is the injustice that needs solving? Is there an inequality? What is the problem? Do you want people to wear seatbelts? Do you want people to donate to your charity? Once you work out what that is, then you find your character. Keep your stories simple. Be clear about how you want your audience to feel and how you want them to respond. With fairy tales, you're teaching your children lessons. For NGO films, it's no different. You're teaching your audience lessons. Do you simply want the film to be shared so it's seen by lots of people? You're trying to make the point that this person in this film could be you. It could be your child, it could be your brother, it could be your sister, it could be your mother. Now imagine you wanted to make a campaign about women's rights in Afghanistan. You wanted to change the way that women were treated. You wanted to highlight the issue of moral crimes, of women being punished because of moral crimes in Afghanistan. You get access to a prison and you find a woman, Gulnaz. It's as simple as that. Stories are about people, and stories are powerful. Just a week ago, my husband was in Afghanistan, and he was there when the bomb went off at the airport. He'd been there, he'd left 2 hours earlier, and he'd been interviewing children who were British citizens, and they were trying to get into the compound. The next day, he went into the hospital, and he went to try and find the children to check that they were okay. And when he went to the hospital, he saw this little boy the same age as our son. And this little boy had shrapnel wounds in his stomach, and he went over and he went to go and ask what had happened. And it turned out that the boy was waiting in line to get on an evacuation flight. And just before the bomb went off, his mother went through, and then the bomb went off, and his father and his grandfather were killed instantly, and he was taken to the hospital. When my husband heard this story, he wrote this story. The doctors had said that the child had 40% chance of surviving. He wrote this story, it went to a national paper in England, and the mother of the child got in contact and said she'd been hurried onto the plane and she thought that her son and her husband and her grandfather were on the plane too. Someone in the Foreign Office read the story. They contacted some of the family members that were still in Afghanistan, and they contacted the Pakistan consulate, and they managed to get the boy to Pakistan, where he could be treated better. After his treatment in Pakistan, he was told he had an 80% chance of survival. The Foreign Office arranged for the boy to be flown to London so he could be reunited with his mother. That is the power of stories. That is the power of getting stories out there. They can make a change. Stories are about people, they're powerful, and they make change. Thank you.
Thank you, Clementine. We have a question that is online, which I'll ask you. Women are being deprived of their rights in Afghanistan. You have indeed accomplished a feat. Given the current situation in the country, do you plan to go there again and save the lives of thousands of such people with your creativity?
Yes, actually, I was due to fly out there the week that the Taliban took it, and yes, I do plan to go back. I wanted to wait and see how the situation is and how access to women were, and to see if we could continue a story that I was trying to do out there. But it's very hard. It's much harder now because obviously women are terrified. And it's much harder to tell the story of a woman safely in Afghanistan today. So yes, I do plan to go back, and I would like to make more films in Afghanistan, but not right this minute. I'm going to wait and see what happens with the Taliban, let the dust settle.
Any more questions from the audience? I have a question for you, Clementine. Regarding Hala and her family and Gulnaz, do you have an update on whatever happened to them? Can you share that with us?
So Gulnaz, after being released from prison, unfortunately was forced by the Ministry of Justice to marry her rapist. She ended up going into a women's shelter for a bit. She tried to get out of the country. She was offered asylum in lots of countries, but the Ministry of Women's Affairs wouldn't let her leave without a family member, and none of her family were willing to take her to Pakistan to get out. So she ended up marrying her rapist and having 3 more children with him. And I've been wanting to get in contact with her since the Taliban had taken over Afghanistan, but again, I'm waiting for the dust to settle. I don't want to draw any attention to her by sending anybody to the house. So I don't know what the situation is since the Taliban took over. With Hala and her family, after the film came out, they managed to get food rations, they managed to get water to their tent, they set up a literacy center in their settlement. Hala actually, unfortunately, ended up getting married a few years later, and she lives with her husband. The rest of the family have gone to Canada, and so they lived in the settlement for a couple of years longer, and then everyone other than Hala went to Canada. But yeah.
Any more questions? I actually have another question. I wonder, so for example, Hala and her family, what you've just described, so they were the lucky ones and got out, which is obviously part and parcel of your shooting that film, and perhaps having somebody like Angelina Jolie involved in the film. Does it affect you that one particular family out of all those thousands of others as refugees in that camp are probably still there or were there for many, many years, but it helped one family, but not many others, perhaps? Can you answer that?
Yeah, definitely. It's a problem that I think I have with a lot of films I make, drawing attention to one family. But actually, with the story of Hala, a lot of help was given to that whole settlement. All of the tents then had running water in there that was plumbed straight to their tents. Hala was an incredibly vulnerable family, and yes, she was taken to Canada because of the film, because nobody knew she was there, but had she have been on the UNHCR register before we made the film, she may also have made it to Canada, being a family of orphan children.
We have 2 more online questions, and these probably be the last questions. The first one is, how do you find the main character for your video? Do you find this story somewhere in the news? And how do you get permission for shooting, for example, like in the Aleppo maternity hospital?
So often with NGO films, people will come to us and they'll say, this is the message. And then we'll go to the NGO in the field and talk to their field workers and ask them to introduce us to people. And if we can't find a character through that, like with Hala, we'll go to people who work in the community. What was the other question? Oh, the Aleppo film I didn't do, that was Channel 4. A colleague of mine directed that. That wasn't my film. But that I know that the person that filmed that was a Syrian woman who lived in Aleppo, and actually she was the same woman that made the documentary for Sama, which was an incredible documentary following her life under siege. So she lived there. She was a local filmmaker. I know that Channel 4 had made contact with her. They'd given her some film training, and then she'd gone back and she'd made that documentary.
One final question. Social documentaries and reporting are great when politics are cut out. What advice would you give to eliminate bias, political overtones?
I think with a lot of NGO films, they often try to avoid that anyway, because they can't be political, because they have to have a relationship with the government. I think the way to avoid that is to tell stories of people, just tell the people's stories as unbiasedly as you possibly can. Let them tell your story. Don't talk about the politics. Often NGOs will have facts and statistics that you can add into the film to make it stronger.
Hi. I also have one question. Is this your first time in Kazakhstan?
In where?
Is this your first time in Kazakhstan?
Yeah, it's my first time in Kazakhstan.
Have you ever thought about shooting a similar documentary about Kazakhstan with a Kazakhstani character?
I'd love to. I've never had the option to, but I would love to.
Do you know any cases in Kazakhstan?
No, I haven't looked at any cases yet, but yeah, I'd love to. It's my first time here, and yeah, I'd love to do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Clementine. That was really a wonderful presentation and such moving footage. I think it probably touched us all. So thank you so much. And please stay in your seats. We'll be starting the next masterclass in a few minutes. See you then.
Is that?
Welcome back, everybody. This is now the third masterclass of the day. We are grateful to the Forum's social partner, Samruk Hazina Trust Social Development Foundation, for supporting these masterclasses. Please do remember that you can ask questions in the audience, and there are questions online in the chat box. And please remember to turn off your mobile phones. Our next masterclass is going to be presented by Salah Khalil. Salah is founding executive chairman of MCAT International, a company that develops academic content in the social sciences and humanities. MCAT is a world leader in critical thinking solutions that transform the way people learn, work, and live. MCAT offers professionals and learners worldwide a learning, assessment, and development ecosystem. This imparts the knowledge and skills that advance critical thinking with precision by placing them on a robust, evidence-based learning path. This builds a foundation on which other essential 21st century skills can be developed. Please welcome Salah in delivering this next masterclass on why critical thinking. Thank you, Salah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sue. The first thing to say is that critical thinking is quite a difficult subject because people talk about it all the time, but they really don't get into the details of what critical thinking is about, why it's important, how it could be helpful in personal lives, in professional lives, and elsewhere. So just before I start my presentation, I'd like to show you a short video that we prepared that gives a little bit of an indication of what critical thinking is about. Then I will go into the details of the presentation and walk you through what critical thinking is, why it's important, how it can be applied, how it can be assessed, how it can be taught, and what is the impact of doing all this. And maybe at the end, if we have some time, I will also talk about an example from the media, a story in the media, and also about an organization that I have helped create called Al-Fanar Media as well, which is a media organization that covers education news in the Arab world. So can we play the video, please? So I just press play.
Critical thinking is all about asking questions. The right questions. Questions that help you assess both the meaning and the significance of claims and arguments. Building these skills and applying them in your life makes it easier for you to assess evidence, evaluate arguments, and adapt your thinking so you stay switched on and engaged in different situations. Critical thinking involves stepping back from a situation to enable you to see all the angles before making judgments or taking decisions. It means identifying the key points, analyzing the sources of information, weighing up different types of evidence, just as a judge and jury would do in a court of law, and putting it all together into your own independent, thought-through point of view. One thing that it's very important to realize is that critical thinking isn't about being critical. And it's about much more than just finding flaws in other people's claims. By itself, that isn't enough to give you an edge. To be a true critical thinker means being creative, reflective, and adaptable, evaluating the evidence to decide for yourself what is accurate, what is relevant, and do I have sufficient information to take a decision on this topic? Thinking critically means taking a stand for yourself. It can be difficult not to be swayed by close family or friends' views on things, or certain beliefs that just feel right. But learning how to use these higher order thinking skills can help you to feel much more confident in your own opinions and conclusions. Critical thinking is also about a sense of discovery and excitement. Not only about learning, but evaluating arguments to see how they stand up, and filtering for yourself what resonates as right or wrong. By using these techniques, you'll find yourself becoming a clearer, better thinker. McCat, learn better, think smarter, aim higher.
Okay, thank you. So this is just a brief introduction to the topic of critical thinking, and now we'll go into the presentation. This first slide is basically about the importance of critical thinking. It steps aside and looks at the main meaning of critical thinking, which is, simply put, thinking about thinking. So evaluating your thought process, making sure that the thought process is clear, objective, free of bias, and free of cognitive biases, and is able to achieve what is intended to achieve, which is making wise choices on the personal level, on the professional level, and elsewhere. So if you look at it in general, it's basically helps you do two main functions. One is you are doing things in the right way, right? So whatever you're doing it right. But more deeper than this, it's about doing the right things. So it's actually stepping back and seeing, okay, I've done all this, but is this leading me to where I want to go? Is this doing what I had intended to do? Why is it important on a global scale? There's been a lot of studies released by Accenture, the World Economic Forum, OECD, PricewaterhouseCoopers. All these people are predicting a global skills crisis that is going to take place in 2030. This global skills crisis says basically, if we do not train 85 million people out of the global workforce, which is 3.7 billion people, if we don't train those 85 million people, the cost could exceed $8.5 trillion. We all know that the International Labour Organization and the World Bank has said that in the global workforce, there is almost 30% or 1 billion people that are in vulnerable employment. What does this mean? Well, this simply means that the crisis that's going to happen in 2030 is not going to be $8.5 trillion. It's not going to be 85 million people. It's going to be more like 600-700 million people and more like $50-60 trillion. Just to put this into perspective, the magnitude of this crisis will be equivalent to 9/11, the 2008 financial crisis, and the COVID-19. Now, what causes this crisis and why is this gap continue to increase between the skills that we have today and the skills that we will need in 2030? There are a number of forces, that actually make this happen. So the first one is globalization and its effect on employment. Now, we're all aware that globalization makes job competition more effective and more fierce than it used to be. If you're in a town and you're going to seek a job or look for a job, then your competition was within this town. But then with online and working remotely, that competition moved to a national level, perhaps a regional level, or even a global level. I mean, we have seen recently with COVID-19 that remote working has been a global phenomenon. So what this says, that globalization makes employability and the competitiveness of employability hard or larger, thereby requiring the need to skill and upskill to continue to keep that job or to continue to find a job. The second issue is demographic changes. And in demographic changes, we're looking at one generation is entering the labor force and one generation is exiting the labor force. This change was very slow 10 years ago. Now, with Generation X, Generation Y, Generation Z, and now Koreans, generations are coming into the workforce faster than before, and there is pressure on older generations to exit the workforce. What does this mean? This means if you want to keep your job and more people are coming into the workforce, well, you have to again remain competitive. That means there is a stronger need for skilling, upskilling, and reskilling. The third element is digital transformation. And this is really important because this is actually the most striking feature of the global skills crisis. In the past, most economies were powered by human intelligence. In the future, depending who you talk to, people will say that actually artificial intelligence might be the way forward, and will probably replace human intelligence totally. If you're talking about post-humanism or a strand of it called transhumanism, sees that human beings cannot be actually enhanced and will therefore, like any other species subject to extinction, will be replaced by machines. So there is a constant battle in the future between mind and machines. So essentially what we need to do, we need to be able to do things that machines cannot do or cannot do as well as we do. But if we continue to do things and invest in skills that are actually going to be replaced by artificial intelligence or machines, then our skills are going to decay, and this investment is a waste of money. So we need to invest in skills that are future-proof, or skills of the future. Just to take this further, it's not human intelligence only, it's not artificial intelligence only, but the new economy will be powered by augmented intelligence, which is a combination of human and artificial intelligence subject to context. In certain contexts, human intelligence will be more. In other contexts, artificial intelligence will be more. But the main goal for people who are interested to keep jobs, grow in their jobs, and get promoted is actually to hone in the skills that are going to work well in an economy that's powered by augmented intelligence. The fourth thing is COVID-19, which has done two things. One, it has increased the appeal of online activities dramatically. Students are studying online, people are shopping online, personal calls and family connections are happening online. So everything was actually done, almost everything was done online. And that has accelerated digital transformation. The other aspect of the digital transformation or COVID-19 is the fact that it actually put a lot of people out of work. Therefore, by putting a lot of people out of work, it has created the need for more skilling, upskilling, and reskilling as well. Finally, the on-demand economy. And by this, I mean that the future economy will be one where permanent jobs will not be a prominent feature of. So essentially, if you want to think about the future economy, you should be looking at a management consultant model, whereby a project is there, people join in that project, and once the project ends, people disperse. And there is a lot of work right now like this. I mean, when management consultants started out after World War II, there was one management consultant to every 60 or 70 managers. Today, there is one to every 13. So you can see that this is largely expanding, and you can also see that management consultants taking leading positions in blue chip companies. So the future is definitely geared towards this type of work. What does this mean? That means you have to, again, be very versatile. Today you could be working in a sector, then tomorrow working in another sector. Today you could be working on a problem, tomorrow you could be working on another problem. Therefore, this cognitive flexibility and resilience, you will be able to get a job a lot easier, but this requires also that you have the skills that allow you to do this. So again, requires skilling, upskilling, and reskilling. In short, this is not a gap that's closing, this is a gap that's widening. And the problem will continue to widen unless action is taken in investing in the right skills. Now, there is another reason for this, and if we look at the two main authorities in learning and in thinking, which is for learning, OECD, and for thinking, it is the World Economic Forum. If you look at the basic statistic, 40% of current worker skills are expected to change in the next 5 years. 40%. That's a really large number of change. If you look at the top 10 skills in 2025, according to the World Economic Forum, all the skills that are in blue are critical thinking skills. If you look at what OECD PISA, which is a report that measures all education systems around the world, if you look at this report, the title of it, Critical and Creative Thinking, in 2023. So there is a complete consensus in the professional world and in the education world that if you want to learn and if you want to think, you need critical thinking. Now, there's another challenge in both learning and thinking, because if we are competing with machines, we have to not only learn wide and deep, but also fast. So if you look at the learning paradigms that exist today, there are two learning paradigms. The first one is the Industrial Revolution paradigm. The education learning is based on a T model, where the upper side of the T are the different subjects, and the lower stem of the T is how deep you go into a subject. With this Industrial Revolution model, we are more and more focused on specialization. You get people, when they reach PhD, they're answering a simple question out of a huge topic. If you look at the knowledge economy and what it's driving us towards, is that you don't need to go so deep into one topic, you need to know very little about many topics. But if you look at the new economy, you will need to go wide, deep, and fast as well. And all those three are powered by critical thinking. Because if you don't get the width and depth, you will not be able to get the speed. The speed is meaningless. So that's, again, another reason why critical thinking is important. Not just because it's a global crisis that's going to happen in 2030, but also because all the leading authorities worldwide say that it is the skill to invest in because it's future-proof. It will not decay with time. This is extremely relevant, for example, for a country like Kazakhstan. If the crisis is almost $50–60 trillion worldwide, if Kazakhstan prepares its workforce and its educational institutions to train and assess these skills well and continuous, it could be ahead of the game. And hence, employability will be, unemployment will be negative if you can get to the right approach with this. Universities will be giving the workforce what they need, not what they think they need. It's actually giving them skills that are going to be used in work, that are going to help them make better choices, better decisions, and choose people in the right way, in recruitment, in decision making, and many of the other aspects that they use in work. We at MACAT, we have been working for the last 12 years with the University of Cambridge and many others to develop a proper definition of critical thinking, one that is skills-based. So the research basically looked at the literature and to see who has written what about critical thinking, what kind of research exists about critical thinking right now. And we found that the bulk of research on critical thinking comes from three disciplines. The first discipline is philosophy. The second is psychology, and the third one is education. Each of these disciplines have a different conception of critical thinking. Philosophy, for example, is focused on critical thinking in terms of perfections of thought, the perfect thinking, the best thinker, the ideal thinking situations. Psychology, on the other hand, is focused on actions and behaviors that critical thinkers do. Education is more focused on information processing, where you have a pyramid of information processing. At the bottom of the pyramid is regurgitating or just learning by rote, so repeating what you learn. And at the top of the pyramid is analytical comprehension. Although those three disciplines don't agree on the definition of critical thinking, they agree on one thing. And that thing is that critical thinking is a set of skills and dispositions or behaviors. So we worked with the University of Cambridge and did a study asking the top 50 professors in each of these disciplines worldwide to define critical thinking skills in details. And the end of the study, we came up with this model called PACER, which stands for 6 skills, including problem solving, analysis, creative thinking, interpretation, evaluation, and reasoning. Now, this was a big step for us because this is the most comprehensive framework of critical thinking that exists in the world today. We didn't stop at just identifying the 6 skills, but we went further. And we did a whole framework of these skills by identifying 4 sub-skills under each of the main 6 skills. So essentially you have a thinking toolbox of 24 sub-skills that you can use in sequence, that you can use in concert, so you can use 1 or 2 or 3 skills together, but you can use them in one sequence and then change the other sequence. So there is a multitude of ways this system can be used and applied. We then took this framework and we designed a process called test, teach, and track. And then with this process, we designed 3 products. Assessments. So this basically is a 1-hour online test that you take and you get a critical thinking profile. Then we put together a critical thinking library, which is made of analysis of seminal works in the humanities, arts, and social sciences. And the reason we made these analysis of these original books, because these are the books that are taught in the best universities worldwide. So Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Oxford, Cambridge. If you go study psychology, these are the books you would read. If you go study philosophy, these are the books you would read. But these books are very difficult. So instead of summarizing them, we analyzed them. And we did another study with the University of Cambridge that showed that by spending 8 hours or 1 day reading in the library, you improve your critical thinking skills by 12%. The library has Routledge on it, so it has the emblem of Routledge, which is Taylor and Francis, which is the most prestigious academic brand in humanities, arts, and social sciences. The library has been translated into Chinese with Shanghai Foreign Language Education Press, into Arabic with Akhbar al-Yom and the Library of Alexandria, and other language deals are happening right now. Additionally, we have signed large contracts with governments that are interested in helping large number of students. So for example, in Egypt, we've signed a contract to measure and develop the critical thinking of 1 million students in higher education. In Morocco, we've just signed another contract that will look to see us do the same thing with about 700,000 students in higher education. And the same in other countries in the Arab world, and the same with countries in Muslim majorities as well. We are starting a trial with King Abdulaziz University, which is ranked #1 in countries with Muslim majority universities. So we're doing a trial with them, and once that trial takes place, then obviously we're going to expand beyond that. Okay, sorry about the grimness of the topic, but I just wanted to give you a specific example about a story. So for example, if you look at the two issues that everyone was looking at when COVID started coming out, and who were the most vulnerable people. And the most vulnerable people were old people and people with pre-existing conditions. But this is the power of media, because media can present itself on three levels. Well, the first thing is then you can report facts. If someone dies, you report the fact. And one level, this fact could be the medical reason for their death. But there is another level which you can look at, which would be looking at the habits and behaviors that led this person to this position in the first place. Of course, you can't do much about age, but you can do a lot about staying healthy. There is a third level, which is even a deeper level than this, which is the societies that actually led to this behavior or promoted or developed these behaviors and these habits. So this is the power of critical thinking. It can actually go up, it can go down. So it can take what is on the surface, but it can actually help you go deeper to uncover the truth and open up layers of understanding and layers of information. It can help you in fast thinking, such as rally drivers, football players, fighter pilots, and it can help you in slow thinking, such as a judge and a court proceedings, or a parliamentary session on issuing a law, or a medical committee to decide on a vaccine release and policy. So it is actually a skill that is going to stay with us in the future, and the more we spend time with this skill, the better prepared we are for the new economy. I don't want to go into a lot more details because I know the subject is not really, you have a lot more interesting stuff going on here. I mean, the presentation or the master class before me was just, so heartwarming and it just really touches you in such a way. This is a very rigid topic, but it's really important as well, because a lot of the situations the world is in right now could have done with wiser choices. If people had the toolbox to think through things and the intentions to do things in the right way and do the right things as well, we wouldn't be in the position we are in today. I hope I didn't take too long and I didn't bore you with this, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Salah. We actually have 3 questions online, so I will ask them to you. The first question, you said that critical thinking can be taught, hence the question, does the quality of this training depend on mentality, cultural code? In other words, does the quality of critical thinking depend on what nationality a person is?
This is, I get this question all the time, by the way, but it's a very good question. No, actually, the short answer, this is not like IQ. IQ, you are born and you die with IQ. This critical thinking is actually something that works with brain plasticity. The mind, the plasticity of the mind. So the mind is the only muscle that the more you use it as you grow older, the better it becomes. So no, this is actually open to anyone at any level, and it's not, this is a good score, this is a bad score, this is where I am today, and this is how I can develop. If I don't score high, that means I've got all this opportunity to grow and develop and become better and earn more and have better relationships and so on and make wiser choices. So I would say that that's a no.
Another question, what is the importance of critical thinking in people of certain professions? For example, politicians, presidents, people who make many decisions every day that affect millions of destinies.
Another excellent question. Critical thinking is taught in one of two ways. There is domain agnostic critical thinking instruction, which means that it's multidisciplinary or across subjects. It's generic critical thinking teaching. So for example, you would be learning critical thinking across all the humanities and social sciences. And then there is subject-specific critical thinking. And that could start with a specific subject. So for example, we worked with the London School of Economics to develop a critical thinking course for economics. But then you can also do a critical thinking course for a sector like oil and gas. And then you can do a critical thinking course for a job like a mayor or, or a member of parliament or a governor. So you can do generic or you can do subject specific or you can do both. And obviously the more you do, this helps give you the generic gives you the width and depth of learning, and the subject-specific, makes the depth even stronger. So you can do both.
You had mentioned earlier, there is another question online, but before I go to that, you had mentioned earlier that in terms of it being job specific, presumably, as this is a media conference that we're attending, and there's lots of journalists probably in the room and listening online, that it can be job specific to journalists. And maybe you could just expand a little bit on that. And perhaps you had also mentioned that you have a company called Alphanar Media,
Sure.
that is a media company for education in the Arab world. And perhaps you could just tell us a little bit about that too.
Sure, thank you. So I was approached by a journalist in the US who used to work for the Chronicle of Higher Education. For those of you who know the Chronicle or don't know the Chronicle of Higher Education is a media organization that covers education news in the United States of America. Now, this person told me that there isn't such an organization that covers education news in the Arab world. And knowing that education is a really important topic wherever you go, whether it's in in the East or the West, I thought that that's really very strange that in the Arab world there isn't one specialized media organization. And I set out with a group of trustees in a charity, in a UK charity, to help set up an independent news organization in English and in Arabic to cover education news in the Arab region, which encompasses 22 countries. 10 years later, and after securing almost $8 million in funding, we now have a whole website with 3,000 stories in Arabic and in English, covering different aspects of education, from the quality of teaching, free education, online education, scholarships, research, all kinds of different topics. But what's the use of that? Well, the use of that is that this has opened a huge area for cooperation, for telling that there are actually islands of excellence in the Arab world, despite what's being said, but also for giving cautionary tales of things that started out looking really good and ended up to be a disaster. So these are lessons learned. So it has had a tremendous impact on making this contribution to an area that didn't have this information before, and now it's helping students in the Arab world find scholarship across the world. So we have a web resource we've created for Arab students that in one page they can find all the scholarships available to all Arab students. We also have done another web resource that shows parents, if you're sending your son or daughter to a university in the Arab world, is this university accredited? And by whom? And what does this accreditation look like? For refugees, for example, that have left their country and without any certification in certificates of education, we help them try to get the certificates so that they can continue their education and it doesn't get disrupted. So I think I'm extremely proud of what Al-Fanar has achieved, and it's not the end, because we've just moved from succession from an American who was leading this organization to an Egyptian now, who was in Reuters for 27 years, she's leading the organization right now, and she's taking it to the next level. So we've raised funds, we've had impact, and we've done succession, and now we're moving forward. Why was all this there? Well, there was a lot of critical thinking involved, let me tell you, and a lot of choices. Some of them were not so good, but they were documented, and we learned from them, and we moved on. And some of them were really good because we employed, you know, a proper thinking toolbox in making these decisions.
Thank you. The third question online is, what 5 skills do you recommend developing for our modern generation to win the competition with machines in the future?
Well, precisely the skills that we've just mentioned in the model. So the first one is problem solving. I have examples of how this applies, and I can give you examples if you just give me a second. Sorry. Yeah. So let's start with problem solving. Problem solving, or the ability to understand the nature of problems and using this understanding to generate solutions. One aspect of problem solving, and this is something that will resonate with in this conference, is asking productive questions. So you can ask a question, a yes-no question, and you're not really going to get any information. But if you ask a productive question, whether it's an open question or a leading question, you will end up getting a lot more details and a deeper understanding of the problem, and hence you can provide solutions. So the second one is analysis, or the ability to understand how an argument is built. There is no global warming, or there is global warming. The arguments could be stacked on one side, the arguments could be stacked on another side, and then you can make a decision. The arguments are structured in a way that you have to deconstruct them to understand what's behind and to be able to do that. And that's a very important aspect of analysis. The third one is creative thinking. And this is the drive of all human progress since the beginning of time. Innovation was the key for us to move from someone who could not light a fire to someone who sent people to planets. So this is really a very important skill to have, the ability to make connections between things that are not connected now and to create new value. And that's another skill that, definitely a skill that will stay in the future. The fourth skill is evaluation, the ability to explore strengths and weaknesses of an argument. And the fifth one is interpretation, the ability to look at meaning. And finally, reasoning, or the ability to produce arguments and perform research. There is one thing I'd just like to add again, other than all these specific skills, which are the 6 skills. Why are those skills important, and how do we actually get to use them? Well, if you look at the brain and how it's set up, the neocortex represents 50% of the brain, and it has 3 functions: memory, perception, and cognitive functions. Now, artificial intelligence has won the memory battle a long time ago with human intelligence. Then perception, you now see artificial intelligence doing facial recognition, you're doing smell, touch. So again, it's getting there. It's not there yet completely, but it's getting there. The third is cognitive functions, led by critical thinking, is an area that the brain will still continue to compete with machines, and it's still an area that human beings can actually use to sit on top of artificial intelligence and control it. And that is why these skills are really important.
I have a question for myself. Have you ever heard about 2 types of mindsets? So I've read a book by the Stanford psychologist. It's called Mindset, the Psychology of It. So she's saying that there are 2 types of mindset. One is the fixed mindset, and the other one is the growth mindset. So according to her theory, she's saying that people who accept their failure as a chance to do better, they have the growth mindset. The people who have the fixed mindset, they accept their failure as the end of the world, you know? So there are a lot of controversial reviews on this book. So I just want to know your opinion on this topic, because you're an expert on critical thinking. So they're kind of relatable, right? The critical thinking and the mindset.
Yeah.
They're all coming from one thing, so.
Yeah, continue.
Yeah, no, that was my question. What is your opinion on this theory of 2 mindsets?
Yeah, I think this professor has done great work, and other professors like her have also done, like the 6 thinking hats, but all this stuff needs to be scientifically proven and applicable. This is an applicable system. This is a system that you can actually try and use, and we can test and have psychometric analysis to prove that it actually works. So it's not just making claims. This is a system that actually works. Now, if you give me 2 mindsets or 5 hats, this gives you millions of approaches, because that's how the mind works, and that's how every mind works. Because we're only talking right now about how critical thinking can be used individually, but we haven't discussed collective critical thinking. That's a huge area, So I think anyone who tries to deal with this problem, I have a lot of respect for. But all I'm saying is, I don't like monocausal explanations. I like multi-causal explanation, and this is a multi-causal model. This is not a monocausal model. I hope I answered the question.
Are there any more questions in the audience? I think, Salah, you are going to leave us with a lot of food for thought. That was a fascinating delivery. Thank you so much. Please thank Salah. And the next masterclass will be taking place at 2 p.m. So we have an hour free at the moment. So if you're going for lunch, bon appétit. And please come back at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and we will continue this really interesting day. Thank you.
media platform in Eurasia. Variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan. The largest media platform in Eurasia. Variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
This is a sight I honestly thought I would never see. Scores of Taliban fighters, and just behind us, the U.S. Embassy compound.
There is obviously seismic news for people in Kabul to digest.
In times like these,
the key planks of America's policy here have really evaporated.
No U.S. network is more equipped to cover such a major story, quite like CNN.
What does the future look like to you now?
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ENG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ENG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ENG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ENG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ENG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
При покупках по картам Халык-Банк держите 5% бонусов. Оплачивайте картой или смартфоном и держите 5. Платите через QR и держите 5. И 5% бонусов за любой платеж в Халык Хоумбанк. А тратить бонусы вы можете везде. Картой в посттерминалах Халык-Банк. И, конечно, в приложении Халык Хоумбанк. 5% бонусов получайте на все. Тратьте везде. Халык Хоумбанк. Оплачивайте и держите 5.
Каждый день, вне зависимости от географии.
Времени суток.
И погоды.
Мы стараемся сделать жизнь людей лучше.
Безопаснее.
Светлее.
Неважно, в какой вы точке страны.
Мы сближаем.
Быстрее, чем вы думали.
Обеспечиваем жильем.
Энергией. Миллионы казахстанцев.
Потому что мы —
Фонд национального благосостояния.
At the junction of East and West, open dialogue in the heart of Eurasia. The largest media platform in Eurasia. Mainstream agendas and pressing issues, confronting views and heated discussions, weighty arguments and search for compromises, world-class experts and top-ranked speakers. Every year, the Eurasian Media Forum attracts worldwide attention and can be followed online from any point on the globe. The forum is in the headlines of over 150 media outlets, including CNN, International Herald Tribune, Euronews, Russia Today, and Itar Tars,
We are proud of what we did in Iraq. Absolutely proud of what we did.
Mr. Safarov is the head of a body deployed, I believe, in Moscow.
Who is your number one enemy, ISIS or Assad?
Both. Lies, slanders, misinformation, of course. But we get that from the mass media now.
We feel sometimes prisoner of it, right? Because you just look at the way we're using our cell phones and emails and the fact that we're reachable at any time now. I mean, do we control it as much as we think we can, or is it because it's addictive?
The world in 20 years will be so vastly different that we couldn't even imagine it in Hollywood.
The purpose of the operation was to stop ethnic cleansing. I did not say the purpose of the operation was to stop Russia's influence in the Balkans. I said that's one of the outcomes of the operation. That was never my intent. It was a Russian misconception. It was a Russian effort to continue to play the great game of geostrategy.
Of course, many people around the world won't understand.
The Paris Climate Accord is simply the latest example of Washington.
It's absolutely ridiculous. It's shocking that the leader of a country which has the highest scientific expertise has to make a statement which really goes back into the 15th century.
The decision of President Trump was political. He was playing to his political base on climate change.
Today, there's again talk of a Cold War.
Only way for us to have a secure future is for each side to explain itself better to the other and to the rest of the world.
I know personally, and I work.
I very much regret Mr. Gingrich leaving us.
The image of a country transcends crisis. It doesn't have to do with what is going on today. It has to do with what people perceive you as being throughout your history.
Of course, there was a major development that has to be considered a setback. It was Brexit.
If we lose the journalists, then it becomes not only a war, but a total chaos.
The Eurasian Media Forum also includes ad hoc press conferences, motivating meetings with keynote speakers, opportunities to discuss cooperation, unique masterclasses, and getting acquainted with the culture of Kazakhstan. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan. The largest media platform in Eurasia, variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan. The largest media platform in Eurasia, variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
This is a site I honestly thought I would never see. Scores of Taliban fighters, and just behind us, the U.S. Embassy compound.
There is obviously seismic news for people in Kabul to digest.
In times like these,
The key planks of America's policy here have really evaporated.
no U.S. network is more equipped to cover such a major story, quite like CNN.
What does the future look like to you now?
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ENG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ENG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ENG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ENG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ENG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
При покупках по картам Халык-Банк держите 5% бонусов. Оплачивайте картой или смартфоном и держите 5. Платите через QR и держите 5. И 5% бонусов за любой платеж в Халык Хоумбанк. А тратить бонусы вы можете везде. Картой в посттерминалах Халык-Банк. И, конечно, в приложении Халык Хоумбанк. 5% бонусов получайте на все. Тратьте везде. Халык Хоумбанк. Оплачивайте и держите 5.
Каждый день, вне зависимости от географии, времени суток и погоды.
Мы стараемся сделать жизнь людей лучше.
Безопаснее. Светлее.
Неважно, в какой вы точке страны.
Мы сближаем.
Быстрее, чем вы думали.
Обеспечиваем жильем.
Энергией. Миллионы казахстанцев.
Потому что мы —
Фонд национального благосостояния.
At the junction of East and West, open dialogue in the heart of Eurasia. The largest media platform in Eurasia. Mainstream agendas and pressing issues, confronting views and heated discussions, weighty arguments and search for compromises, world-class experts and top-ranked speakers. Every year, the Eurasian Media Forum attracts worldwide attention and can be followed online from any point on the globe. The forum is in the headlines of over 150 media outlets, including CNN, International Herald Tribune, Euronews, Russia Today, and Itan TASS.
We are proud of what we did in Iraq. Absolutely proud of what we did.
Mr. Safarov is the head of a body deployed, I believe, in Moscow.
Who is your number one enemy, ISIS or Assad?
Both. Lies, slanders, misinformation, of course. But we get that from the mass media now.
We feel sometimes prisoner of it, right? Because you just look at the way we're using our cell phones and emails and the fact that we're reachable at any time now. I mean, do we control it as much as we think we can, or is it because it's addictive?
The world in 20 years will be so vastly different that we couldn't even imagine it in Hollywood.
The purpose of the operation was to stop ethnic cleansing. I did not say the purpose of the operation was to stop Russia's influence in the Balkans. I said that's one of the outcomes of the operation. That was never my intent. It was a Russian misconception. It was a Russian effort to continue to play the great game of geostrategy.
Of course, many people around the world won't understand.
The Paris Climate Accord is simply the latest example of Washington. Is absolutely ridiculous. It's shocking that the leader of a country which has the highest scientific expertise has to make a statement which really goes back into the 15th century.
The decision of President Trump was political. He was playing to his political base on climate change.
Today, there's again talk of a Cold War.
Only way for us to have a secure future is for each side to explain itself better to the other and to the rest of the world.
I know personally, and I work.
I very much regret Mr. Gingrich leaving us.
The image of a country transcends crisis. It doesn't have to do with what is going on today. It has to do with what people perceive you as being throughout your history.
Of course, there was a major development that has to be considered a setback. It was Brexit.
If we lose the journalists, then it becomes not only a war, but a total chaos.
The Eurasian Media Forum also includes ad hoc press conferences, motivating meetings with keynote speakers, opportunities to discuss cooperation, unique masterclasses, and getting acquainted with the culture of Kazakhstan. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
The world is evolving rapidly, and the human need for resources is increasing every day. Metals and various energy sources are particularly important for our technological advancement. Eurasian Resources Group, ERG, provides the world with these materials. Our group is a leading high-carbon ferrochrome, copper, and cobalt producer, and one of the largest suppliers of iron ore, alumina, and aluminum in the CIS region. The group supports global initiatives to promote a green economy and develop alternative energy sources. ERG operates in 15 countries, with the majority of our production assets located in Kazakhstan. Today, ERG represents 1/3 of the mining and metals industry in Kazakhstan. ERG is the first and largest producer of alumina and high-grade primary aluminum in Kazakhstan. The company's electric power assets account for 17% of all electricity generated in the country. The key overseas markets are Europe, China, Russia, and Japan. ERG's Metal Coal RTR, a major copper and cobalt tailings reprocessing operation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is ramping up its Phase 2 of production. It is now the second largest standalone cobalt producer in the world, as well as a major supplier of copper. In Brazil, ERG's Bamin subsidiary, a large integrated iron ore mining and logistics project, has started commercial production of iron ore with the launch of its Pedra de Ferro mine in January 2021. ERG has also started the construction of Porto Sul, a deep-water port in Ilhéus, and has won the auction to complete and operate the first 537-kilometer stretch of the Fiol East-West Integration Railway. In this spirit, ERG is accomplishing its mission of responsibly unlocking the potential of the Earth and its people, ensuring the prosperity of those who rely on us.
This is a sight I honestly thought I would never see. Scores of Taliban fighters, and just behind us, the U.S. Embassy compound.
There is obviously seismic news for people in Kabul to digest.
In times like these,
The key planks of America's policy here have really evaporated.
No U.S. network is more equipped to cover such a major story, quite like CNN.
What does the future look like to you now?
The largest media platform in Eurasia. Variety of opinions. Confrontation of views. A quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ENG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ENG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ENG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ENG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ENG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Халық банк карталары арқылы сатып алған кезде 5% бонус алыңыз. Картамен немесе смартфон арқылы төлеп 5-тік алыңыз. QR арқылы төлеп 5-тік алыңыз. Және Халық Хоумбанк арқылы жүргізілген кез келген төлем үшін 5% бонус алыңыз. Ал бонустарды барлық жерде, картамен Халық банк пост терминалдарында, және әрине Халық Хоумбанк қосымшасында жұмсай аласыздар. 5% бонус. Барлығына алыңыздар. Бәрі жерде жұмсаңыздар. Халық Хоумбанк, төлеңіз және 5 алыңыз.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ENG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ENG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ENG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ENG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ENG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
При покупках по картам Халык-банк держите 5% бонусов. Оплачивайте картой или смартфоном и держите 5. Платите через QR и держите 5. И 5% бонусов за любой платеж в Халык Хоумбанк. А тратить бонусы вы можете везде. Картой в посттерминалах Халык-банк. И, конечно, в приложении Халык Хоумбанк. 5% бонусов получайте на все. Тратьте везде. Халык Хоумбанк. Оплачивайте и держите 5.
The largest media platform in Eurasia. Variety of opinions. Confrontation of views. A quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan. The largest media platform in Eurasia. Variety of opinions. Confrontation of views. A quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
This is a sight I honestly thought I would never see. Scores of Taliban fighters, and just behind us, the U.S. Embassy compound.
There is obviously seismic news for people in Kabul to digest.
In times like these,
The key planks of America's policy here have really evaporated.
no U.S. network is more equipped to cover such a major story, quite like CNN.
What does the future look like to you now?
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
При покупках по картам Халык-Банк держите 5% бонусов. Оплачивайте картой или смартфоном и держите 5. Платите через QR и держите 5. И 5% бонусов за любой платеж в Халык Хоумбанк. А тратить бонусы вы можете везде. Картой в посттерминалах Халык-Банк. И, конечно, в приложении Халык Хоумбанк. 5% бонусов получайте на все. Тратьте везде. Халык Хоумбанк. Оплачивайте и держите 5.
Каждый день, вне зависимости от географии. Времени суток. И погоды.
Мы стараемся сделать жизнь людей лучше.
Безопаснее. Светлее.
Неважно, в какой вы точке страны.
Мы сближаем.
Быстрее, чем вы думали.
Обеспечиваем жильем. Энергией. Миллионы казахстанцев.
Потому что мы —
Фонд национального благосостояния.
At the junction of East and West, open dialogue in the heart of Eurasia. The largest media platform in Eurasia. Mainstream agendas and pressing issues, confronting views and heated discussions, weighty arguments and search for compromises, world-class experts and top-ranked speakers. Every year, the Eurasian Media Forum attracts worldwide attention and can be followed online from any point on the globe. The forum is in the headlines of over 150 media outlets, including CNN, International Herald Tribune, Euronews, Russia Today, and Itar-Tas.
We are proud of what we did in Iraq. Absolutely proud of what we did.
Mr. Safarov is the head of a body deployed, I believe, in Moscow.
Who is your number one enemy, ISIS or Assad?
Both. Lies, slanders, misinformation, of course. But we get that from the mass media now.
We feel sometimes prisoner of it, right? Because you just look at the way we're using our cell phones and emails and the fact that we're reachable at any time now. I mean, do we control it as much as we think we can, or is it because it's addictive?
The world in 20 years will be so vastly different that we couldn't even imagine it in Hollywood.
The purpose of the operation was to stop ethnic cleansing. I did not say the purpose of the operation was to stop Russia's influence in the Balkans. I said that's one of the outcomes of the operation. That was never my intent. It was a Russian misconception. It was a Russian effort to continue to play the great game of geostrategy.
Of course, many people around the world won't understand.
Paris Climate Accord is simply the latest example of Washington.
It is absolutely ridiculous. It's shocking that the leader of a country which has the highest scientific expertise has to make a statement which really goes back into the 15th century.
The decision of President Trump was political. He was playing to his political base on climate change.
Today, there's again talk of a Cold War.
Only way for us to have a secure future is for each side to explain itself better to the other and to the rest of the world.
I know personally, and I work.
I very much regret Mr. Gingrich leaving us.
The image of a country transcends crisis. It doesn't have to do with what is going on today. It has to do with what people perceive you as being throughout your history.
Of course, there was a major development that has to be considered a setback. It was Brexit.
If we lose the journalists, then it becomes not only a war, but a total chaos.
The Eurasian Media Forum also includes ad hoc press conferences, motivating meetings with keynote speakers, opportunities to discuss cooperation, unique masterclasses, and getting acquainted with the culture of Kazakhstan. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
The world is evolving rapidly, and the human need for resources is increasing every day. Metals and various energy sources are particularly important for our technological advancement. Eurasian Resources Group, ERG, provides the world with these materials. Our group is a leading high-carbon ferrochrome, copper, and cobalt producer, and one of the largest suppliers of iron ore, alumina, and aluminum in the CIS region. The group supports global initiatives to promote a green economy and develop alternative energy sources. ERG operates in 15 countries, with the majority of our production assets located in Kazakhstan. Today, ERG represents 1/3 of the mining and metals industry in Kazakhstan. ERG is the first and largest producer of alumina and high-grade primary aluminum in Kazakhstan. The company's electric power assets account for 17% of all electricity generated in the country. The key overseas markets are Europe, China, Russia, and Japan. ERG's Metal Coal RTR, a major copper and cobalt tailings reprocessing operation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is ramping up its Phase 2 of production. It is now the second largest standalone cobalt producer in the world, as well as a major supplier of copper. In Brazil, ERG's Bamin subsidiary, a large integrated iron ore mining and logistics project, has started commercial production of iron ore with the launch of its Pedra de Ferro mine in January 2021. ERG has also started the construction of Porto Sul, a deep-water port in Ilhéus, and has won the auction to complete and operate the first 537-kilometer stretch of the Fiol East-West Integration Railway. In this spirit, ERG is accomplishing its mission of responsibly unlocking the potential of the Earth and its people, ensuring the prosperity of those who rely on us.
This is a site I honestly thought I would never see. Scores of Taliban fighters, and just behind us, the U.S. Embassy compound.
There is obviously seismic news for people in Kabul to digest.
In times like these,
the key planks of America's policy here have really evaporated.
No U.S. network is more equipped to cover such a major story, quite like CNN.
What does the future look like to you now?
The largest media platform in Eurasia, variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ENG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ENG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ENG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ENG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ENG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Халық банк карталары арқылы сатып алған кезде 5% бонус алыңыз. Картамен немесе смартфон арқылы төлеп 5-тік алыңыз. QR арқылы төлеп 5-тік алыңыз. Және Халық Хоум банк арқылы жүргізілген кез келген төлем үшін 5% бонус алыңыз. Ал бонустарды барлық жерде, картамен Халық банк пост терминалдарында және әрине Халық Хоум банк қосымшасында жұмсай аласыздар. 5% бонус. Барлығына алыңыздар. Бәрі жерде жұмсаңыздар. Халық Хоум банк төлеңіз және 5 алыңыз.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ENG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ENG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ENG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ENG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ENG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
При покупках по картам Халык-банк держите 5% бонусов. Оплачивайте картой или смартфоном и держите 5. Платите через QR и держите 5. И 5% бонусов за любой платеж в Халык Хоум банк. А тратить бонусы вы можете везде. Картой в посттерминалах Халык-банк. И, конечно, в приложении Халык Хоум банк. 5% бонусов получаете на все. Тратьте везде. Халык Хоум банк. Оплачивайте и держите 5.
The largest media platform in Eurasia, variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan. The largest media platform in Eurasia, variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
This is a site I honestly thought I would never see. Scores of Taliban fighters, and just behind us, the U.S. Embassy compound.
There is obviously seismic news for people in Kabul to digest.
In times like these,
the key planks of America's policy here have really evaporated.
No U.S. network is more equipped to cover such a major story, quite like CNN.
What does the future look like to you now?
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ENG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ENG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ENG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ENG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ENG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
При покупках по картам Халык Банк держите 5% бонусов. Оплачивайте картой или смартфоном и держите 5. Платите через QR и держите 5. И 5% бонусов за любой платеж в Халык Хоум Банк. А тратить бонусы вы можете везде. Картой в посттерминалах Халык Банк. И, конечно, в приложении Халык Хоум Банк. 5% бонусов получайте на все. Тратьте везде. Халык Хоум Банк. Оплачивайте и держите 5.
Каждый день, вне зависимости от географии. Времени суток. И погоды.
Мы стараемся сделать жизнь людей лучше.
Безопаснее.
Светлее.
Неважно, в какой вы точке страны.
Мы сближаем.
Быстрее, чем вы думали.
Обеспечиваем жильем. Энергией. Миллионы казахстанцев.
Потому что мы —
Фонд национального благосостояния.
At the junction of East and West, open dialogue in the heart of Eurasia. The largest media platform in Eurasia. Mainstream agendas and pressing issues, confronting views and heated discussions, weighty arguments and search for compromises, world-class experts and top-ranked speakers. Every year, the Eurasian Media Forum attracts worldwide attention and can be followed online from any point on the globe. The forum is in the headlines of over 150 media outlets, including CNN, International Herald Tribune, Euronews, Russia Today, and Itan Tass.
We are proud of what we did in Iraq. Absolutely proud of what we did.
Mr. Safarov is the head of a body deployed, I believe, in Moscow.
Who is your number one enemy, ISIS or Assad?
Both. Lies, slanders, misinformation, of course. But we get that from the mass media now.
We feel sometimes prisoner of it, right? Because you just look at the way we're using our cell phones and emails and the fact that we're reachable at any time now. I mean, do we control it as much as we think we can, or is it because it's addictive?
The world in 20 years will be so vastly different that we couldn't even imagine it in Hollywood.
The purpose of the operation was to stop ethnic cleansing. I did not say the purpose of the operation was to stop Russia's influence in the Balkans. I said that's one of the outcomes of the operation. That was never my intent. It was a Russian misconception. It was a Russian effort to continue to play the great game of geostrategy.
Of course, many people around the world won't understand.
The Paris Climate Accord is simply the latest example of Washington.
It's absolutely ridiculous. It's shocking that the leader of a country which has the highest scientific expertise has to make a statement which really goes back into the 15th century.
The decision of President Trump was political. He was playing to his political base on climate change.
Today, there's again talk of a Cold War.
Only way for us to have a secure future is for each side to explain itself better to the other and to the rest of the world.
I know personally, and I work.
I very much regret Mr. Gingrich leaving us.
The image of a country transcends crisis. It doesn't have to do with what is going on today. It has to do with what people perceive you as being throughout your history.
Of course, there was a major development that has to be considered a setback. It was Brexit.
If we lose the journalists, then it becomes not only a war, but a total chaos.
The Eurasian Media Forum also includes ad hoc press conferences, motivating meetings with keynote speakers, opportunities to discuss cooperation, unique masterclasses, and getting acquainted with the culture of Kazakhstan. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
The world is evolving rapidly, and the human need for resources is increasing every day. Metals and various energy sources are particularly important for our technological advancement. Eurasian Resources Group, ERG, provides the world with these materials. Our group is a leading high-carbon ferrochrome, copper, and cobalt producer, and one of the largest suppliers of iron ore, alumina, and aluminum in the CIS region. The group supports global initiatives to promote a green economy and develop alternative energy sources. ERG operates in 15 countries, with the majority of our production assets located in Kazakhstan. Today, ERG represents 1/3 of the mining and metals industry in Kazakhstan. ERG is the first and largest producer of alumina and high-grade primary aluminum in Kazakhstan. The company's electric power assets account for 17% of all electricity generated in the country. The key overseas markets are Europe, China, Russia, and Japan. ERG's Metal Coal RTR, a major copper and cobalt tailings reprocessing operation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is ramping up its Phase 2 of production. It is now the second largest standalone cobalt producer in the world, as well as a major supplier of copper. In Brazil, ERG's Bamin subsidiary, a large integrated iron ore mining and logistics project, has started commercial production of iron ore with the launch of its Pedra de Ferro mine in January 2021. ERG has also started the construction of Porto Sul, a deep-water port in Ilhéus, and has won the auction to complete and operate the first 537-kilometer stretch of the Fiol East-West Integration Railway. In this spirit, ERG is accomplishing its mission of responsibly unlocking the potential of the Earth and its people, ensuring the prosperity of those who rely on us.
This is a sight I honestly thought I would never see. Scores of Taliban fighters, and just behind us, the U.S. Embassy compound.
There is obviously seismic news for people in Kabul to digest.
In times like these,
The key planks of America's policy here have really evaporated.
No U.S. network is more equipped to cover such a major story, quite like CNN.
What does the future look like to you now?
The largest media platform in Eurasia, variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ENG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ENG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ENG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ENG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ENG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Халық банк карталар арқылы сатып алған кезде 5% бонус алыңыз. Картамен немесе смартфон арқылы төлеп 5-тік алыңыз. QR арқылы төлеп 5-тік алыңыз. Және Халық Хоум банк арқылы жүргізілген кез келген төлем үшін 5% бонус алыңыз. Ал бонустарды барлық жерде, картамен Халық банк пост терминалдарында және әрине Халық Хоум банк қосымшасында жұмсай аласыздар. 5% бонус. Барлығына алыңыздар. Бәрі жерде жұмсаңыздар. Халық Хоум банк төлеңіз және 5 алыңыз.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ENG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ENG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ENG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ENG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ENG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
При покупках по картам Халык-банк держите 5% бонусов. Оплачивайте картой или смартфоном и держите 5. Платите через QR и держите 5. И 5% бонусов за любой платеж в Халык Хоум Банк. А тратить бонусы вы можете везде. Картой в посттерминалах Халык-банк. И, конечно, в приложении Халык Хоум Банк. 5% бонусов получайте на все. Тратьте везде. Халык Хоум Банк. Оплачивайте и держите 5.
The largest media platform in Eurasia, variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan. The largest media platform in Eurasia, variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
This is a site I honestly thought I would never see. Scores of Taliban fighters, and just behind us, the U.S. Embassy compound.
There is obviously seismic news for people in Kabul to digest.
In times like these,
the key planks of America's policy here have really evaporated.
No U.S. network is more equipped to cover such a major story, quite like CNN.
What does the future look like to you now?
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ENG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ENG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ENG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ENG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ENG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
При покупках по картам Халык-Банк держите 5% бонусов. Оплачивайте картой или смартфоном и держите 5. Платите через QR и держите 5. И 5% бонусов за любой платеж в Халык Хоумбанк. А тратить бонусы вы можете везде. Картой в посттерминалах Халык-Банк. И, конечно, в приложении Халык Хоумбанк. 5% бонусов получайте на все. Тратьте везде. Халык Хоумбанк. Оплачивайте и держите 5.
Каждый день, вне зависимости от географии, времени суток и погоды.
Мы стараемся сделать жизнь людей лучше.
Безопаснее. Светлее.
Неважно, в какой вы точке страны.
Мы сближаем.
Быстрее, чем вы думали.
Обеспечиваем жильем. Энергией. Миллионы казахстанцев.
Потому что мы —
Фонд национального благосостояния.
At the junction of East and West, open dialogue in the heart of Eurasia. The largest media platform in Eurasia. Mainstream agendas and pressing issues, confronting views and heated discussions, weighty arguments and search for compromises, world-class experts and top-ranked speakers. Every year, the Eurasian Media Forum attracts worldwide attention and can be followed online from any point on the globe. The forum is in the headlines of over 150 media outlets, including CNN, International Herald Tribune, Euronews, Russia Today, and Itar Tars.
We are proud of what we did in Iraq. Absolutely proud of what we did.
Mr. Safarov is the head of a body deployed, I believe, in Moscow.
Who is your number one enemy, ISIS or Assad?
Both. Lies, slanders, misinformation, of course. But we get that from the mass media now.
We feel sometimes prisoner of it, right? Because you just look at the way we're using our cell phones and emails and the fact that we're reachable at any time now. I mean, do we control it as much as we think we can, or is it because it's addictive?
The world in 20 years will be so vastly different that we couldn't even imagine it in Hollywood.
The purpose of the operation was to stop ethnic cleansing. I did not say the purpose of the operation was to stop Russia's influence in the Balkans. I said that's one of the outcomes of the operation. That was never my intent. It was a Russian misconception. It was a Russian effort to continue to play the great game of geostrategy.
Of course, many people around the world won't understand.
The Paris Climate Accord is simply the latest example of Washington.
It's absolutely ridiculous. It's shocking that the leader of a country which has the highest scientific expertise has to make a statement which really goes back into the 15th century.
The decision of President Trump was political. He was playing to his political base on climate change.
Today, there's again talk of a Cold War.
Only way for us to have a secure future is for each side to explain itself better to the other and to the rest of the world.
I know personally, and I work.
I very much regret Mr. Gingrich leaving us.
The image of a country transcends crisis. It doesn't have to do with what is going on today. It has to do with what people perceive you as being throughout your history.
Of course, there was a major development that has to be considered a setback. It was Brexit.
If we lose the journalists, then it becomes not only a war, but a total chaos.
The Eurasian Media Forum also includes ad hoc press conferences, motivating meetings with keynote speakers, opportunities to discuss cooperation, unique masterclasses, and getting acquainted with the culture of Kazakhstan. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
The world is evolving rapidly, and the human need for resources is increasing every day. Metals and various energy sources are particularly important for our technological advancement. Eurasian Resources Group, ERG, provides the world with these materials. Our group is a leading high-carbon ferrochrome, copper, and cobalt producer, and one of the largest suppliers of iron ore, alumina, and aluminum in the CIS region. The group supports global initiatives to promote a green economy and develop alternative energy sources. ERG operates in 15 countries, with the majority of our production assets located in Kazakhstan. Today, ERG represents 1/3 of the mining and metals industry in Kazakhstan. ERG is the first and largest producer of alumina and high-grade primary aluminum in Kazakhstan. The company's electric power assets account for 17% of all electricity generated in the country. The key overseas markets are Europe, China, Russia, and Japan. ERG's Metal Coal RTR, a major copper and cobalt tailings reprocessing operation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is ramping up its Phase 2 of production. It is now the second largest standalone cobalt producer in the world, as well as a major supplier of copper. In Brazil, ERG's Bamin subsidiary, a large integrated iron ore mining and logistics project, has started commercial production of iron ore with the launch of its Pedra de Ferro mine in January 2021. ERG has also started the construction of Porto Sul.
Has she put it on the English translation for him so he just turns it on? Yeah. Okay, cool. Great. So it's on the right channel for you.
So if we're having questions in Russia online, I will be translating it and she will be reading it.
But if there's a Russian question from the audience, then you need this.
Okay.
But I will ask you anything online in English because she's going to translate it.
Don't worry, that is better.
Is there a write-up for what I'm supposed to talk about?
Is there a what?
Write-up.
A write-up?
A sort of summary. What did we say?
We normally do a summary, and then there's also kind of interviews outside that people will
Okay.
Probably pounce on you when you come out.
But it's a sort of a book thing and all that.
I don't think we do a book as such. I think there is a report.
Okay.
I will double check for you on that. I'm not really familiar with that.
Okay, no problem.
Do you know if there's a report that they maybe used to do a report? I'm not sure.
Have I got time to go to the bathroom? Oh, it's
yeah,
2.
of course.
You're
You want
running
to
a
go
bit
quick?
behind.
Do you want to?
Just in case, yeah.
Okay.
People like that.
No, go to the bottom. It's fine.
Classes today. I'd like to welcome you back for this wonderful masterclass that we're going to hear from. Do remember that you can ask questions from the audience, but also there are questions online in the chat box. So we look forward to that later. Please turn off your mobile phones. Andrew Keen is a British-American entrepreneur and author. He is particularly known for his view that the current internet culture and the Web 2.0 trend may be debasing culture. Named as one of the 100 Most Connected Men by GQ magazine, Andrew Keen is amongst the world's best-known and controversial commentators on the digital revolution. He has written 5 books, including the best-selling Cult of the Amateur, The Internet is Not the Answer, and How to Fix the Future. He directed and wrote the 2020 movie How to Fix Democracy and is the host of the popular podcast show Keen on Capitalism. Please join me in welcoming Andrew, who will deliver this masterclass, How to Fix the Future. Over to you, Andrew.
Thank you so much, Sue, and it's nice to be here. It's nice to be in Kazakhstan and in Nur Sultan. I've been here now a day. I've spent my time walking around, taking in the visual delights of a city which is quite literally building the future. I'm not here to talk about Kazakhstan, or for that matter, Nur Sultan, but it does offer us a couple of signposts, metaphors, ideas about the future. The first is, of course, that the future is inevitable, unavoidable. Fixing it has been the business of humanity ever since we set foot, or we began our history as a species. I think probably some of the earliest examples of fixing the future took place on the plains of Kazakhstan in military, bureaucratic, political, or economic terms. And of course, Nur Sultan is an example of a place which has quite literally been inventing and reinventing itself throughout history. I was just reading this booklet. I didn't realize that it had a name even before Astana. It was an important city before it was renamed Nur Sultan in 1991. It was known as Astana. So building the future is all around us in Nur Sultan. It's unavoidable. You walk around the city, and it's a city of cranes, a city of building. It's a city in the business of inventing and reinventing itself in architectural terms, in political, cultural, economic terms. As I said, it's not my expertise, so it's not for me to comment on how to fix the future of Nur Sultan or Kazakhstan, but it does offer us, as I said, a lesson in that futures are always being built. They're always around us, and we as a species have always been in the business of, on the one hand, believing in futures, secondly, often being the casualties of those failed futures, and thirdly, we always get given the responsibility for fixing the future. The great spectacles of fixing the future, as I said, is familiar to the people of Kazakhstan. You were part of the old Soviet Union, and their attempt to fix the future in the 20th century is probably amongst the greatest catastrophes in history, certainly a self-evident failure to fix the future. My background is different. I'm not in the Soviet bureaucracy. I'm not in building, at least in physical building terms. As Sue said in the introduction, I come from Silicon Valley, many thousands of miles away on the west coast of the United States. That little valley, that little piece of land, 100 miles really, that links the Northern Californian cities of San Jose and San Francisco. It's out of Silicon Valley, of course, that the digital revolution has been born. It's out of Silicon Valley that the digital revolution has both succeeded and failed. And I'm here to talk about, particular, I think, the failure of the Silicon Valley revolution. By the way, I forgot to put my timer on. I know there's a large, or I hope a large, online audience. Anyone with questions should put them up. And people in the audience, if you have questions, let me know. And I'm always happy to stop, because sometimes I say a lot. And if you have something urgent to say, let me know, and I can stop and address your question. As I said, I'm from Silicon Valley. I'm an entrepreneur, startup entrepreneur, and also, as Sue said, a journalist and a writer, a critic of Silicon Valley. But like so many people of Silicon Valley, I wear many hats at the same time. It's one of the great delights of being in Silicon Valley. I wouldn't swap it for anything, even though I'm a critic. It's a fun place to be because it is indeed the future. Just as Nur Sultan is the future of Kazakhstan, Silicon Valley is the future of the world. Only that future is more abstract. It's more virtual. It's the future of Facebook, the future of Google, the future of Apple, and indeed on the West Coast, the future of Amazon. Above all else, it's the future of the internet, that network of networks, that digital network that has been reshaping the world over the last 40 or 50 years. The thing that is perhaps defining the future more than anything else. Now, back in the middle of the 1990s, I believed in the future. I believed in the future. I had faith in the future. Problem, of course, all too often with people who have faith in the future is that they replace religion with the future. So that faith is often more a kind of belief than anything built on reason or fact. I think I probably saw the future in quasi-religious terms in the middle of the 1990s, like so many other people who happened to find themselves in San Francisco in the mid-1990s. I was an academic, a journalist, I was interested in music, I was interested in technology. We all collectively discovered the internet in the mid-1990s and were thrilled, seduced by it. In fact, I wanted to call my first book The Great Seduction. The internet was a kind of seduction, particularly 25 years ago, when no one knew very much about it, when very few people were online, when it was all potential and no actuality, when people like myself and many other writers were presenting it as the future. We believed in the future back in '99, or back in the mid-90s, or even in the early part of the 1990s. We believed in the internet, I think, for one core reason. We believed that the digital revolution would enable what I would call agency with human beings. It would empower human beings. Agency is a really important word. It's the core word in my book, How to Fix the Future, the book that this speech is based on. Agency is key. Agency in human beings means mastering the world around them. It's clear that somebody has agency in Nur Sultan. Someone is managing the cranes, the building, those sky rises that are going up all around us. Agency is, of course, the core of human history. It's the thing we strive towards. It's a great seduction. All too often it doesn't really work out. But most, if not all, of the great revolutions throughout human history have been articulated in terms of agency. The monotheistic faiths in intellectual terms are built around the concept of agency. The Soviet Union, as a revolutionary being, a failed revolutionary experiment, was built on agency. The idea that the technology of capitalism, of the Industrial Revolution, would free the international working class and enable a kind of utopia on Earth. As I said, for you people in Kazakhstan, you don't need me to tell you that that was garbage. And the reverse actually happened. Rather than freeing people, it enslaved people. The digital revolution, in many ways, in terms of its iconography, in terms of its ideology, in terms of the way it looked at the world, was very similar both to the great monotheistic faiths and the revolutionary movements of liberalism and communism in the 19th and 20th century. It promised agency in a number of different ways. It promised everyone the opportunity to realize themselves in intellectual terms. Suddenly, information would be free. We would all become masters of our world because everything could be accessed through these kinds of devices. Now, of course, this little thing that we all carry around in our pockets. I have an iPhone. Most of you have either an iPhone or some other similar device. Essentially, 30 years ago, a supercomputer like this would have barely fit in a room or indeed a building like this. We all carry these devices around. As I said, in the mid-90s, they didn't exist. But we had laptops back then, or we had desktops, and it was based on the same principle, that we would have access to all the information in the world. It would make us wise, and that wisdom would benefit humanity. It would make us wise because all the information in the world was at our fingertips as we access the network. It would empower us. The second area of agency, which is key, is that it would make all of us into entrepreneurs. Suddenly, the platform, the internet, would, to use a very overused Silicon Valley term, disrupt the world. Every industry, we understood this back in the mid-90s, even if it wasn't self-evident to most people outside San Francisco, every industry was about to be revolutionized, from education to finance to government to media, of course, which was the first industry revolutionized by the digital revolution. Every industry was about to be profoundly changed, and the old establishment, the old world, was about to be profoundly disrupted. It gave everyone the opportunity to shape their world. Everyone could have economic agency. As another area of agency that this technology promised, that the digital revolution was supposed to deliver in an almost religious tone, the ideal of transparency. The world, of course, ever since the beginning of history, has always existed in a tension between transparency and privacy, between what we see and what we don't see. Many of the people in Silicon Valley believe that what we don't see, that darkness, the darkness that philosophers throughout the ages, from Plato onwards in his metaphor of the cave, suggested that we want light, that everything should be known, that transparency was a good thing, that transparency would enable agency because we'd know everything. We'd know what everyone else was doing and thinking. It was a kind of idealism, a utopianism, really. But it was there, at least in seed form, in the middle of the 1990s. Transparency enabled agency. It empowers us. If we know everything that's going on in the world, we can master that world better. Transparency, economic, entrepreneurial opportunity, media freedom, access to information. Agency, then, was the goal. Agency was the thing that was supposed to ennoble the digital revolution. Now, of course, we were all in it to make money as well, and none of us were doing this for free, even though the ideology of free was being peddled by some of the most brazen pioneers of the revolution, people like Larry Lessig from Harvard University and Chris Anderson, the former editor of Wired magazine, who even wrote a book called Free. But we wanted the money, we wanted the fame, but it was a lot of fun too back in the middle of the 90s. No one had heard of Facebook. This was pre-Google. This was pre-Steve Jobs' Apple. So everything was up for grabs. Back in the middle of the 90s, Web 1.0, as we think of it now, the only thing that was really interesting back then in terms of today was Amazon. But even then, it was an online bookstore. No one could have imagined that it would become the everything store, a $2 or $3 trillion company that not only dominates commerce, but much of the rest of the world. So we've had the revolution then for 25 years, let's say, since the mid-90s, since I founded my first company, Audio Cafe. What do we think of it? At first, of course, everyone believed in digital. At first, there were very few skeptics. I was an early skeptic. I know on Friday, Jaron Lanier will also be speaking. He's a friend of mine, a Bay Area neighbor. We both used to live in Berkeley. He was also an early skeptic. Most people believed in the revolution. They assumed in the level playing field of the digital revolution. They assumed that information would make us wiser, more tolerant, more sympathetic. And they, of course, assumed that the more that was seen, the more sunlight, or at least digital sunlight, the more transparency there was in the world, the better it would be for everyone. So 25 years later, how do we feel? I can guarantee you that most of the people listening to this are at best ambivalent. Most of you are saying, yeah, sure, it's great. We have these supercomputers, we carry them around in our pocket, we can go and buy anything we want at any time. We can communicate with our grandmas or our friends or our boyfriends or our girlfriends or our lovers anywhere in the world. We can play games. We can access any newspaper. We can look up anything on Wikipedia. We can go to Google. We can buy anything on Amazon. And all those things are true. I'm not here as some dumb Luddite telling you that everything about the digital revolution is a bad thing. I'm a critic, but I'm as dependent as anyone on this thing. I couldn't exist without email. I couldn't exist without e-commerce. I couldn't exist without text messaging. So let's be clear that those things in themselves are not catastrophes. But let's go back to the A word. Let's go back to the issue of agency. Has this revolution enabled agency? And I think my conclusion over the last 15 years of writing, beginning in 2007 with my book Cult of the Amateur, in 2011 with my book The Internet's Not the Answer, and in my 2011 book Digital Vertigo, my 2015 book The Internet's Not the Answer, and my 2018 book How to Fix the Future, my conclusion is it hasn't. In overall terms, the internet has created agency for some, a tiny elite of multi-billionaires and empowered technologists, perhaps like myself. But overall, the internet has not enabled agency. Let me explain why. Let's go back to those. Let me just check the time. Is there any questions? No? So far, so good, right? Let's go back to those three things that I talked about. Information, transparency, and a level playing field. Or perhaps we'll start with the level playing field first, because it's so obvious. And it's not a moral issue. Much of what I'm arguing isn't a moral issue. Back in the middle of the 90s, it was assumed that the level playing field, the idea that everyone could start a business. I started a business called Audio Cafe, which acquired venture capital backing quite quickly, that anyone could start a business. All you needed was a URL. And to some extent, that's still true. You can become an app developer. You can start a company. You can build a company around an app. But the reality of the digital marketplace, and this, as I said, isn't a moral issue, it's simply a consequence of the law of nature, is that it's emerged as a winner-take-all economy. We have now 3 or 4 multi-trillion-dollar companies. I was just reading about Facebook this morning. I hadn't realized that it's become a trillion-dollar company, but it has. Apple, which came out yesterday, Tuesday in the United States, with the Apple 13 smartphone, is on its way to becoming a $3 trillion company. Amazon is a $2 trillion company. Google is about a $2 trillion company also. What we're seeing is enormous manifestations of economies of scale in which there's less and less competition. This, then, is a revolution that lends itself not to democracy, not to economic democracy, not to inequality of opportunity, but actually a profound inequality of opportunity. If you want to think of it in political terms, think of the Soviet Revolution at the beginning of the 20th century. Lenin, in articulating the ideal of Bolshevism, suggested that the future of the world lay with small organizations and, at least in metaphorical terms, small men like himself. 50 years later, the Bolsheviks had established themselves as political monopolists, and similar parties around the world had done the same thing. And indeed, the Soviet Union had become an increasingly monolithic organization. We have the same thing happening in the digital space. Now, there's no equivalent of Lenin or of the Soviet Union, but Facebook and Google and Amazon and Apple are all hardcore monopolists, intolerant of competition. And it's increasingly hard to compete in this space. So rather than creating economic agency and equality of opportunity, rather than creating a level digital playing field where the old economy, the old commanding heights of the economy could be disrupted, the reverse is true. Economic agency then hasn't been created. And increasingly, we're seeing a digital economy controlled by a tiny group of companies, enormously valuable. In fact, more valuable, more economically powerful, with more reaches around the world than any other companies in history. A similar phenomenon has happened in China as well. And what's interesting in terms of smaller countries like Kazakhstan, which weren't in on the digital revolution from the beginning, is you're all prisoners of these companies. The same is true in the European Union, which is more advanced in economic terms, in terms of competing on the digital playing field. But the Europeans haven't developed any companies either. And certainly, I don't think there are any indigenous companies, digital companies in Kazakhstan, search engine companies, e-commerce companies, builders of smart devices, which are able to compete with these giant American behemoths. So in terms of agency, in terms of economic agency, the digital revolution has been a failure. It's also been a failure in terms of the information. Now, of course, we all have these devices. We can all go to Google. We can all go online. We can all look up stuff on Wikipedia. And for some of us, a few of us, a minority, unfortunately, the digital revolution has made us quite wise. But the reality, and I argued this in my book, in my book, Cult of the Amateur, is one of the unintended casualties of the digital revolution are professional journalists, are the people who stand between users and facts. We've had, for various complicated reasons, and you might read my book, Cult of the Amateur, if you want to learn more about this, we've had the undermining of truth in the digital revolution over the last 25 years. You've all read, of course, of Donald Trump and his denial of the truth of the last election in the United States. You see similar authoritarian figures, similarly delusional figures like Trump all over the world, on every website, on every chat room, essentially denying science, denying truth. Because what the digital revolution has done is disintermediated the expert. As I said, I called this phenomenon, which many people greeted as a good thing, as the cult of the amateur. What the digital revolution has done has fetishized ignorance, fetishized people who don't know what they're talking about, and leveled the playing field in terms of information. What we have now is ontological chaos, anarchy, where nothing is believed and nothing is true. So as a consequence, agency, the idea that we could master our world because people would agree about facts, that there'd be a collective agreement on the truth of the world, is, if anything, even less true in 2021 than it was in 1991, or indeed 1891, or 1091. The internet has undermined expertise, and as a consequence, it's undermined the very foundations of Enlightenment civilization, of a faith in science, in truth, in the undeniable credibility of the fact. So agency's been undermined there too. At the moment, the digital revolution is 0 for 2. It hasn't failed in economic democracy, and it's screwed up when it's come to knowledge, to truth, to epistemology. What about the third area, transparency? And I think here it's screwed up more than anything else. As I said, there was a certain cult of transparency The idea that the more it was seen, the better for the world, that the internet as a digital network would enable nothing to be hidden. Everything would be revealed. And in a sense, of course, sunlight, metaphorical sunlight, is a good thing. No one wants states with enormous secrets. No one wants states that, that no one knows anything about. We've had many books on that kind of nightmare, from 1984 to Brave New World, outlining that dystopia. But the problem, and here is the real tragedy, I think, of the digital revolution. The problem is that the business model of Silicon Valley screwed up. Beginning from about 2000, with what we call now the Web 2.0 revolution, platforms like Facebook and YouTube and Google gave away their products for free on the line. Everything was free. And it seemed too good to be true. After all, in the old world, we paid for our devices. We paid for our drinks. We paid for our clothes. So what was it about the digital revolution that made everything free? We could use Google for free. We could use Facebook for free. We could use YouTube for free. How were they able to make money when they gave out their product for free? Here is the great tragedy, the biggest tragedy of all of the digital revolution, is they were transforming all of us into products. They were making us, the users of their platforms, into the very product that they would know more and more about, so that they would sell us our habits, our desires, our activities, what we do, what we think, what we will think, what we have thought, to advertisers. The radical transparency then of the Web 2.0 revolution, the radical transparency of the internet, in the sense of when we use these devices, we reveal everything about ourselves to the platforms that we use these devices on, has created a radically transparent world that some people call surveillance capitalism, but actually I think is even worse than surveillance capitalism. It conforms to a true dystopia, where nothing is hidden, where everything about us is revealed, and we have become the unwilling product. Surveillance then has failed. And above all else, there's a fourth thing as well, where this digital revolution has failed more than anything else, which somehow is the meta theme in all this. These devices that were supposed to be freeing, they were supposed to empower us. These devices have become masters of us. Just as Facebook and Google and YouTube control us because they know our habits and they sell us, they package us up to their advertisers. So these little devices, which aren't, of course, people, they don't have a will of their own, they don't have agency, although one day they will, because with artificial intelligence, they will increasingly come to rival our intelligence. These devices are mastering us. They're controlling us. They're, to use a controversial term, they're enslaving us. We have become addicted to these devices. Not all of us, but more and more of us. Walking around the streets of Nur-Sultan is no different from walking around the streets of London or San Francisco or New York or Berlin or Nairobi or Singapore or Beijing. Everyone is doing the same thing. They are addicted to these devices. These devices are increasingly controlling them. And more psychiatrists, for example, the New York University, the very distinguished psychiatrist Jonathan Alter has written books about it. More and more medical figures are coming out with studies saying, we're addicted to these things. They control us. They're undermining our agency. Addiction, then, is the end product. We have become more addicted to these things than we have to alcohol or illegal drugs or fast food or, amazingly enough, because I didn't think that could ever happen, television. Although in reality, these small devices and the old concept of television have merged. So these are increasingly smarter and smarter versions of television, more interactive. So what are we going to do about it? How are we going to fight back? How are we going to fix the future? Because we've done it many times in history, remember. There's nothing inevitable about becoming subjects of these devices. We have to fight back. And of course, we need to do it now because these devices are becoming ever increasingly intelligent. And with the economic progress of artificial intelligence, smart technology is replacing us. It's replacing us at work. It's replacing us in professional life. So this crisis is not just a cultural one, not just an economic one, not just a political one. It's an existential one. It's an existential crisis of our species. Some people believe that these things are our last invention. After this, we will become enslaved to AI or some other smart network technology. It's possible. I'm not enough of a technologist to make any comments. But what is clear is that fixing the future is not something that would be nice to do. In Silicon Valley startups, there are two ways of thinking about the business that is being pitched. It's a nice to have or it's a must-be business. Fixing the future is not a nice to have thing. It's must, it's top of the agenda in humanity. So what are we going to do about it? How are we going to fix the future? As I said, we've done it before in human history, and we'll do it again. But it's important to remind ourselves that it can't be done simply. It can't be done in the manner of an app. It can't be done with a flick of a switch. It can't be done with new technology. That's the important thing to bear in mind. We live increasingly in such a technocentric age where we're saturated with miraculous technology, from AI to blockchain to self-driving cars, to the internet, to online commerce, to these incredible devices, to my smartwatch, to everything else that we carry around with us. We always believe that any problem can be fixed by technology. But the problem, and this is the tragic irony of our predicament, is our problem is that we already have too much technology. Our problem is that we have too much smart technology. Smart technology doesn't fix smart technology. Now, as I said at the beginning, I'm not a Luddite. I'm not suggesting we trash these devices and go back to live on the steppes or in a cave somewhere. That's as absurd as throwing in our lot with smart machines. But ultimately, this is a human challenge. If we are to retrieve agency, rediscover it, make it again the center of our existence, save ourselves from the increasing economic and cultural and psychological and political enslavement which is happening through the digital revolution, we have to do it as human beings. We can't do it just as technologists, and there is no app to fix the future, and there never will be. Apps have broken the future. The way to fix the future is to switch the apps off for a while and think how we're going to address this. Now, my training in intellectual terms is as a historian. It's important to remember that we've done this before. As I said, we do two things very well as human beings throughout the history of our species. We break the future and then we fix it. Now, the scale, the scope of the breaking of the future today in 2021 is perhaps more profound, more daunting than ever before in human history. But I would have said the same in 1820 or 1920, as we were facing the consequences of the Industrial Revolution. Its inequality, its pollution, its injustices. So we've done it before. The Industrial Revolution hasn't entirely been fixed. We know from global warming that perhaps the most devastating consequence of the Industrial Revolution is the end of the planet as we know it. but perhaps we can fix that too. I hope we can, otherwise we won't be around for much longer. But we are, and we have addressed, in particular, the inequalities of the industrial age. Perhaps not so much the Soviets, ironically, they promised to do that, but actually the liberal democracies of the West have done the best job in terms of reforming capitalism. So how are we going to reform the digital revolution? How are we going to tame it? How are we going to bring back agency? In my book, How to Fix the Future, I lay out 5 pillars, 5 different strategies which have to be engaged in simultaneously. There is no one fix for the future. But the first that I introduce is certainly the most controversial on the west coast of the United States. It's the need for regulation. One of the main reasons why we're in such a terrible crisis at the moment, why there is a need for such a profound and immediate fix, is because this digital revolution was unregulated. The entrepreneurs of Silicon Valley said to the regulators of Washington, D.C., keep out of this. You don't understand technology. We'll do our business better than you could ever do it. You only slow things down. You're slow. You're incompetent. You're bureaucrats. You don't get it. And because of the incompetence and dysfunctionality of American politics, that pretty much happened. But suddenly, regulators all over the world have woken up to the need to regulate these companies, whether it's regulating monopolies, whether it's regulating the addictive quality of these devices, as we've done with fast food or cigarettes or illegal drugs, whether it's controlling their business model, the surveillance capital business model, which has turned all of us into products. Regulators now are addressing this. And this is a good thing. In my book, it seems a long time ago, but it was only 3 or 4 years ago, I sat in the office of an ex-Danish politician called Margrethe Vestager. She was the head of technology and I think she still remains the head of technology at the EU. She's the first serious regulator to take on big tech. She's done it effectively. And there's a Vestager-like figure, another woman, perhaps not uncoincidentally, in Washington, D.C., called Lena Khan, the new head of the Federal Trade Commission, who's doing a similar thing in the United States. Regulation matters. Now, I'm not calling for a radical regulation. I'm not calling to reinvent the Soviet Union and squeeze any kind of innovation out of technology or Silicon Valley. But I am calling for a partnership between regulators and innovators and technologists. We need that. For the last 25 years, Silicon Valley has run amok. It's been completely unregulated. And particularly, I think, when it comes to antitrust, laws surrounding the controlling of monopolies, we need a radical rethink. We may need to even rethink the very idea of what a monopoly is in the early part of the 21st century, because monopoly laws were written at the beginning of the 20th century in an entirely different economic environment. We also need new kinds of innovators. As I said, my background is as an entrepreneur. And I think that the first wave of digital entrepreneurs, particularly from Silicon Valley, they have been seduced by their own ideology. To use the cliche, they drank their own Kool-Aid. They tend to be libertarians. They believe in the future. And they believe that their version of the future will simultaneously make the world a better place and make them very rich. The reality, of course, is that's never the case. The person who most comes to mind here is, of course, our old friend at Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, who believes, or who believed at least, that the social would create agency for all of us. What the social has done has made him a multi-billionaire, one of the richest men in the history of the world, but it hasn't made us any better. And what we're seeing with companies like Facebook is an increasing corruption of the human condition. Indeed, before coming to this speech, I saw a headline suggesting that Facebook, through Instagram, which it owns, knows all about how technology corrupts us. We need then a new generation of entrepreneurs, of digital entrepreneurs, in, for example, the crypto space, in the AI space, who recognize that they have a responsibility, an accountability. Mark Zuckerberg famously said, "Move fast and break things." But he didn't believe that he had any responsibility towards fixing the things he's broken. Zuckerberg has broken many things, including, perhaps, American democracy. He's unwilling to help fix it. A new generation of entrepreneurs needs perhaps to move fast, because that's what being a tech entrepreneur involves. But they need to be accountable and responsible. One of the other tragedies of this first wave of internet entrepreneurs is they bought into digital surveillance. They bought into turning all of us into products. Now, they claim it's to our benefit, but no one wants to be radically transparent. No one wants some faceless multinational corporation knowing us better than we know ourselves. So we need a new ethic amongst entrepreneurs. It doesn't mean that they all become non-profit entrepreneurs. I'm not even sure if I believe in the idea of social capitalism. You can be rich, you can be successful, you can be dynamic, you can break things, but you can also be accountable. So we need a new ethic amongst entrepreneurs. We also need all of us to take responsibility for our behavior. It's all very well blaming everything on Silicon Valley, which increasingly has become the zeitgeist. Anytime we have a bad day, it's Mark Zuckerberg's fault or Google's fault. But the reality is that we are all accountable. And in terms of bringing agency back, of mastering these devices so that we look at it when we want, so that we aren't enslaved to networks, that we aren't perennially, I can't even get that word right, that we aren't addicted to Instagram or YouTube or any of the other networks. We need to control ourselves. We've done it with other things. We've done it, or we've tried to do it, with alcohol, with fast food, with illegal drugs, with watching television. We need to relearn mastering ourselves in the age of digital ubiquity. Because otherwise we will become obese, perhaps not physically, but we will become obese mentally. We will learn, we will unlearn. We will become slaves of technology and the thoughtlessness, the narcissism, the cultural pessimism and hatefulness and ignorance that goes along with the network. So we all have responsibilities as citizens. We also have responsibilities in political terms, whether it's labor unions or school boards or other professional organizations. We need to organize ourselves, because we can always say to ourselves, well, what can I do? How, with my little iPhone, my one Facebook account or my one Twitter account, how can I fight the system? It's hard to fight the system, but we can do collectively. We did it in the industrial age with the formation of labor unions, for example, which was the way of breaking the monopolists, the late 19th century, early 20th century monopolists, so in America, for example, of railways or of banks. And we can do it again. We can do it through organizations like labor unions. We're already seeing that. We're seeing it with Uber drivers, for example, who are the new proletariat. Only today we call them the precariat, because they're not employed by Uber. They are organizing, they're self-organizing, and they're taking on these networks who are essentially robbing them blind. Networks like Uber, which pay their drivers less than the minimum wage and refuse to even give them traditional health care. We're seeing the beginnings of a new kind of labor organization. And this is essential, and I think the labor question and labor organization is particularly relevant in an age of AI. As AI begins to replace us, our value as workers, not just as coal miners or industrial laborers in the old 20th century, but as experts, as doctors, as lawyers, as engineers, of software developers, of entrepreneurs, of writers, of public speakers. We're all going to be challenged by AI. We're all going to be challenged by smart machines that in many ways do what we do, not only better, but cheaper. Because, of course, to get me from San Francisco to Nur Sultan costs quite a lot of money. To get an AI here to make a similar speech would have cost nothing. And that is the future, and that's why we as human beings need to seize back agency and say, not everything is about cost cutting, not everything is about efficiency, not everything is about doing away with labor. The heart of our species throughout history has been labor, what we do. And if we allow AI to replace ourselves, the future is not the utopia of what Marx imagined of fishing in the morning, poetry in the afternoon, and storytelling in the evening. The truth is enslavement. So that's the fourth thing. The fifth thing is education. We need to make these issues core to our universities and our schools. Now, I don't want to dump all the responsibility onto teachers. As a profession, they're one of our noblest professions, and they're already underpaid and underrepresented and underrespected, especially in the United States. I can't comment on the status of teachers or schools in Kazakhstan. But this issue of education is key. We need to educate our children that what they see on Facebook isn't true. We need to educate our children into not believing that they are the center of the universe simply because they have a Facebook or Twitter page. We need to educate our kids into respecting the rights of labor and into understanding that new companies like Amazon, whilst they're delivering goods with remarkable speed, aren't benefiting mankind. Above all else, we need to educate our children to be able to use these devices in a more responsible way than they're currently using them. Now, I'm not turning this into a generational issue. There are many people of my generation who are also addicted. But most people in the audience, my guess is many of you will have children. You will all know children. And the impact of the digital revolution has been particularly violent, particularly problematic when it comes to young people. As parents, and I have 2 children myself, we're all faced with the same issue. Firstly, at what age do we give them these devices? And secondly, how much do we allow them to use them? We're all educators as parents, but education increasingly needs to be built around these things. So education, political organization, civic responsibility, a cultural reformation when it comes to entrepreneurship and regulation. These are the most important things. And let me add one other thing that I think is key. When I walk around Nur Sultan today, over the last couple of days, one of the things that I found most attractive is your public space. There are parks. No one tells me where to go. Now, perhaps it's not quite as open as some of you might like, and that's true of many modern cities. But the glory of the modern city lies in its public space. When I'm in New York, Central Park is a wonderful place to walk around. Everyone has the same access. No one is being watched. No one owns Central Park. I live in San Francisco, and every day I walk through Golden Gate Park from my house to the ocean. It's a magnificent walk. No one's watching me. No one's telling me which way to go. The problem with the internet, as the new architecture of our digital age, is there is no public space. There is no equivalent to Central Park. There's no equivalent to those nice gardens in downtown Nur Sultan, which anyone can walk around. Google and Facebook and Apple currently own the internet. So the biggest challenge of all in terms of regaining our agency, our freedom, is the rebuilding, or perhaps not even the rebuilding, the reformulation of public space in our digital realm. That's perhaps where we need to begin. And that is where many of the most thoughtful pioneers of digital freedom, many of the people who have been most troubled by the digital revolution has begun. So I would suggest for you as policymakers or entrepreneurs, that's where you may begin too. As I said, there are no simple fixes for this. There's no app to fix the future. It's going to take a generation or 2 or 3, but we need to roll up our sleeves and get to work on it now, because the later we leave it, the darker the future. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the audience? There are 2 questions online, which I will ask you, Andrew. The first one is, tell us how we are developing our new media. For 1.5 years as a blogger journalist, what will you advise us to do? What advice would you give? Maybe what examples you need to watch someone? So it's not the best.
Well, blogging has always been a slightly problematic activity for a couple of reasons. Firstly, because of its absence of a business model. Many people were initially attracted to blogging because they thought it was a way for them to tell the truth about the world without having to work for a newspaper. And there's some truth to that, and many of the most talented early bloggers have turned out to be important public voices. Nate Silver, for example, the New York Times columnist, began as a blogger. The challenge with blogging, either as a writer or doing it as a podcaster, as I do, or in video form on YouTube, is figuring out business models. And that is very, very problematic. You need to learn to build audience. And to do that, you need a very fine product. It's not enough just to simply broadcast online. There are lots of examples of models of people doing high-quality broadcasting. I myself have a new startup called Now.tv, dedicated to creating a network of professional journalists, of professional thinkers, able to describe the world accurately. And indeed, for people interested in Now TV, you can email me at a.keen@me.com. I'd love to tell you more about what Now.tv is doing.
And the second question, in your opinion, are digitalization restrictions necessary? Will it turn out that artificial intelligence will overcome the natural?
Well, that's another interesting question. I think, well, let's put that question slightly differently. If it comes to pass that we've invented technology that replaces us, if it's come to pass that the smart technology that we've invented will make a speech like this, or put on a conference like this, or build a room like this, without any input from us, do we want to control it? Do we want to regulate it? What are we going to do? We will be enslaved by this new technology, particularly because some people, some highly sophisticated technologists, including Elon Musk, believe that this technology can actually acquire a mind of its own. So I think that is one case where we may need regulation. I wish we'd regulated the Industrial Revolution more aggressively. Had we known 100 years ago that the factories that we were creating would eventually result in global warming and the destruction of nature and the flooding of many cities and unnaturally high temperatures, we would have changed our mind. I would also, one other example is in crypto. Crypto is the new thing of Silicon Valley. New currencies which essentially compete with the traditional centralized currencies of the industrial age. They're exciting, and in some ways they do make sense. In some ways they've been sold in the same way of empowering the poor, of creating digital financial agency. But as is becoming increasingly clear, if you have cryptocurrencies that essentially destabilize the entire global economy, if you have digital currencies, cryptocurrencies that create a major international economic crisis, a crisis that would dwarf even the 1920s, then we need to regulate it. I think that crypto needs to be looked at very carefully in terms of regulation. I think AI needs to be looked at very carefully in terms of regulation. And I believe, as I said earlier in the speech, the new monopolists, the big tech, these giant companies like Amazon and Google and Facebook and Apple and Microsoft, they need to be regulated too, not aggressively. I don't want to regulate them out of business. They're also great centers of innovation and good. But regulation in itself is not a bad thing.
Yes, I also have one question. I will try to be. Okay, so I studied cultivation theory in grad school. Have you heard about that one?
Cultivation
theory.
What?
Cultivation theory.
Cultivation.
Yes. So it's about the effect of the television to people, to the society. Yeah. And one of the components was the mean world syndrome, which is...
The me world.
No, mean world.
Oh, mean world, yes.
Yeah, so it's when people may perceive the world to be more dangerous than it is, actually.
Yes.
So my question is, since this is an old theory, right, and we are now in 2021, and things might changed a little bit, so do you think this mean world syndrome lost its power from the, for example, like from 90s into these days?
Well,
because
I think
there was an...
I think your question is that the mean world theory existed before the internet, and it seems to be particularly true today. Is that so? Yeah. So your question is, or maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but your question is, well, you had mean world in the television age.
Yes.
Now you just have an exaggerated version of mean world in the networked age.
Yeah.
I think that's true. There's a wonderful critic of technology, of television technology, called Neil Postman. He was a professor at New York University. He wrote a series of books in the 1970s and 80s. In particular, his masterpiece in 1984 was Amusing Ourselves to Death, which he warned about the trivialization of television culture and how it was making us increasingly inane. Postman died before the existence of the internet, but his critique of television can also be used for the internet. And I think what the digital revolution has resulted in is a speeding up of the television age. Many of the things that I'm talking about existed in the television age. You had all-powerful companies, you had ignorance, you had intolerance, you had narcissism, you had surveillance. These aren't new things, they're not new in human history, and they're certainly not new in the last 30 years. But what the digital revolution has done is speeded them up. The issue of speed is also central to the digital revolution. Speed has transformed everything. It means that you have trillion-dollar companies being founded in 5 or 10 years. You have the speed of digital technology turning people into icons, hateful icons, in the speed of minutes. So I think speed is important here. I think what the digital revolution has brought in is this power, this danger of speed. Speed is very addictive as well. It's very exciting. It's very exciting to build a new company. It's very exciting to suddenly attract hundreds of thousands of followers. But it also has a very dark side. In terms of meanness, it's certainly true that we've lost our respect for one another. That was another of the great promises of the internet. As we had this digital network, we were promised that we would respect each other more, that we would be able to look into each other's eyes, or at least their digital eyes, and be more tolerant of one another. You only have to spend 10 minutes online on one of the networks to understand that the reverse is true. It's made us less tolerant. So again, the fix to this is not more digital technology. The fix to this is not getting another phone. The fix to this is not a network where everyone loves one another. The fix is actually getting offline, coming to events like this, looking each other in the eye. Doesn't mean that we should get rid of these things. But unless we return to our humanity, unless we go back to the physical, and of course that's hard in the COVID age, but hopefully COVID's coming to an end, we're not going to fix this stuff. So you're right. A lot of this stuff isn't new. It's simply compounded through the speed of the digital revolution. But the themes are still true, and the fixes are universal and constant. And those fixes won't go away, and there's nothing new about the fixes I'm offering. They've been fixes in theoretical and intellectual, economic, political, cultural terms that have been offered throughout the centuries and will be offered again for many centuries to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrew. That was hugely interesting. Please stay with us. We're going to have another masterclass in a few minutes. So please stay in your seats, and Sergei Stanovkin will be joining us on the stage very soon. Thank you.
Good. I didn't need this, right? I hope that was all right.
Спасибо вам огромное. А можете вот это немножко тоже? А можно взять бутылку? I think they're ready.
Good afternoon once again, and welcome back to the fifth masterclass of the day. We are grateful to the forum's social partner, Samruk Kazina Trust Social Development Foundation, for supporting the masterclasses. Once again, please remember that we will have questions at the end of this masterclass, and you can ask questions from the audience, and you can also ask questions online in the chat room. We look forward to those. Thank you. The next masterclass is going to be delivered by Sergei Stanovkin. Sergei is a media consultant with over 20 years of running international PR agency, consulting national and international TV broadcasters, advising national and regional governments, as well as private and state-owned companies on media, government, and investor relations. He was appointed head of Commercial Representative Office of BBC World News in Russia in January 2006. In 2012, he was appointed head of BBC Commercial Representatives of BBC Worldwide in all of the Eurasian countries. And in 2015, Iran was added to this list. As an expert on international media, he is organizing training courses, strategic communications, twice a year all over the globe. Please join me in welcoming Sergei to deliver this next masterclass called Media Audience, Formats of Interaction. Thank you, Sergei.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for nice words. Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you. I thank the organizers for inviting me, and I thank the organizers of the Eurasian Media Forum for actually deciding to hold this forum despite the pandemic. And the time is changing and the formats are changing, certainly. Today's topic is the formats of interaction for the mass media, the audience and formats of interaction. It was interesting to note that the previous speakers who organized the masterclass talked a lot about the audience, and that is very important because bloggers, mass media, the forum itself is working for its audience. We are all working for our audience. We are trying to get as much people in our audience as possible. We try to make sure that our audience follows our interests and values. And if we are not serving this audience, then someone else will. If we are not holding the forum, if I were to put myself in the organizer's shoes, then other people will hold the forum. Maybe not here, but like recently in Astrakhan, there was a media forum organized for Russia just about a couple of weeks ago. So, this topic is very important, and it's also important for the following reasons. Often, mass media are perceived as a PR instrument. Yes, and it can be used for PR purposes, for public relations, but mass media have their own objectives as well, and often the mass media achieve these objectives in various ways, or they might not achieve them. In the beginning of my presentation, I mentioned the audience, and the question is, do you have the right audience, and is the mass media able to achieve their goals? And maybe that's why we see some mass media being created and then they disappear. Or sometimes some outlet will be created, but then it changes, not only from the standpoint of the design, but also content. When your content changes, the audience will change. If TV used to be the main source of information in the past, now the internet has its impact. But during Trump era, we said that Twitter became more important. But could Twitter become so important if the US TV channels and global TV channels would not broadcast the tweets in their broadcasting schedule? Have you ever thought how many people actually read those tweets and how many saw them in other media outlets? So there is a big question of how different media work together and what is the impact of an individual outlet in this picture. Why are we concerned about certain topics, but then we are told about something else? And have you thought how important it is for a media outlet to actually draw your attention to the topic that they want to share with you? And I'll talk about brands, although when we talk about mass media, we don't often use the brand concept, but I will still use it. And I think that this brand is this image, this visual of the mass media, and not necessarily the brand of today. We should be thinking about the brand of the future, of what this media outlet wants to be in the future and how they want to be perceived. But often the real perception is different from what the media is trying to achieve. And in my slides, I tried to come up with some short phrases that would describe my slides, or some great sayings by big speakers. And for instance, Schiller said that set bigger goals because it's easier to aim at the bigger thing. So the scale of the tasks that you are trying to achieve will help in positioning the media outlet. So let me mention just a few aspects. In terms of quickness of information, you need to think whether you're able to speak about some events happening in a timely manner. Are you talking about something that is upcoming or something that has already happened? And is the audience interested in what you are going to say? Because often people are trying to look into the future. They are trying to see what happens to them in the future, although the historians talk about the past. But still, timeliness of information is very important. And I think that the mass media often act as followers of different organizers, only talking about what has already happened, whereas the audience is interested in what's going to happen. Second thing is the reliability of information. And sometimes it seems that if you're talking to someone who participated in a specific event, people would know that they tell the truth. But the audience is often not interested in individual person. They're interested in the event itself. So if you watch TV, if you read newspapers, how often do you see that information is presented in a comparative manner? If you read business news, will the performance indicators of one company be compared to another company? Or if you're talking about some regional situations, is there a comparison between the regions or between the countries? Or if you're reading about a sector, will there be a comparison to another sector? And again, there is a question of reliability and trust. If people don't trust some media outlet, they'll switch the channel, they'll go online, but the very important thing here is reliability of information. And it's not only about whether you're telling the truth or not, it's also about whether the audience trusts you. Then the next thing is quality of information. Certainly it's difficult to describe quality. People think of quality differently. It could be quick presentation, relevance for the audience. If you're interested, let's say, in the news, why would you watch entertainment shows in the morning? So maybe the entertainment show that you have scheduled for the morning is good, but in the morning people might not be interested in that thing. They might be interested in the weather forecast. There might be interesting about the traffic situation. They are interested if it's going to rain or not. Again, if you look at the events, imagine, is it very easy for you to find out what's happening in your city when you wake up? Are you interested in that? And are you able to find that information? So we are talking about meeting the expectations of the audience. And if the media outlet does not meet those expectations, then those TV channels, newspapers will lose their audience or will have an audience different from their goals.
Do you cover the topic regularly, only when you are told to or advised to do so, or after the others do so? No regularity means that the topic shall be a random one and shall be perceived randomly. If it's a random topic, then the reaction shall not be stable and you shall not have loyal, permanent audience. If we're talking about mass media, if you don't have the audience as a mass media, you have nothing to offer to sponsors and advertisers. Basically, your life is turning quite dull and mediocre. Why? Because you have lost your topic, and you raise the topic only when your sponsor finds it interesting. Segmenting of your audience. How do you segment your audience? By age, by income, by education, by interest, by lifestyle. There are a lot of indicators against which you can segment your audience. And how does the audience know how you orient yourselves? Have you told them? For example, to me, advertisement is a wonderful instrument to learn about mass media. Through advertisement, I will know what kind of mass media I'm dealing with. That might be a business newspaper or something for housewives. For example, do they have corporate brands in their advertisement? Maybe information about some upcoming industry events, etc., etc. Based on that, I will know the nature of mass media. Segmenting of audience is of utmost importance to retain your audience and to once you segment your audience, you must know how you segment your audience. When they say that a journalist is a wonderful PR specialist, I disagree. I disagree. I've been dealing with communications for more than 20 years. A good journalist is the one who has his and her own standpoint, an independent individual. And for many years, it takes many years to have a good journalist. A good PR specialist is a flexible person knowing the wishes of the audience. Do you know a lot of good journalists who are ready to follow the preferences of the audience? I do not know such journalists, because being a good journalist doesn't mean being a good PR specialist. And later we will talk more about the difference between journalism and PR. So what your mass media wants to communicate to the audience is the core of your advertisement. And what the audience wants to know about mass media is the PR. And that pertains to the corporate brand, to the national brand, and the regional brand. If something, if for example a fire takes place, then we will say we have bad harvest. So everybody is interested in the bad news. So another important element is the proper selection of the communication format. Communication format may vary from newspaper to newspaper. Even one radio station may have several such formats. But please do not forget that each media platform has its own peculiarities, its own audience, and in this case quite illustrative is a situation that happened several years ago. The mayor of one of the cities decided to choose some bloggers. It was in Kazakhstan. So at the exterior, it seemed that the meeting was not a success. Why? Because they mixed up several platforms together. Basically, people who live in the online regime were invited to the offline platform, to television and radio station. Internet, bloggers, they have their own audience and own instruments of distribution of information. That is why when you choose formats, please do not forget that various facts may be conveyed by means of various formats. So let's talk about information field itself. Information field, this is not that is surrounding you. That is something where you position yourselves. And I'm talking about mass media, television channel, even regional, even urban television channel can and must report about global events that are of interest to the region and the city. If there is a certain industry in a region, then of course you must demonstrate news about similar industries in other parts of the world. So why is the mass media scale limit the scale of life philosophy of the audience? And the last moment I wanted to talk about is the coordination of events taking place in the global scale, regional and local scale. And the last word I have here is stereotype. But meanwhile, I want to talk about the importance of the target groups. Target groups mass media have a lot of target groups in reality, and those are not just advertisers, customers, sponsors, whatever you call them. Those are also analytical people, expert community, people supposed to receive interesting information in the format they are accustomed to. That is why any PR division of any mass media must know how to pack the information into various formats, not just press releases, but some other formats. Very often, how often do you provide information about events? Who are those messages targeted for? Is it regular mass media or some other audience? So, you live together with your audience, you get used to your audience, you basically want to bring up your audience. As for myself, Seneca said something very correct. If the ship does not know which harbor is the destination, then no wind shall be of assistance. If you do not know who your message is designed for, maybe it's a news agency, maybe it's a governmental body. When you don't know the final destination, the final recipient of your information, then your press release shall have no effect. There are some other elements for the successful positioning of mass media. And everything depends on your communications and interaction with the audience. What are the success factors, priority topics? How do you select priority topics? You must consult your audience. Basically, you must have an editorial plan. Even each beginning blogger must have an editorial plan, or a mass media must have an editorial plan as well as the plan of information triggers. This is the list of not only events, but events at the disposal of not only your editorial board, but events that might be interesting to your target audience, something target audience wants to know or is supposed to want to know. So this is the informational trigger. Contents that are relevant to your target audience and the team of speakers. That's quite an interesting moment. Sometimes you may think that a TV anchor is a wonderful speaker, but that is not true always, because speaker is not only a person who reproduces a text or knows how to discuss a topic. Speaker is a person who is ready to generate interesting content, interesting topics for public discussions. That is why selecting a group of speakers is not just selecting a group of eloquent people. Those must be people who generate interest from the audience and know how to deal with the audience. Commercial success and independence. It might appear that those are the two things that are interconnected. But successful mass media, many mass media work under conditions when you do not have advertisement. For example, you're a governmental newspaper and you live without commercials. As to commercial success, it may be substituted by the demand of your content. If you have a good organization, a good mass media, and you collect requisitions for advertisement, you can measure your success in money, advertisement time you are selling, how more expensive your advertisement time is compared to your competitors. For a television channel, things are quite easy. Before pandemic, I used to travel a lot of countries. I love to watch local television stations, and I always pay attention to commercials and advertisement on television because it helps to understand from advertisement what a television channel is about and what it is for. And not to be biased against Mr. Bernard Shaw, he said, try to get what you love, otherwise you will get what you get, but not things that you love. And that has to do with commercial success. It's quite a big and interesting topic. Far more interesting is the issue of stereotypes. For many years, for 30 years, I've been living in UK. Every time I'm a Russian citizen, I come to Russia, Kazakhstan, and people perceive me as a local one, as a natural one born in the Soviet times, someone who has the mentality of a Soviet citizen. But at the same time, I know how powerful stereotypes might be, particularly in the post-Soviet people. Particular stereotypes, what you think about what others think about you. You can use it in your life for your own success. Yes, there are stereotypes about Kazakhstan, about mass media in Kazakhstan. Those are stereotypes, but the way you assess and evaluate those stereotypes, how correct you are about those stereotypes, that is another important thing. So basically, I'm not talking about pink glasses. I'm just talking about sober-minded approach to such a thing as stereotypes. Stereotypes may be generated by social medium, by previous experience, and a number of other factors. But I am happy to acknowledge that stereotypes are changing. For example, my stereotypes are changing and transforming. A wise person changes its opinion, whilst a stupid person never changes its opinion. This is a UK proverb I want to refer to. Another interesting thing, that's the national branding. Why? Because the national branding, to my mind and the mind of the other people, influences everything, almost everything. The success of your mass media. Please pay attention to Kazakhstan. You do advertise consumer goods, but what about corporate advertisement? That is the corporate advertisement of international companies. How do international companies perceive Kazakhstan and Kazakh mass media? A lot of things depend on that. It's not a big secret that a powerful national brand helps companies and mass media resolve their own business problems. For example, attracting investors, attracting sponsors, implementing projects. Kazakhstan takes a not bad place, actually, if to talk about the national branding, and shows a good dynamic picture. 10 points increase in the last year in the Future Brand Country Index, from 59 to 49th place. So what did I want to tell you? What is a brand? Brand is an image that is inclusive of various elements and components. It's like a mosaic picture. A lot of research has been done into what the national brand is, and everybody agrees about the elements of the national brand. On the right side of my table, you can see the word experience. The perception, the feeling that you acquire in the course of communication or in course of engaging a country. You know, you might know the export product of a country, or you can avail yourself of an export product from that country. You visited that country as a tourist. You're aware about the cultural legacy of that country. So what is the Kazakh unique experience? This is the national branding. And likewise about mass media, the audience. Where is the overlapping point between the audience and the television channel? For example, a certain segment of audience does not watch my television company. How can I attract those people? And the same goes about Internet portal. Internet is far more complicated mechanism than television, considering its magnitude, size, how many individuals individuals browse one picture, one page in 1 second, tens of millions of people. You know, in 1 second, if you take one specific page, how many people do you have browsing there? In television, statistics are quite different, less compressed, less impressive, not of that magnitude. So can you imagine the power of the impact from internet compared to the power of the impact from television? So enough about experience, and a couple of examples I wanted to show to you. Japan. What is the closest association with Japan? Japan, what is it? Japan, electronics, some special industries, and likewise Norway. Norway is energy, Norway is logistics, Norway is about finance. Germany, what is Germany? That is machines building, that is transportation, etc., etc. If we are talking about a car, we're talking about Mercedes, first of all, and likewise with Japan. Now, if we are talking about some concrete, specific mass media, what do we think about that mass media? What is our impression? And who is us? The audience may vary. And I wanted to show this slide to you deliberately because information comes in the eyes of adults and younger generations, and the perception is different. For example, younger generation is more active with smartphones. That is why it is easier to catch their attention. How about football matches or classical music concerts for the youngsters, Grammy Awards? How do you hook up their attention? By means of smartphones or television? You see, and through those gadgets, by means of those gadgets, you can establish the feedback and reciprocal communication with the youngsters. So the young people, likewise the other groups of audiences, also fall victims of communication technologies. So in general, what did I want to tell us? It's been some time since PR or positioning of the brand or the presentation of the company or the country was about providing information. Unfortunately, until today, a lot of people, including adults like myself, use the term informational work. They do not know about us. Let us give them information. People are not prepared to talk to us because they have no information about us, etc., etc. So today, people got problems formatting and presenting the information. For example, if you ask an industrial manager to prepare information about his plan, he will make something solid and on many pages. Can you make a video about your plant that would last only 30 minutes and it would catch your attention? The thing is, the audience perceives any content not only from the standpoint of information, but from the standpoint of trust. For example, take a look at the statistics for the leading 4 television channels from the standpoint of trust, from the standpoint of influence, etc., etc. So various mass media have various magnitudes of influence on the audience. So how do you earn the trust from the audience? How you can become a more powerful mass media? And another moment interesting to me, it helps me in my work, Bloomberg. Bloomberg, a couple of words about Bloomberg. From the standpoint of trust, Bloomberg is in the last place. This is a financial television channel and enjoys no trust. Why? Because Bloomberg has to talk about financial forecasts. Very rarely do those forecasts come true. That is why Bloomberg has a poor reputation as a television station that is pulling your leg. You call it forecast, I call it some other word. And that's one moment. You make a review, So, in other words, everything depends on the packing, on the exterior outlooks of the information. Now let's talk about the reaction. What kind of reaction your information causes? The information must be topical, the information must be timely. And I put this slide in my presentation purposefully. Very often, big PR services in big companies, they do not distribute information. They constrain the information. They limit the context between the audience and the sources of information. So these are the proverbs that were used in the past. And today my position is that mass media must talk a lot about themselves, they must promote themselves, and you must explain to the exterior world what your mission is, why you are doing that. You must be predictable, you must be interesting, you must agitate people's interest to your future products. And of course, the last thing, if you know a lot, you will grow wiser sooner. This is a very good proverb. Basically, if you know a lot, you live happier. Now let's talk about the news that have no scenarios. Why am I talking about that? Just to highlight how important it is to have an editorial plan. You must have a plan of your future publications. Of course, some unexpected things happen. They become breaking news. And they can mess up your whole work algorithm, but please pay attention how differently various television companies act. For some of them, an unexpected event is an opportunity to spend a whole day reporting about that event. And they are ready to discuss those events on the next day. Other television channels that have editorial plans and have proper segmentation of the audience,
those will continue doing so, that they will have different sections, not only on the TV channel, but in the newspapers, on the website. You can segment the audience in this way. The audience won't stay with you throughout the whole time, but the audience must be with you when it's the most interesting moment for the audience. There is also one more thing about the role of mass media. Many people are saying that the mass media becomes more and more influential, and many countries try to limit somehow the impact of the mass media on the population. Other countries try to use them. I've been listening very attentively to the speeches delivered by the president of Kazakhstan, and a couple of months ago he said that there should be more advertising or promotion of vaccination, and I'm actually in favor of that. But you know, the advertisement can be good or bad, high quality and low quality, and many outlets, newspapers, TV channels are not really used to the format of advertisement. It's about being creative, it's about being responsible, it's about good advertisement. Whereas for the some segments, they don't treat it as such. Again, for the advertisement, you need to repeat it several times a day so that people recognize it, so people will have some stereotypes about it. So the advertisement can help you in many things, but it's expensive and difficult to produce. And instead of creating good advertisement, you get just some news pieces when people are saying, I'm vaccinated and you should do so. But do people really think if they're choosing good role models for vaccination, is that really a person who will serve as a role model? Will others follow him? Or was that just an accidental person who is not a real role model? So for the advertisement, you'll need to ensure quality for every second, whereas for news pieces, you don't treat them to the same standard. and that can create mixed feelings or even resentment. So I think that the role of mass media right now is very high. And I started talking about the pandemic by no accident, because this is something that we need to overcome, to fight, and I'm trying to just focus the attention on that. Just a short video on when the Queen opened the new BBC Centre. That was in June 2019. So technically, it was opened during the Olympic Games in London in 2012, and I was lucky enough to receive many guests there. But the official opening ceremony was in 2013. Sorry, I will show you the video, and then you'll understand.
Queen will be
По большому счету, это прямая трансляция.
So this is live. BBC on the news is basically talking about the Queen's visit to this TV center. They've got a studio there with transparent glass walls, and the Queen is coming there. So see, she's coming there.
The Queen to the heart of BBC Broadcasting House and our live newsroom.
Yes, it's a view that we share with our audience every day, but today a unique moment with a very special royal guest.
So what's unique about it? For the first time, you see the TV anchors facing their backs to the cameras, and they still continue this live broadcast.
That is one of the most bizarre bits of television that the BBC has produced for some time. As the Queen makes her way past the BBC News Channel studio.
Одним словом.
To summarize it all, you know, life is great. It's important to demonstrate all aspects of life, and people will make different decisions. And the director of this broadcast made this decision, and it was actually for the first time in history when both TV anchors face their backs to the camera. So what I'm leading to is that the fittest will survive, and that's true for the mass media as well. So we are not saying that the radio is dead or TV is dead when the internet arrived. No, they're changing. Yes, some TV channels died off. Yes, the internet is here, but it doesn't mean that one is replacing the other. That is the most important point. I've already mentioned trust, but we could look at trust differently. This could be trust domestically. And I'm mentioning BBC here because I personally think that this is the best media brand of the world. Well, in terms of trust, at least, people think that BBC is number one in terms of trust. But in Germany, for instance, the situation is a bit different. The media brands have different positions. The leader is the same, but let's look at Europe overall, because that's different audience, different situation. The reason why I'm saying that is that if you have identified a target audience in certain region, you need to focus on that region. If you're focusing on the national audience, you need to remember the national audience. But there is also another aspect. Is your audience coming from the younger generation or older generation? Millennials are very important for each brand, and that's a separate study. And certainly the audience profile. I don't have much time. I just wanted to leave some time for the questions. If there are no questions from the audience, then I will ask a question of myself, because I often, you know, talk to myself. So you can segment your audience yourselves based on those parameters that you consider important. This could be income levels, education levels. This could be lifestyle, traveling, whether they travel domestically or internationally. And since we're talking about the role of the mass media, so far I haven't seen articles in Kazakhstan related to tourism. Tourism is a very important sector for me. Why? Because in my opinion, tourism is the face of the country. And so tourism is largely responsible for investment attractiveness of the country as well. See, many countries are actually using tourism advertisement, and they are promoting investment through that as well. But there is also another thing. What's the difference between the international tourism or domestic tourism? What's the difference? It's the question of what you're focusing on. If it's that international travelers, then this will be an additional source of income for the country, whereas the domestic tourism is just redistribution. So you are either developing your economy or just redistributing flows. This is also a topic for the mass media, which could have a positive effect on the country. So now let us talk about the different audiences. In studying the audience, it's very difficult to study your audience on the one hand. There are some current studies, but I want the mass media to be creative. Many years ago, BBC came up with this study and methodology, and they conducted an independent company conducted the study. So what they did was they placed this Chanel type of dress on various portals, tourism portal, Travel Gazette, Yahoo, and BBC. I don't know if you still remember Yahoo. That used to be a very popular portal back in the day. So the idea was that the BBC audience could value the same black dress, little black dress, with various amounts of money. So, for instance, women offered over €1,000 for the same dress on BBC portal compared to other portals. What does this give you? It gives you that your audience is maybe affluent, or they're ready to pay more money and so on. This is very important for advertisers, for sponsors, for those who work with the mass media. What kind of study will you come up with? It depends on your creativity. Just don't tell me that it's too difficult to analyze. If you want to analyze your audience, you will do so. Look at what other people are doing and do even better. We've already discussed advertisement and PR and the differences between the two, so don't confuse the two concepts. I don't really like when people are, or especially mass media, is confusing the two, because it's either about what you want to say or what people know about you. If you're spending money and time on advertisement, but it's low quality, no one will be watching it. Just remember how many ad campaigns are impossible to find, as if they never existed, because they weren't good, although the budgets were spent. And just a couple of slides about the format. This is an old video. It was filmed in 2009, I think, when the UK Parliament made a decision that advertisement can actually be placed on BBC.com. And at the time, there was a video that was promoting the advertisement portal. And then many TV channels of the world used similar ideas and even similar musical background to place it on their own channels. So just watch it.
The BBC News website, updated every minute.
So, see, they weren't talking about how many countries they were covering with their journalists and so on, but they were showing that they're close to their audience, and that's the visual, the image that will stay with you. There are many new outlets, channels, portals, okay, but what should the outlets do that only focus on one topic, on one area? What can they do to make themselves interesting? That is the last video that I'll show before the Q&A. I just wanted to show you this BBC Earth presentation when it was created. That was a while back, but I think that you'll like it.
It's in your backyard, your lunchbox, your journey to work. It's in your racing mind, your pounding heart, your dropping jaw. It's in your wildest dreams. your biggest fears, your grandest ideas. Earth is the land beneath your feet. The air that you breathe. It's the struggle to survive, the conditions to thrive. Welcome to BBC Earth. Now online at bbc.com, where you can experience something amazing every day. In a world of endless wonder, no one gets you closer to the thrill of being alive. Be inspired. Be here. BBC Earth. Unmissable.
So see, that was an invitation for another TV channel, for another media outlet, and it's not difficult to create those, so do that. The reason why I've demonstrated this video was that this also relates to a very urgent topic of the day, which is the climate change, and we're all talking about it, but all talking about it in a different manner. And the mass media is also responsible for framing this discussion. Either we are talking about continuous transformation, about being prepared, about readiness, or are we talking about some specific things? So if it's about the transformation concept, you know, you could discuss how many years it took to do that, or what happened before that, but it's about call to action, not just talking about it. And although this agenda is very important, I see that many mass media are still living in the old mindset. If the priority is oil and gas, and the country might think that this is a priority, like countries like Kazakhstan that have good oil fields, they need to explore them, they want to produce them. But then the international investors have already made a decision that there are these dirty stocks, that these are not clean, and the world is changing, and you need to change with it. And the mass media will play an important role. You need to organize special projects. It's about being creative. I won't talk about it. I started a bit late, but I want to finish on time. So these are the projects that we implemented. You can do the same. For instance, there was a project of Russia Business Report, an annual cycle of business programs. This is also our country direct idea. And back in the day, we came up with this concept for Kazakhstan in 2011. And according to this concept, there were 4 shows filmed in a specific country on a specific topic, and this is a lot of content. We were not able to implement this project with Kazakhstan, but this was implemented with the Ukraine, for instance, in 2012, and then many countries like Germany, Japan, Taiwan, and many others participated in the project. So for good creative projects, many people will be ready to repeat it, and that's what I am urging you to do. Use content. Life gives you opportunities to position Astana as a technological country of the world, like they did in 2017, or as a country who received a lot of tourists, including international travelers, and good for domestic tourism as well. So basically, the mass media can frame these information fields, and they can position any kind of event in a different manner. If you were to position that, let's say, as a technological global event, then of course you would talk about technologies of the future that came to Astana. If you're positioning it in a different manner, you could talk about people, or you can talk about how many countries were represented here, how many people came. But no one really will be moved by just these pure numbers. So what happens? The technology topic was replaced by the tourism topic. Well, what's most important, just a couple of minutes, I think that we need to focus more on the questions and answers. If there are questions, I'll focus on those. If there are no questions, then we'll see. Please. Hi, thank you very much for your speech. My question is, in Kazakhstan, there are mass media that don't even position themselves as mass media anymore. They're rather positioning themselves as digital companies, and maybe they are not following the journalism standards in a strict manner, but they're popular among the audience. They need they use promotional tools. On the other hand, there are other more conventional mass media, they do journalism investigations, they do fact-checking, they talk about social topics, but they're not as popular. And I think that the distrust is born because many people see the products or the news that did not go through the fact-checking, and the true journalists are very sad about it when people don't read their pieces. But on the other hand, there is the low-quality content that is being promoted. What do you think we should do with that situation? And can we actually create a media outlet that would combine the two? You know, my answer will be very simple. There is production and there is promotion, and these are two different things. If you're talking about good mass media that do the production well, if they do investigations and so on, this is production. But what they are lacking is promotion. And then certainly no one will know about them. But promotion, it's not only about advertising. If they talk about the way they conducted these investigations, what these investigations led to, this is a completely different direction. This could be different formats. It's not about shooting a 30-second video to promote yourself, but it's also about identifying your audience well. If you have older audience, you'll use one format. If you have younger audience, you'll use completely different format and different platforms for promotion. If people don't know about this media outlet, they need to use some platforms and promote themselves. And that's what is often lacking. Just take a look. Are there many TV channels in Kazakhstan that are promoting themselves? Do channels actually shoot videos about themselves? Or have you seen newspapers that actually are promoting themselves? This wasn't part of the Soviet DNA, and everyone thought that, oh, good products don't need advertisement. But then international specialists come and they come to us and they say that, oh, advertisement is more like propaganda. So you need to look into it. If you are facing competition, you need to find an answer for yourselves. The answer is simple. We have received one question online. And the question is as follows. In your opinion, what is the social advertisement about? There is still no clear definition of a social advertisement in international practice. What do you think is an effective social advertising? You know, there are some questions that are in demand by the society, and there are priority matters, and attracting attention to these priority matters is exactly a social advertisement. Because, you know, people are leading their own lives, and in their daily routine, it seems as if something is happening on its own. So, like, well, let's say some educated people consider vaccination a natural thing, and they think that everyone else thinks the same. But then they start talking to their parents, let's say, and the parents don't want to vaccinate themselves, although their friends might be dying, their relatives might be dying. Then everyone becomes shocked, and then they start thinking about it. That's when they need social advertisement. And advertisement is a constant reminder, constant interaction with the society. That's why it's different. The advertisement is still perceived very well if even if people are talking about the same thing every day, and if it's an important advertisement, that will build certain attitude, and otherwise this will be lost. So I think that this should be in demand by the society. It's not only about the government decision on which topic is important. Let's say for the local mayor it's important to build a road, but for some other people or for the society, building a bridge is more important. Although this might be related issues, you still need to identify the priorities. So I think that the demand is the key. Also, a follow-up question. How do you think receiving information individually or in groups will affect our participation? There is a theory of participation by Sturtol, and he states that often, unconsciously, we participate in social context. So what's your opinion on that? You know, when you're playing cards and you can choose which card you play, you can choose either one. So the same goes for questions. I don't really understand what you're asking about. So let's say I watched some kind of a show, alone or with my friends. What do you think? How will this information that I received affect my activeness, level of my activeness or passiveness in discussions and participation? Okay, let me try to expand on that idea. Certainly when you're with friends, this is social environment, social interaction, and that will affect you. You will judge, let's say, a singer by their voice if you have musical education, but other people will be just looking at what the person is wearing, and that will affect your discourse. You will already start talking about the fashion choice rather than the voice. So social environment has an effect. I'll give you a simple example. Look at the reviews, or soon there will be a Davos forum, and in Russian, there is a lot of content on business breakfasts, evening galas, and so on. But there is less content related to the main topics of the forum. What is actually this forum about? But somehow in Russian there is a lot of content on who came to business breakfasts. And you have to just read through the through the list of names, or you might know what the menu was, or who was drinking or not drinking during the gala. But you don't learn much about the event itself, and I think that it's a good example. If this is about steering the discussion into some direction that might not be of interest to you, for me, for instance, it would be more interesting to read about the topics being discussed, but not many people talk about it because you need to dig deeper, you need to verify the content, whereas for the gala, you just need a couple of pictures and that's it. So social environment indeed affects the way we perceive information.
I don't think there are any more questions in the audience. No, thank you. Thank you, Sergey. That was totally interesting, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
We look forward to the next masterclass, which I think is pretty much ready right now. So do stay in your seats, and we will invite Yevgeny to the stage while he prepares for his masterclass.
Hi.
I'll introduce you. Well, good afternoon again. Here we are on the 6th masterclass of the day. We just have one more to go after this. We are grateful to the forum's social partner, Samruk Kazina Trust Social Development Foundation, for supporting the masterclasses. Yevgeny Shereznev is going to deliver the next masterclass. Yevgeny is Executive Vice President, Digital Ventures Russia. He is an author, director, and commentator on the Silicon Valley-based digital revolution. Yevgeny Shereznev, aka Che, is also CEO and founder at BioLink.Tech, an innovative cybersecurity, privacy, and identity management platform. The team behind BioLink.Tech builds smart services that gather the information about users and enables them to take over total control over their private data and digital trail. Che is an entrepreneur, an AI and data management inventor, a TEDx speaker, and more than a tech enthusiast, he actually has a small biochip in his left hand. Che is also one of the first cyborgs in the world. Please join me in welcoming Yevgeny to deliver this fascinating masterclass on digital me, from surfing social media to merging with AI and singularity. Welcome, Yevgeny.
Thank you. That was a killer intro. Even I heard certain new things in it. I'm kidding. Thank God my invisible tech works. So many invisible friends today. Before we start, I'd like to ask you one question, basically. how did you get here in this room or to this video conference? Well, of course, someone actually invited you to it. But in order to be invited, you got interested in innovation in media whatsoever. So at a certain point of time, well, I'm assuming you've made certain decisions leading to this point, so you're interested in the topic. Before that, your parents met each other, and actually you got born. And you can actually go further and further in time, and I'm going to cut to the chase, but basically, you being here, the journey of you being here starts a long, long time ago. It starts 13.8 billion years ago. And you will soon understand why I'm starting that early. My explanation, I mean. So this is where the Big Bang happened, and basically the insanely hot plasma started to do miracles with particles such as quarks and isotopes. They started to form first stars, and what is a star? It's basically hydrogen, the first element, just burning in space. Just this is what a star is. And then basically, the stars, they just start burning, and the second element started to fuse, helium, because of the conditions that happen in this star. And then all other elements. And then somewhere in the galaxy far, far away, which is us, so the Milky Way, we got life, which was born. But life is very different. It's not something, just a word or something. There are different types of life. During my research, I decided to separate life in, 3 categories, basically. Life 1 is bacteria. Bacteria is pretty primitive when you apply, hardware and software methods of analyzing what it is. So bacteria has no choice over hardware or software because it's born a certain way, it cannot control the way it looks, and it cannot control its function. So basically, bacteria can only do one thing, be a pathogen and just, do some damage. And basically, this is the whole point. Bacteria cannot, it's very different from us. It cannot just, have a midlife crisis and just start being a bifidobacteria in a yogurt and just be good. You're just basically pretty pre-programmed to do a certain function till the rest of your life. And we people, this is why we're not life 1, we're just a different type of life, life 2, number 2. And the reason for that is we're all born in a pre-programmed hardware form. So basically, as soon as a baby is conceived, DNA takes over as a blueprint, and basically, as soon as the woman gets pregnant, it's obvious that in 9 months' time there would be, let's say, a boy, and when this boy grows up, he will be 174 centimeters, have dark hair, blue eyes, and predisposition to type 2 diabetes, which is very likely to happen before he is 40. This is what hardware is for a human being. But software, if we don't go to quantum physics, software we might be able to control. Basically, we can choose the program. Some might learn, physics. Some might learn something to do with art. Some people will learn how to speak English. Some people will study Chinese, etc., etc. The point is, there's no way one person can learn everything, just not possible. But the thing is, if we apply the same method of classifying life, people have a choice over software. And the trick is that we are not an organic type of life anymore, because at a certain point of time, one of our ancestors, a monkey, he just got very lazy and just took a stick. And at this moment of time, our choice of software just became a bit different. It became way faster. And what I mean is, let's have a look at the dolphins. And I consider dolphins to be like organic life, because when they needed sonars as a tech, a sonar is a thing when you can just basically see and navigate underwater, when you cannot see like physically, optically, but you can do it through ultrasound. And this is what every dolphin has on their foreheads, a sonar. It took them millions of years to build one. And right now, basically, their sonar systems, they're more sophisticated than those we use, in our submarines, in some aspects. I repeat, millions of years. It took us a couple of decades when we truly needed a sonar. And this is the whole point. We are not an organic type of life anymore. We are, let's call it, tech type life, or artificial, in a sense that we don't care. If we need something, we just take engineering and we just crush any problem with this type of engineering. And we're very good with solving problems. If we need something, we solve it almost momentarily. And this is very important to understand when we talk about artificial intelligence and all that. So we basically ignore evolution. And right now, at this point of time, we became hostages of our approach because we started to create what I call life number 3, which is artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence is we use the same metrics. It can control or choose hardware, so the form, because AI could live in a phone or in an Alexa, thing, or in a TV, or in a driverless car, or in a robot. It doesn't matter. It can be anything. And the second point is that actually AI can choose over time the software, so the program. Because right now, artificial intelligence is very narrow. It just solves very specific problems, like voice recognition, or picture recognition, or neurovision, or seeing cancer cells on an X-ray, or whatever. But those are very narrow applications. But over time, if you sum those up, basically you will understand that AI gets more and more capable of doing things. And it doesn't have to choose. It just prioritizes, well, with our help, what to learn first. But sooner or later, it would learn way more than any human might actually succeed during the lifetime. And the problem is that as life number 2, we're doing right now everything to create this form of life, which is artificial intelligence, which is a different type of life, more sophisticated. Well, not now. Well, the truth is right now there is no AI. Like everybody who is meaning AI, and I'm going to stop on that a bit later, just means machine learning. It's a different animal. But my point is, right now, artificial intelligence is very dumb as wood. It just really can do very narrow thing. And right now, human beings, so all of us, every one of us, we have the most sophisticated neural networks on this planet. Every human brain has 86 billion neurons in your head. And God knows how many connections. It's basically impossible. We didn't invent the number to reflect how many connections in between neurons our brain has. Because every neuron has synapses, it could be multiple, but the point is, every simple thought like, I need to go and pee, it just involves, let's say, 5 million neurons and more. And this is how complex it is. And if we combine all the equipment that exists in the modern society, so all the cloud storages, all the capabilities of Google, Facebook, Apple, all the intelligence services everywhere, IBM, all the phones in your pockets, we won't be able to emulate just one human brain. This is how complex the brain is. And the trick is, even if we try, which is very problematic because most of our hardware power right now mines Bitcoin, and it gets even more problematic because of that. The problem is energy, because you need to power a neural network or any type of mathematical calculations, actually. So our brain, like human brain, works in the sense that I could have a glass of Chardonnay and a salad, and I will definitely it will take me to the end of the day, maybe even tomorrow. And this is how effective human body is. If you do the same using conditional, like traditional hardware, it's impossible. Just there's no energy right now. Just so you understand, I've read data over Bitcoin dated 3-4 years ago, and already the amount of energy required for this process just was equal to the whole energy consumption of Ireland back then. Right now, it's even more. And my point is, again, that right now we are very, very superior in terms of what we can do with our brains. And the problem is, we actually don't know what our brains can do. And I repeat, you will soon understand the connection between digital me and data. Let me take you to a mental experiment, like time travel experiment. Let's say, for the sake of illustration, that we have a time traveling machine, like for real. And we go to, let's say, to the 12th century, so medieval times. We go there and we see a boy, let's say 4 years old, like, just not just a baby, but I would say a child who had started to understand the society. And if we wouldn't be there, this boy would grow up in a medieval society and probably grow crops and just die in the age of 30, being called an old man. Because in the, in the 12th century, actually, people used to die at 30 and they were considered old, super for real, because no medicine, no antibiotics, nothing. But if we take this person to the future, I mean, to our present here, And this boy goes to school and then to the university and studies quantum physics and studies mathematics and understands what medicine is and what literature is and history and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. His brain would be capable to adopt it. And this person from 12th century, he would technically be able to win a Nobel Prize in quantum physics. He would just invent time travel or whatever, a new quantum particle. And my illustration here is, right now, our brain is capable of things we cannot even imagine. Because let's say someone takes us 1,000 years from now. I would guarantee if we were young enough, we will adjust, our brain will adjust to the educational system of the future, and basically you will become an absolute genius for everybody in this room, like combined. But we're not doing that. Right now, we chose a different type of path. We decided not to basically develop our own intelligence. We're creating an artificial one so we can just outsource stuff and just go. Artificial intelligence, do this, do that. We're just too lazy to do that. And again, good news is right now there is no AI. There's just machine learning. And to be honest, what fascinates me, most people don't understand that the tech itself, the machine learning concept, it's been created like in the last century. Technically, the guy who created all modern AI is a German guy called von Neumann, a genius mathematician, truly bright one. But I consider Alan Turing to be the father of modern computing in the sense that he formulated what AI could be in 1950, for crying out loud. So 70 years from now, this guy knew what we right now watch or see like in the sci-fi movies such as Blade Runner. He already understood that would be a problem of AI outgrowing human capabilities. And I actually rarely recommend books, but I recommend you take this one. In Russian, it's called «Вычислительные машины и разум». And this book is worth your time. It's just very small, very thin, but it explains how all modern machines work. All machines, they can do only 3 things. They can get some data as input, apply some calculus to it, and just give you the outcome. And those inputs and outputs, they can combine with each other, and this is basically the ground base for any neural network. And technically, Alan Turing, we might say, invented how all AI or machine learning works, because it consists of very similar pillars. First is data. Those are just basically rubbish, numbers and letters. And then the most important and critical thing is classifiers or features. It's basically explanation that this specific set of abracadabra is a number which typically means a license plate or a passport or a price for a certain type of property in this area, or a GPS coordinate or whatever. Basically, this is the more important part. And algorithm or methods of solving certain problems. And the trick is most people think that this third one is a secret, heavily guarded. It is technically true because true leaders of the industry such as Google and IBM, I would say, and Apple obviously, and certain Chinese companies such as Huawei, they know stuff they don't just put on the market. They have certain secrets, but 99% of AI methods, it's just out there. You just can go, and I assure you, within one day you can build your own AI, doing whatever. It's very important to understand that it gets more and more easy to build stuff. And when the first robot by Boston Dynamics was presented in 2009, people were laughing out loud, like, what's this thing? It's just insanely stupid. What are you doing? And nobody laughed in 10 years from there. Because when the robots, they just started jumping and avoiding bullets and do just, amazing tricks, everybody started to understand that it's very serious, because it can get only better from now. Like, it cannot go worse. People might die sooner or later, but machines, they can only improve. And this is the thing. Just imagine this robot like 50 years from now, if this is 10 years progress. And just consider how many things a human might learn when he is in his 50s and he has 10 years. What will this person learn? And you will understand how flexible actually the machine is and how inflexible our mind gets over time. Plus, we always think that the machines, they will, take a humanoid form, like in the James Cameron's movies. It's not true, because machine doesn't care about how we look. The machine actually embrace all best cases scenario it might reach to. So basically, if there is a certain best case in, let's say, in the ant farm, or basically, you know, you just look at all insects and you see they're doing something very efficiently, the machine will adopt this technology. If you see something in, let's say, in the field of energy, or how basically the soil, you know, let's say, absorbs certain type of materials, the machine will understand that this is the best part. It has nothing to do with humans. This is the point I'm making. AI learns on all life. And we have to understand that right now we are moving really fast in terms of connected industries in the between worlds of humanity and artificial intelligence, such as bionics and cloning. We already can grow certain organs, such as, let's say, ears or parts of skin. And I guarantee that everybody in this room who wants to have an extra liver will actually get it by 2030. Like, it's realistic, so we just, you know, we have to drink in moderation, but the thing is, it's becoming more and more feasible that we can just look at human body as a Lego constructor. And at the same time, actually, the machines, they look at those technologies, with the same intent to become better. But people are trying to be more artificial, and AI starts to dream about being more human. And this is actually very weird to see. Plus, AI learns a lot about psychology. For example, right now, it already can recognize certain behavioral patterns. It's not possible to predict or understand what you're thinking of, but it's very, very relatively easy to predict what your reaction is, emotional reaction is to certain types of election. Let's say you see a candidate and machine can tell exactly, you're just looking at the picture, whether it's Trump or Biden, and the machine can tell whom you will vote for. All it needs is just to see your eyes at this moment. And we all have cameras, front cameras on our phones. And this is just an example of how sophisticated they got. Plus, recently we got to a tremendous breakthrough, because AI was always a bit messy with abstract tasks, meaning that they required a very specific, narrowed down request to make you satisfied with the result. It's not the case anymore. They understood how to deal with abstracts. For example, this picture here is the result of AI dealing with a request, hey, AI, could you please give me or show me certain chairs that look like avocado, which is a weird request, don't you think? Like, just really weird, just nothing specific. It's very, very unusual. And the machine right now can do what you can see on the picture, which is tremendous, just a quantum break. Because right now the AI can just, okay, I understand what you mean. I'm gonna assemble everything that is very abstract, but those chairs really look like avocado. You might ask, like, okay, what's the purpose in that? Like, what's the business value? Well, imagine that basically everything that right now has to do with building stuff, like manufacturing cars, is connected to a future version of this AI, let's say 30, 50 years from now. What you might do is you just take your phone or whatever we use that, you know, in 30 years, and you say, hey, could you build me a Maserati, but out of Russian parts or Ukrainian parts, make it 70% cheaper, and I would agree, so it's just 30% slower. You just formulate a request. And the machine can basically do that and then do the homework for you, the engineering homework, and basically create blueprints for this type of car and basically send it to the Chinese factory in Shenzhen, and you will get the car next morning. This is why this is important. And the first country who will basically do a pipeline like that, I don't know how to fight with them. I mean, competition would be absolutely illusory, just insane. I don't know how to compete when there's one country doing that. But my point again, just coming back to AI versus humanity and digital me, is if you compare human being to an AI or set of machines, we are a machine with basically expiry rate. We basically, everybody in this room, 100 years from now, we will be dead. And this is very important. Machines will not die ever unless they have power. And the trick is, I really want you to, if I would be voting for one slide, you remember today, this would be this one. It would be this one. Because if you're a machine and you try to understand what a human life is, well, it's roughly 30,000 days of calculations. It's roughly 85 years, by the way. So when you're a machine looking at human, what you see is, okay, 85 years, 16 years of learning the models, then you do certain activities, you just do some, you know, something that has value, and then you basically, sooner or later, you die. And the value of a human life, or we all look for life's purpose, right? Well, if we ask a machine what's human life purpose is, the machine will say, well, for me, it means, did this person write down his thoughts, or she, you know, her thoughts? If the person wrote down something that he or she invented, this person's life had meaning or purpose. If you basically lived and wrote nothing down, so you brought no value to the database, it means that your life had literally no meaning. Well, again, if you're a machine. And the trick is, you see this small dot here to my left. It shows how teeny tiny, how little unique information we can generate over the lifetime. Because we read stuff, we watch news, we just consume more or less the same content, and then we die, and very few of us, such as, let's say, Stephen Hawking, they just managed to create something unique, absolutely unique out there. And this is how little information that is unique we create. And there is a reason for that. Because you remember I told you that our brains, they're the most sophisticated neural networks. And the trick is, as soon as a child is born, this child can be anybody, and anybody he wants. He could be Yuri Gagarin, or could be Elon Musk, or could be Richard Branson. You name it, just anything. There are no restrictions. And the reason for that is just kids, they do not compete with each other. They just play with each other, and they don't care about salaries. They don't care about executive positions. They just don't care. It's either fun or not. It's just binary. And the trick is, they want to do stupid things, and this is what they're kids. We expect stupid things from kids. And the trick is, it's very good for a neural network, for this uniqueness that I mentioned earlier. The reason is, when you made a lot of mistakes, this is how you learn. By the show of hands, this is a very small audience, but still I'm going to ask, who hasn't tried to put scissors in the power socket, or just tried to put a bulb in your mouth? Nobody tried. You tried, nice. you people, I mean, the rest of you never lived, because, and I'm going to explain you why. I have a close friend of mine. He's a star of in physics internationally. And like one of the geniuses in the field of photonics, like really cutting edge. And we've known each other for like 42 years, so since my birth. And I recently asked him, like, listen, when was the point of time when you understood that you want to become a physics engineer, or basically it's a scientist, basically? And he told me, listen, remember we actually put scissors in the power socket, and it was a small village in the middle of nowhere, and basically we blacked it out. So the village stopped getting electricity for 2 days. You cannot, by the way, you cannot do that anymore, because there are technologies that protect you from doing that. Security is insanely enhanced right now when it comes to electricity and power, but we did that. And he said, I got very energized. Well, basically, he got a shot of electricity, like 220 volts. And he said, I want to understand how it works. So we did a stupid thing, very stupid thing. But the guy, because of this stupid thing, he became one of the best physics in the world, like literally. And he did that just because he did a stupid thing. And when we do stupid things, we're getting amazing. That's why most of the billionaires, such as Elon Musk, they never graduated college, well, most of them. And then what happens? Most of us get to school, then universities, and we become pretty much similar in terms of how we think. Because the system is just very interested, so we are more or less the same in terms of our values. Let me ask you a question. Why it is like that? Like, why does the government, and it's not like it's Kazakhstan or Russia or Europe or Germany or Japan or China, it doesn't matter. Everywhere in the world, educational system is the servant of basically of the government, in a sense that its task is to educate people in an amount of X with the sum of knowledge Y over the time of Z. That's everything that the educational system does. And the knowledge should be very, very similar. Why? Why the knowledge should be very consistent? Anyone? All right. Because people have to be easily combined into groups. Because in order to achieve complex tasks like flying to space or build a super mega factory, you need thousands of people. And those people should work as a team. And if they start to argue with each other like over history or how do they deal with vaccines, it's going to be insane. They will get nowhere. They're going to kill each other. And this is why it is like that. But the problem is, in the 20th century, it actually, I personally understand why it was the case, because our ancestors, they basically ruined this planet over two, global wars. And the governments, in most cases, they were not interested in creativity. They were interested in basically rebuilding the roads, the factories, the manufacturing, creating jobs, all those words that nobody wants to talk about it, but they're very important. And they actually did a very good job, I think. The trick is, this approach doesn't work anymore. We need creativity to survive. Uniqueness. We need stupid people doing stupid things and learning how to do something unique. And the reason is what I called era of replicators. And what I mean is, anyone have ever been to China? Like many times. So there's this city of Shenzhen. Basically, I've been there many times. Like 20 years from now, it was literally a small village. Right now, it's a city/factory, and it can manufacture anything you want, from let's say charger to a phone to a car. And roughly speaking, I'm exaggerating a bit, but they can replicate anything over 48 hours. If, let's say, yesterday was a new iPhone got presented, I guarantee like in 48 hours there would be a similar model, maybe even better, but it's gonna come from a Chinese manufacturer. Name it, electro scooters, cars, driverless, whatever, smart medicine, whatever you create, it's gonna be replicated in 48 hours in the modern society. And it's very important to understand that right now, I'm gonna come back for a little. Right now, creating a product, a unique product, no matter how genius the product is, it has no value. 50 years from now, you could create a double-sided scotch and just be a millionaire forever because it's just a unique product. Right now, because of this replication, it's not a value. The value is in the creating a pipeline for innovation that is done on the cool down. So every month, let's say. If you're a company that can create new products, innovative, absolutely insanely innovative products, at least, let's say, okay, once a year, like Apple does still, you have a chance to survive. If you're not, you're basically doomed to fail, because very few people can innovate, and those basically started to cost like hockey players. There's this amazing writer, Ursula Le Guin, and I strongly recommend you read her works. She once said that a creative adult is a child that survived. And I want you to remember this thing. It's just very important. If you dig to your inner self and you find the child, or remember yourself as a child, and try to do stupid things, and not just take information for granted, you just fight, you find the sources, you try to get to the bottom of this, whatever this is what you're doing, you will basically be amazing. You will be on this side. And what I mean is, there are two types of people. I call them basically cubes and spheres. Cubes is basically 90% of the people. Those are very good people. They just learn in schools. They're very good. They're very good at whatever they're doing in their jobs, but they are not creative. They cannot surprise you. And you as a manager, as the executive, you can just build out of those cubes whatever you want. You can build a castle, you can build the plans, you can build a road. You can basically, this is the whole point of management. What you cannot do is you cannot get surprised. They will do only what you ask them to do, and they will do it passively. So if you just go away for a year, you come back, nothing will change. The second type of people, which is spheres, or literally balls, is creative people, so kids that survive the system. So when a child is of certain mentality, somewhere in the point of time of his childhood, the ball starts moving. You just, something triggers that. Whatever it was, a cartoon or a movie or a book, or he talked to a really creative adult or whatever. but it starts moving, and this person will never be the same again, because it will hit walls, it will, face blocks, but whatever happens, this ball will never stop. And creative people, all the startup executives, all the people such as Elon Musk, they are spheres. They never stop, and you never know what they're gonna go. And right now there is a huge headhunting war over those people. And do not underestimate the value of those people, because just one sphere can change the world, because nobody is going to Mars. United States, they're not going to Mars. Russia is not going to Mars. China is not going to Mars. Elon Musk going to Mars. And this is very important to understand, that this person triggered a huge amount of events. He just basically is the driver, just one person. One person, Steve Jobs, is the reason we're here today, because he was the first person to understand, okay, this computer that is in this room, and it takes the whole room, it should be in your pocket. Just one person. One person, Satoshi Nakamoto, well, technically I think it's not a person, but a group of people, but it doesn't matter. Let's say it's one person. Basically, over a year, the whole financial system of the world didn't know what to do, because he just published a file online. You see, just one person publishing a file online can literally change the course of history. The problem is most of the people in the corporations, they're very good learners. They're just very good people. They just, study a lot, and they just do their job, and they just want to be happy. And it's not good or bad, it's just a fact. And what I'm saying is, those people who are good people, and this is why we started with AI, and this is what I mean by digital me, those people are right now in danger. Well, their jobs are. Because if your job can be described in the form of an algorithm, let's say you're a GP, like you're a doctor, but you're a GP doctor, you're not a surgeon. So your work consists of literally very specific, simplistic, roughly speaking, blocks of an algorithm. You meet a person, the person says, this is what's wrong with me. You as a GP, you just, okay, let's measure your temperature, let's do certain basic procedures, and then the GP just does one of two things. Either you go to the surgeon because he knows better what's wrong with you, so he goes to a specialized doctor, or GP says, this is your prescription, just go away, nothing is wrong with you, or you're gonna heal over 10 days. I'm just saying that AI can do that. It can do all that, and every profession that can be described in the form of an algorithm can be in danger. Because we all understand, and I understood it a while ago, that all people are data, nothing but data. We did some math with my team, and basically a human being is 43.8 terabytes over the lifetime. Some more, some less, but the point is, we all generate a very complex digital trail. Susan mentioned that basically I've been living with a biochip for 6 years now. So this is how I personally learned about how complex the digital trail is, and this is why we're meeting here today. Because we did a lot of experiments. We did basically tracking of searches, GPS coordinates, all types of requests of purchases, all communications, creating anything I could do with the digital instruments, and basically even controlling access to certain devices over chip. This is a real video. And then I realized that basically we are all in danger, like 5 years from now, like 5 years ago, sorry. Because I understand that the problem wasn't actual 50 years ago. We didn't have that many computers. But right now, we are living in a world where computers or networks, they always have feedback about your activities. You purchase something, the machine understands, okay, he is interested in X. You wrote something to someone, the machine starts to understand whatever you're an adult or how educated you are, for example, how many mistakes you make when you're typing. It will understand a lot of things about you because there are so many devices. And right now, Internet of Things, heard of it, is basically exploding. It means that sensors, they would be everywhere. Even, you go to a toilet and going to be filled with sensors telling you that you're not eating right, that your cholesterol is high. Honestly, I don't want to live in a world when I'm going to talk to John about my cholesterol. I just want to eat steaks and I don't care. But we are moving to this thing. And even the cultural layer has changed. Because remember, our ancestors, let's say 2 centuries ago, when they met each other, they just used to take hats and greet each other. But right now, if you're meeting someone, a youngster with headphones, if he does that, you are very important. You are very important to him, because if you're not important, the child won't even do that. He won't bother, because for him or for her, it's absolutely natural to basically to live in in the multiverse, because he can listen to you, to his friends, and he can consume content of a different sort, like a song, and it's just okay. But my point is, for me, those are all data points, because the person actually just behaves somehow, but the machine understands that the person is in the room, there is an adult, but the headphones were on, so probably with the loud music playing, the child and the adult, they didn't talk. Those things, those can be registered and used for whatever reasons. I call this concept digital DNA because when I was self-tracking, I understood that at a certain point of time, I became very, very predictable to myself. I could, for example, understand that in 2 weeks from now, I won't go to gym at the specific date and time. I didn't know why, but I could predict something will go wrong. I would basically skip the gym. And I'm not even talking about political views or purchasing history or whatever. Everything can be predicted with a certain amount of accuracy. And this digital DNA concept is very important because everybody has it. Every human being, every company. And it's a problem because, let's say, I'm sorry for the typo, it's 1992. In 1992, there was just 1 million devices connected to the internet. 1 million. The forecast that my team gives me is it's going to be basically 500 billion devices if you consider IoT sensors by 2030. 500 billion. It was 1 million, literally like 30 years ago. Like the growth is exponential, and my point is the computers at first, they were sold as tools. That's where the word user comes from, because we were using certain tools, user. But right now it feels like we're not users anymore. We're sensors in the system that we do not control or understand. And it's very safe to say that right now our Earth, our planet has a data sphere, like, atmosphere, biosphere, ionosphere, all other spheres. Right now there is a data sphere because data is not going anywhere, and it can be mined. And if you understand what I'm saying, if you've been listening very carefully to the previous slide, you understand that, and I did this picture on purpose, how simplistic the human behavior is. You can predict pretty much everything. That you will go to work at a certain amount of time, in a certain period of time, use those specific channels, you will listen to certain media, you will read certain books, or not read certain books, you will listen to certain political pitches, you will vote for certain people, you will go to vacation to specific countries, you're either pro-kids or you're anti-family, you're either pro-vaccines or you're everything can be told. And the trick is, this data right now is owned by everybody but us. And by the way, just so you know, a lot of companies right now, because I get this request a lot of companies out there, they can know whatever you're cheating on your husband or wife. They just do not sharing this information. But they imagine that basically hackers do a better job at this. We actually will face an era of revisioning what the family is. So, for those of you who don't have technical degrees or technical education or awareness of big data, I just created this slide of showing like how it works simplistically. Imagine a weather forecast. It's just very similar to that. If you have enough data about atmospheric pressure, temperatures over time, and certain patterns and how it deals cold streams with hot streams and all that, you will understand how to predict weather. We're not doing a good job at it like humanity, but still we can predict a lot. And some of you might be interested, okay, Big Brother is everywhere. Edward Snowden told it. Many people are raising red flags. How did we come to the point where everything is tracked? Did you ever ask yourself this question? Like, why are we living in a society that tries to build digital clones out of everybody? And I have an answer to that today for you. Because first people who lived in the internet, they were too smart. And what I mean by that is a very specific setup, because the first dwellers, well, people who lived in the internet, they were who? Students and the military, mostly. Because it's technically, originally, it's a military tech, developed in the MIT in US. And basically, because of the fact that first users of the internet, they were very smart with degrees in science, in mathematics, in physics, in computer science, because computer science existed back then, you couldn't sell anything to them, because when you created certain products such as media content, which is a very laughable experience, and Microsoft had been fighting for that for years. Let's say you started to sell content to the first internet users. They said, we won't buy it, just internet is free for everybody. You wanted to sell them services. They said, we won't pay, we just don't care. And then basically most of the businesses, they said, okay, typical business models, they don't work in the internet. We have to do something. And this is where tracking started, because software developers, they started to do what we call today a freemium model. So they just started to give software for free, like literally for free, and then triggered a purchasing event over, let's say, 30 days. So basically you get a product, you try it, and then in 30 days you either buy it or continue to use a freemium version, which is very limited. And some people started to pay, but most people, they still decided that the internet should be free, and they cracked all the protection methods and all that. But the companies, they started to track at this point, at which point people decide not to pay. So you've been using the product, you've been doing certain things, and then, bam, you decide, okay, I'm going to delete this app. And you, as a manufacturer, so producer of the product, you said, no, I want to sell it to you, what I did wrong. Like, honestly, like, tell me what I did wrong. But instead of asking people, they decided to track the behavior, and it ended up in the situation we are living in today. Everybody tracks everything. Like, mostly companies, they just track everything, and their intent initially was good. The problem is, all bad situations, they start with a good intent. So my point is, we have to do something about it. Because again, for those of you who don't understand how granular tracking is, this is a very simplistic example. As a clock, you see certain types of activities in a certain period of the day, so about 4 p.m. And you can just do a phone call, you can just be shopping or praying or walking or whatever. My point is, you cannot be in a lot of blocks at the same time. And if you're a marketing specialist, you can always understand how to reach to you, which is very weird. And again, psychology, done thing. Yeah, there is a certain amount of error in how computers, they can predict your mood or state of your psychology, but still, they can do that. We are totally scored, like, for whatever we can pay your credit, whatever you can buy a car, whatever you're voting for certain parties, whatever you want to get married, everything is scored. And basically, even if you can pay your rent. Right now, this map, for example, you can see people who can pay rent and those who can't, which is very important for banks. And plus, it's applied for like 30, just name any activity, like, for example, mining for new resources, like coal. You want to find, coal is a bad example, let's say for oil. If you want to find a new place to dig for oil, right now big data is applied as well, because there are certain patterns, environmental patterns, where you can understand, okay, this setup here, if you look at this from the satellite and apply thermovision and other methods, you can say, okay, oil is here. And even that is possible today. And of course, marketing. Of course, marketing. But my problem with marketing, and I have very deep marketing experience, is a very simplistic. First of all, does anyone know this man? No? Come on, people. Firefly. Serious. Okay. I sincerely recommend you watch it. So the problem is right now, most of the time, you're buying stuff that a company wants to sell, not what you truly need. And it's a huge difference in between the things. Actually, people do not need a lot of things. They just need very little. But my point is, nobody actually is trying to think about it, and a lot of companies are built on that. And I work with startups a lot, and a lot of startups, they just don't want to do products anymore, because the main products in 2021 is how to sell more products. They just come to you and say, I created a new stuff, I created a new tech that will help us sell more. Sell more what? Like, maybe you will start to build something, like create something, even if it's hardware. Nobody wants to do hardware. Like, very few even start to build software. They just, technically, most of the startups, they are into buying more business. And this is where I'm leading with Digital Me. A lot of thanks to those activities, and of course, I'm very short of time. I cannot tell you about, most of the activities that we're facing. Most of the jobs, they're in danger. And I don't see a lot of conversation about that. Because I actually did some math. There's about 20 million Uber drivers and taxi drivers in the world. If you combine all the sharing companies, 20 million people What will they do tomorrow when driverless cars will be public? Like, what they will, nobody thinks about that. But we embrace driverless cars. Same goes with delivery. There are a lot of people working as couriers. They just deliver stuff. What will they do when basically drones and autonomous cars will serve as delivery vehicles? God knows how many of those. Even engineers are in danger because this specific design of a car chassis was created by a machine. No engineer even touched it. And this is a table done by McKinsey. And of course, it's a bit controversial because we're all in the pandemic, so it affects the numbers. But the point is, only 23% of the companies that do not fire employees today. And it's not because of COVID. COVID is a very important trigger, but basically everybody tries to exclude people from the chain of making decisions. And this is a common slide. Not really, because actually I want you to think about the things, because I even skipped the military. I skipped a lot of things like cloned food. I'm gonna just stick to this slide, and you might ask, like, what does cloned food, how is that connected to AI and jobs? Well, very, very easy. I created this slide. This is, I did some math. And everything that is farming and, basically growing animals like cows that we use for steaks and crops that we use for bread and all that, altogether, it's 26% of the workforce. And right now, when you're creating cloned meats and artificial meats, you are disrupting this industry. And it's good. I do not understand. I mean, do not get me wrong. It's a good thing. We might get healthier, we will get better nutrition, and we will solve maybe human hunger problems. But at the same time, we will kill potentially up to 20, well, I'm not sure about the exact number, but 26% of people living on this planet, they are actually in the risk of losing their jobs because of automation, cloning, artificial food and all that. And this is a number basically given by McKinsey a couple of years ago. So their forecast is we will lose 80 million jobs by 2030. I personally think they're optimistic. I think it's going to be about 1 billion. Why did I start with life 1, life 2, life 3? We don't have time, so I'm going to skip the video. Basically, it's a monkey. You all heard about the experiments that Elon Musk does with Neuralink. So basically, it's a monkey playing a game with using nothing but a wireless chip implanted into his brain. I think it's the right way to go, because we already released the Kraken, the genie out of the bottle. There's no way someone will stop or control artificial intelligence expansion. There's no way it can be done. And the only point, the only choice we might make today is to actually understand why the monkey did take the stick and became this non-organic type of life, hijacking evolution. I think we have to consider a path where we start to think about becoming life number 4. So basically emerge in between human and machine, but on our terms. Because if we don't do it on our terms, in 100 years from now, the terms will be different. We won't even have a choice. Machines will be there. And I'm not trying to scare you or whatever, but it's just, I'm working with the AI very intensely. So trust me when I say this. So those are 3 types of AI that exist. Narrow intelligence, this is what we have right now. General intelligence is when artificial intelligence can do what any human being can do, at least with the same quality. And it's okay, we're getting there. And super intelligence is when AI can do anything what the best of the people can. So even the best of our science specialists can do. So it can create new stuff. And then we're doomed somewhere here. And I don't see how we survive. It's a matter of survival as species. We just won't matter anymore. I'm a gamer. Well, I used to be before I started my first business. So I love to look at life as a game. If we do some mathematics, human life is roughly 700,000 hours, and we need some time to sleep. And basically, as I told you, before we are 16, we are learning a lot. Like, no activities are there. When we are after 60, with all due respect, we share wisdom. We just help. But it's not like you will create a revolution when you're 65 or 70. Well, it happens, but very rarely. My point is, we have 19,000 days to do anything. Really, fly to Mars, create new AI, protect yourself from AI, create a good Terminator, create a non-cloned burger, whatever. 19,000 days, and you have to write it down, because if you don't, your life had no meaning. And the machines, they know that. That's why they write everything, and they never lose track of what they're doing. It's a very hard path, to be honest. But Che once says, Che, the Che Guevara guy, not me, he once said, like, if you find a path with no obstacles, it probably leads nowhere, which is a good motto, and I sincerely thank you for your attention and being here today with me. Thank you. Questions? I'll be happy to, yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have several questions to you. Question number one. You've said a lot about predictability of people. It's easy to predict people. We know what will happen next. But I think this is like a valley universe where we sit and all decisions are pre-written, pre-designed for us. Do you agree to the fact that this is the future we are facing today? Because it looks like it's gonna be like that. And the second question, you said you divide people into two groups, cubes and spheres. The previous speaker, Mr. Keane, said that people like Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, whom you call spheres, must be controlled and certain limitations should be imposed on those people. I will answer in Russian. So I'll answer in Russian. I totally disagree with statement number two. Why? Because people, and this is a disclaimer, I do not want to be biased against anybody. I'm just talking as an engineer. People who do not achieve anything have nothing more terrifying than those who achieve something. Elon Musk is a problem because he does things, he can achieve things without asking for nobody's permission. Society shall always impose constraints on people who open up new horizons. Let us remember 13th, 14th, 15th centuries. Women were getting killed for just being beautiful. Can you evaluate the level of stupidity in the Middle Ages? Or how about another guy who opened up the new laws of interaction between the heavenly bodies? Guys like Copernic, Giordano Bruno, basically. So my point is that innovative persons are rare, quite rare in our life, and they should be supported. And those people, they're like painters, like artists, they're not protected, they're fragile emotionally and psychologically. Such people need help and support. Let us remember Van Gogh. People got to love Van Gogh only after his death. The person is gone, but now everybody knows that he is a super genius, so I categorically disagree. It is not feasible and prudent to impose constraints on people who create innovations. Now about question number one. Basically, do we live in the society where all decisions are made for us, or are we going there? Yes, we already are there in that kind of society. This is my subjective assessment, together with professional assessment, combined together. So let's take a person who has the access to television and cyberspace, and out of that quantity, only 10% are free people. Because if you want to buy one T-shirt, you just buy one T-shirt, and this is it. I like a white T-shirt, and I don't want any word like Prado written on that T-shirt. So And I do believe that very often you buy things because you need them, not because somebody is agitating or propagating things in your mind. So, and the main thing here is those 10% of free people, and I'm sure such people are present here. Out of those 10%, some people are active, those who create something. So, answering honestly your question, be advised, we already are there. We already live in the predictable world, and when you cannot predict things, who's going to assume responsibility? For example, very often I have arguments with people who represent various religions. You know, a person who realistically wants to understand the constitution of the world sooner or later will come to the religion. And such a person shall treat the rest like illusion. Religion gives confidence about the future. If you don't have that confidence, not for free was I talking about 19,000 days. We're all mortals. People do not think about mortality. They want to have their joy satisfied here and today. You probably know George Orwell, 1984. 70% of his prophecies already have been implemented. 30% are yet to come. So, more questions? Are we done?
We've just got one last question, okay?
All right, sure.
If we could be fairly brief, okay?
Of course, of course.
So, as a person with a chip inside you, how do you feel about the fact that people are scared of being chipped from vaccinations? And how much is it possible to implant a chip through an injection?
It's a very good question. Давайте я по-русски отвечу, чтобы больше людей поняли. If you don't mind, so they understand it better. Короче, говорить про чипы, если смотрите.
So if to talk about chips, recently there was a good joke on Twitter by a German physician. That physician said, "Why are you afraid of chips inside vaccines? I'm a dentist and we've been chipping you for 20 years. Sooner or later you will come to a dentist. And you know, you've been coming for me for 20 years. I'm replacing your tooth and each of your new tooth has a radar." It was a mistake. It was just a joke. But the joke was supposed to demonstrate the level of absurdity we have achieved in the course of our discussions. So basically, of course, a chip cannot survive without a battery. If I have a chip inside my body, I'm supposed to have a battery inside my body. So the brief answer to your question is injecting chips by means of vaccination is technically possible, but you won't be capable of recording something in there or making any manipulations with the bodies through that chip, because the chip does not have a battery. You know, you can bring your iPad, put it into the tree, and then think that by means of your iPad in that tree, you will manage the life of the tree and its genesis. So basically, Elon Musk was the first one to explore that thing. He implanted chip into an ape. It was a big chip, and it was a surgical operation. So really, vaccination and chipping, this is something funny.
That was totally fascinating, it really was. Thank you so much. Thank you to Yevgeny. And just bear with us for a couple of minutes and we will start our next masterclass. In fact, our last masterclass of the day, okay? Welcome back to the final masterclass of the day. We are grateful to the forum's social partner, Samruk Kazina Trust Social Development Foundation, for supporting these masterclasses. So the final masterclass is going to be presented by Olga Sharatuta. She is executive head of RedMe and intellectual volunteer in Russia, and is a trendsetter in social and cause marketing in Russia, Europe, and Asia. In 2018, she conceived the idea for RedMe Agency, Russia's first cause marketing agency. The agency is part of the RCG group of companies where Olga has spent more than 7 years devoted to business development. RedMe's mission is based on Olga's personal mission to make society more socially adapted and healthy through win-win solutions for business and non-profit organizations. Please join me in welcoming Olga to deliver this masterclass on social marketing. Over to you, Olga.
Thank you. Well,
good afternoon. We are coming to the end to today's itinerary, and before talking about material I have prepared for you, my proposal is for all those physically present in the auditorium and in the online regime, please stand up and work your muscles a little bit by elevating your hand, because we're all tired, we've been inert. So it's time to pump ourselves up a little bit, and we need some more positive thinking. Socially oriented marketing or social marketing, that is the sphere of not my only interest, by my professional development of activity, has been so for many years. When I was preparing my today's report, I was based on the common agenda coming from non-profit organizations in Russia and Russia's close neighbors, in which countries I work as an intellectual volunteer. I share my experience, my market experience. So how an NGO may succeed in the epoch of limitless information bars, because our objective is not only to stand out in that massive stream generated by various mass media, but also among the noise generated by people, by commercial entities. So this is quite a challenge, not just to stand out and draw people's attention, but make your communication that you apply towards your target audience maximum effective. So today we will be discussing how to differentiate the social marketing from socially oriented marketing, effective communication from non-effective communication. So whenever partners are looking for something positive, that already in itself means that the action will be positive and effective. The mission of my speech is as follows. I want everybody who listens to my lecture analyze his and her own activity, regardless whether a commercial or non-commercial organization you are. You can analyze yourselves. You can analyze how effective your partnerships or your personal relationships are in the sphere of corporate responsibility, social responsibility, in the sphere of promotion of resolutions for various social problems. So off we go. Nothing is more inspiring than the history based on real events. I personally, in my life, my whole career development was dedicated to stories that inspire myself, stories I share to social entrepreneurs and NGOs. So I want to bring those stories into the public broad light. I want those stories to change attitudes to certain social problems. I want those stories to encourage us to collectively resolve our problems, the reasons for our problems, the underlying ones, but not the exterior ones. So today's topic of my discussion, how often did you have to choose between several feature films to watch for tonight? So most often when we have such a problem, we start looking into rating platforms. In those platforms, the selection is based upon the opinions of millions and millions of viewers. There you can see what particular feature film is popular, which particular feature film has caused the most active discussions, which feature film has suffered from the maximum of criticism, etc., etc. So there you can have a list of recommendations coming from your friends, acquaintances, people you do not know, people who are ascertained cinematographic experts. In any case, the absolute majority of people encounter such a problem as the selection of the content based on the selection made by someone else. And realistically, today, some space budgets, colossal budgets are directed by the content creators into the catching of our attention, into the promotion of their content among participants of the cyberspace. So how do NGOs who are in continuous condition of limited resources do it the way so that their content stand out and so that their content attracts the attention from the desired audience? Very often creators of various projects say, we want to be written about, we want to be referred to in the leading mass media, we want our projects to be discussed by broader and broader masses of audience. However, I can state with great confidence, and because I have contacts with creators of the content, and because we've been creating a whole range of various projects, tell it from me, the noise, the informational noise does not always guarantee the desired effect. So what are the mistakes that we can make in the course of promotion of our products? What can we do to reduce such cases? Because we want to have more benchmarkings in the market. We want those benchmarkings to be known to the city, to the region. We want them to be known at the global level. So when we unpack a certain project, when we discuss it at international level, when we discuss the instruments and resources who want to demonstrate the whole beauty and grace behind it. So how do we discuss effectivity if it has not been measured by the project stakeholders, or the partners did not agree what particular indicators shall be measured to assess the effectivity of the project? So effectivity in the principle shows the magnitude of the project, the scale of the project. And if we are talking about collaboration between media partners and, for example, news agencies, how do we make sure that our targets, individual targets, are clear to each other and are in good accord? This is something we will discuss today as well. So when I was beginning my professional activity, my question was how to properly implement social projects. And because scope of my activity is closely associated with the marketing, I was talking about all projects, public projects, projects promoted in the market, projects discussed by broad masses of audiences. So when we design these kind of projects, we came to certain conclusion. Not always do all project stakeholders think how the project works for the achievement of the end goal. For example, if you are a civil activist or an NGO, you must think how your actions will encourage society to change itself. Maybe you are drawing attention of the society to a certain problem, so how will you resolve that problem? What will the social effect be like? Let's pay attention to this slide of mine. The last element of that arrow is the end result. This is change, positive change. What kind of change in the society has taken place after you had your project implemented? And that is a long-term result. In many instances, social effect is not subject to proper calculation and assessment. Maybe those projects shall be known far later. How does that project change the behavior, the attitude, the other elements of life of people who benefit from that project, how it impacts environmental activities? So how have our standing, positioning, attitudes and behaviors changed in regards to certain problematics? And this is everything, this is the things that we compare to initial results, and those are not only marketing indicators. Social results find expression in quality changes, quality tectonic shifts in the problems you're working on. The ultimate results are the ones that can be quantified in the course of project implementation. The most popular example is the number of publications in mass media, the number of comments left by followers in regards to certain topics, the number of shares, the number of votes and uplikes, the quantity of various activities we performed within the framework of a certain project. So it might be so that in the course of your activities, your projects, you've been acting in collaboration, for example, business and an NGO, a joint task, some joint activity, joint resources mobilized from two parallel and different worlds. So how they were brought together and what the project was like in the result of that unification. And the resources, what we possess, what we have on hand. Resources are not always money. This is our expertise. This is our various platforms for intellectual activity, the products we may possess, the technologies we may design. So every time you think about implementation or about the analysis of the effectivity of your activities, please pay attention to that chain and answer one question: did we realistically, in the outcome of our precious project, come to those social effects and results that we wanted to achieve? My experience shows that as of today, the share of organizations that think about that before the project implementation, there's not a great number of such companies. There are not too many companies who realistically assess themselves before and after. So this is today's reality, and I wanted to warn you against this kind of approach. Please think about necessity to focus the effects from the very beginning. This is business case number 1 for your attention. Sound, please. I do not understand. Guys, today we have a new individual in our group. Her name is Masha. I am 19. My dream is to become an actress one day. If it doesn't work, that's okay. I like it here. And
У меня для вас
I have some good news for you. We've been invited to perform in the city of Geneva. We will stage a play in the city of Geneva. I am anxious, I'm worried, I am afraid. Masha, please do it for me. Just take the first step. So this has been a small teaser. It's a documentary, a romantic comedy that was created by a team, by our team, with the support from the partners that were indicated on the slide. So today we have this trend. More and more social problems are being disclosed in mass media by means of documentary films, particularly in Russia. More and more activists are trying to encourage the audience to change their attitudes to people with various special conditions, people who require some special attention. And those are not necessarily people whom you encounter every day or on day-to-day basis, so you do not know about their problematics, the problems they experience caused by low inclusivity of our society, by poor acceptance of such people by other members of the society. So these kind of communicational solutions, these kind of media products help to change the attitude of the society. So when the producers of this project told me that more than 6 million individuals watched the video and that all those who saw the movie changed their attitudes to people with the Down syndrome, that was a great achievement. You know, on this video you can see that people with that disease, they can fall in love, they can show all sorts of various emotions. So by means of these kind of projects, we can quite effectively interact with broader masses of the audience, and I'm happy that today we see more and more projects of the kind. We must strive to have the social effect by means of communications themselves. If we remember the chain, then we will say that the social effect is the result of the core activity of a certain entity. So how is the general activity changing the situation in the society? But the word communication, the project that we are creating, communication itself can cause the change in the attitude. Communication can cause a tectonic shift in social attitudes. That's why when we design certain solutions or certain projects, our first question is, what is the verbal exterior supposed to be? What is the key verbal message we want to send to the exterior world, to the target audience? How are we promoting the cardinal thought in our video? And let us take a look at another case. But before putting it on, I would like to answer the question I am asking myself when I was creating the first Russian socially oriented marketing agency. So my question is it really so that the prism of the analysis, that the prism of the assessment of effectivity of the project, is it universal, or are there any exceptions or exclusions? Maybe not necessarily always do we have to resort to this kind of technology. We have analyzed thousands of cases, Russian ones, global ones, international ones, the projects that we've been unwinding together in partnerships with other parties, and the question is totally yes. The more we look into the projects that did not bring the necessary changes, when we analyze that cases, we come to conclusion that if in the first stage, when they were only discussing and identifying the problematics, as well as the methodologies for the implementation, so if only the initiators of those projects had the clear understanding of what they wanted to achieve, then they would have a totally different result and outcome. One of the projects it's a Russian project, Russian media project. It was launched together with Greenpeace. It was called Farewell to Plastic Waste. There you can see a QR code. You can browse through the website, and you can at present click on the QR code and find the web resource with the information about the project. You will see how graciously, how professionally the information is presented in that resource. This is a win-win kind of example. This is a partnership between a media partner and an NGO, each party doing its own individual contribution in which it is an expert, an NGO as the supplier of the expertise, supplier of knowledge, supplier of statistical data that journalists love so much and mass media love so much, and because of the access to broader masses of the audience and population, because of the knowledge and professionalism they have accumulated in the company, they managed to create a very laconic, very gracious example of communication, which is effective in itself and has a social effect already. It is more.
It is very effective to use the media to increase the level of awareness and to manage the relations with the audience. Many young representatives of NGOs often come to us and they tell us, we want to launch a campaign all over Moscow and we want to ask the audience for some donations. And certainly fundraising expectations are quite logical for a social project. And we are looking into every specific brief, but as communication specialists, we are sure that setting a fundraising goal for a project that has zero recognition as a brand, as a project, or to which the audience has a lot of stereotypes and barriers and prevent the audience from going deeper into supporting it, from participating in the projects of an NGO. We certainly believe that there should be some preliminary steps that they need to go through. So when NGOs come to us saying that they just want a media campaign to earn the attention of the audience and to urge them to donate, and when our analysis shows that this NGO has actually low recognition, we always are quite frank with them, saying that creating a project with a media partner will probably bring them more in terms of attitude change and brand recognition. Let us look at another example. This is also a foundation that I respect a lot. They did a social movie on blind and deaf person being a superhero. Let's look at the video. When the blind and deaf person is responsible for everything. Is he also a start-upper? No, he's actually deaf and blind. There was 500,000 views of interactive version of the video, over 100 publications in Kinopoisk and Vokruka.tv. Famous celebrity stars, 2 blind and deaf actors. A TV series, this is a social drama and a superhero movie, a new step in inclusive movies. TV shows are very popular among young people, and we wanted to show in a simple language that there are people who are deaf and blind, but they could have their superpowers. According to the plot, the superhero saves from the techno-zombies, which affect the hearing and sight of people, but Luca only uses gadgets, so he cannot be reprogrammed, and plus he is a master of this white cane. For us, it is very important to combine the entertainment from watching a movie and a story about people, blind and deaf people. And the premiere was done in 2020. Celebrities, mass media, people with hearing and sight impairments, all were interested in this movie, and especially the interactive version. On each stage of the movie, a person can make a choice, and the fate of humanity and the characters will depend on it. For the solutions, you can see some cards that talk about people with hearing and sight impairment. So ask yourselves whether he's just a regular person or a superhero next time you see a person with impairment. We could say that it's the future, or maybe even the present is in the hands of these media solutions and creative outlook at people with disabilities, when it's not about pitying them, but it's about creating a unique content that will grab the attention of the audience. So going back to the question that I asked on one of the first slides, when we are asking ourselves what kind of movie we want to see at night, then these types of projects become competitive content. Especially, I'd like to emphasize one point in relation to that specific project. It's the way the foundation, together with partners, approached creation of this movie. This was the first interactive movie in Russia, and it was the first movie about people with hearing and sight impairment. And through this unreal world, through this unusual plot, it presents the main character. And when we are asking NGOs about what kind of effects they want to achieve and how they will gauge the effectiveness of a project, certainly they mention mass media articles. And you know, 90% of the mass media who wrote articles about this movie weren't socially oriented media, and that implies that they were able to expand the audience and to improve recognition for the fund. This is also about the effects, like the number of views of this video, a number of people who have chosen to watch the movie, and also the fundraising effects. Parts of the audience probably now knows more about the topic through the immersion, and they were able to get to even a higher level and participate. They can donate money for the cause. So one of the ways to watch this project is you can use this link or a QR code, get to an interactive version of the movie, and you can see for yourselves how the creators of the project were able to tell us more about these hearing and sight impairments. And those prompts that you see throughout the movie, they They don't distract us from the movie. They don't irritate us, but they're rather well integrated into the main plot of the movie. Certainly, these types of projects are something I want to talk about and I want to demonstrate, and certainly it would be great to have more projects like that. Many in the audience might think that it's too early for us to do so, it's too expensive, otherwise it's great. I agree with you to some extent. Certainly, creation of media projects, large media projects, it requires big budgets, but if we start thinking about the goal that we have, so speaking specifically about this case, the topic of this sight and hearing impairments and improving the recognition of the fund was one of the most important objectives. So certainly when the audience understands the challenge, understands the topic and some small details, then the organization has greater chances of actually getting support from this audience, getting volunteers, getting people who are willing to donate money. So don't limit yourselves just thinking that it's too expensive. There are various ways to do that. There are grants, there is funding, there are partners who could help you in that. They might be interested in some kind of an experiment. So if you understand that in your case this movie will actually help in solving your problem, and if you have resources to do it, then you can, and I actually urge you to look into the projects that are available on international market in Russia, contact the organizers and start moving in that direction. By the way, speaking about the partners, when we are talking about large, efficient companies, or when we are talking about large campaigns, the question is, can we actually do it? Because we cannot really afford the whole team, and we cannot accumulate the required expertise in the organization. Then it's all about partners, those who specialize in certain activities that we need. In our practice, in the years of developing social environmental projects, I learned to appreciate the win-win instrument. This is a tool that allows us to identify the level of interest and real needs and real expectations of our partners, and it helps us in finding these commonalities and points of interest and finding a win-win solution. The secret is quite easy. You need to look into real needs, real goals, and real reasons that motivate people, that inspire your partners, inspire your dream partners. And once you do that, you can start talking about yourselves. So maybe once you learn about the interests and objectives of your partners, you will be able to adjust your own objectives. There are many examples in the market. When we see the NGOs or social entrepreneurs talking too much about themselves, coming with the specialists with the ready solutions, although they are coming to the experts, and they come to the experts and they say, we want a movie like that, with a plot like that, with the characters like that, just do it for us. But they will spend years looking for partners who are ready to implement these projects, or they become disappointed by the results if they collaborate in a way where only their ideas are implemented. I think it is better to come with an objective to a partner, saying that this is our goal, this is what we want to achieve, but we are coming to you as experts to find solutions. So it's your choice, it's up to you to choose your position, but I'm sure as a person who studied theory, as a practitioner, I'm sure that when we are interested in real objectives and motivations of our partners first, and only then start talking about ourselves, then we will find this win-win solution. And let's look at another case.
On May 28, 2018, she was abducted in Bishkek, the Kyrgyz capital, by Mars Badoshev, and later stabbed to death by her captor. This happened in Kyrgyzstan, where young women still risk being kidnapped and then forcibly married. This is called Allah Kachu, a tradition, say some, but in fact a crime. In 2018, 15,000 brides were kidnapped in Kyrgyzstan, but only 28 cases made it to the court. Police officers, often out of respect for a venerable tradition, refuse to file victims' reports. And in general, the subject is taboo. During Badashev's trial, Club, an online news portal, decided to break the silence and started the Kasha Go campaign. A Kasha Go is a white curtain that the kidnapper's family hang in his house. According to tradition, for the bride, passing under the Kasha Go means giving her consent to marriage. If she resists, she will often be raped. We collected the rejected reports of the Alakachu victims and printed them on Kasha Go's.
They got me into a car and he was beating me, and his mother actually advised him to do so. He raped me, and in 3 days there was the religious marriage ceremony performed.
These white sheets, hundreds of them, appeared in the Kyrgyz capital Bishkek, and the exact spots where the abductions took place. The online videos portray Alakachu victims hidden behind the Kasha Go's, reading their rejected reports aloud. The campaign was a shock, as indignant comments multiplied in social networks. The media in Kyrgyzstan, then in other countries, joined the conversation. It all gave rise to an unprecedented wave of protest that ultimately forced the Kyrgyz Prime Minister to demand drastic measures against bride kidnapping.
So this white sheet that the bride must go under when they agree to get married, in itself, this sheet became this media tool which the girls used to demonstrate their personal stories of violence. And this problem still exists in the 21st century in Kyrgyzstan. This is bride kidnapping, and it's no longer just a joke or a tradition when both parties actually agree beforehand, but unfortunately that is still a tradition which leads to many broken people, and not only the police doesn't register these cases, but the courts actually only see a few of these cases. And this independent media portal Club, together with the creative agency, came up with a solution where they were actually using this white sheet as a means of communication. And this is a sensitive topic, this is a taboo topic, and there is a very controversial reaction to this topic in the local community, and many studies still demonstrate the attitudes of people towards this tradition. Men actually have a different attitude to it. So I've demonstrated this project to draw your attention to the fact that sometimes we are looking for media solutions, and actually when we are looking for these solutions, we often forget that a symbol, an element related to the issue could actually become the means of communication. And this was a great example of collaboration between the agency and the mass media, and this became a really beautiful and very popular campaign. In my activities, I work not only on social or environmental projects, but I also take an active part in judging various Russian and international marketing awards. And I'm able to see various solutions used by various organizations in the market. And when I see that by using creative solutions, by using different approaches, by using simple means of drawing attention of the society to a certain issue, I'm always impressed with the projects like that, with the campaigns like that. And I think that it's important to share those ideas, to get inspired by those ideas, so that these projects are even more useful. Although it might seem like a truism on the slides, I am not opening your eyes to anything new, but in social projects, it's not always about being very original and coming up with something that hasn't been done before. Sometimes the solution, an effective solution, could be lying on the surface. It might not be original. Maybe some country or some other organization has already used it. But by rethinking it by yourselves or with the help of professionals, you could actually come up with different results. And I always urge those who work on these projects to talk to experienced professionals who know communication well, but not just any professional, but those professionals who already have experience in interacting with NGOs, with social challenges and issues, with environmental issues, because the goal that these projects have is to actually change the lives, the fates of people, to change the social norm, or to change the environmental situation on the planet. And the cost of the mistake is not only the risks that the reputation risks that the partners carry if they face a backlash from the community when you choose an incorrect solution, but also there is an additional cost of error. Every dollar or every whichever monetary unit you use, you spend for these projects, it can be wasted, basically, and which is even worse, it could create a toxic atmosphere. So don't shy away from studying your partner's experience. Spend time looking for partners who have a lot of experience with these projects, and in this way you will prevent many errors. And let us look at another video.
It is not important what size your house will be. Important is what kind of place it will occupy in your life. STS love. So a certain time ago, NGOs created a video clip dedicated to YouTube promotion, and they would receive refusals from YouTube to place their video clips on the YouTube, and they couldn't understand why it was happening. And the answer was that the content was not compliant to numerous technical requirements, audiovisual requirements, time requirements, requirements imposed on the message to be conveyed to the audience. Basically, YouTube told them that no, we cannot place your video on our resource. So, together with the National Media Group and STS, the producer generated a number of video clips integrating media persons, integrating animals, pets, and that helped to improve the awareness of people in the sphere of protection of animals. So if you have a task to involve a television channel, or you do not understand why certain platforms are rejecting your video clips, if you want to learn why it happens, my message to you is to seek clarification, to demand explanation to learn more about expectation of television companies and YouTube platform, those requirements they impose on the incoming video material, and in the course of such relationships you can create and promote your video content that would be compliant, basically. So in pursuit to noise around your company, around your initiative, very often you disseminate the information about your project, but then you do not understand why you face rejections, why nobody is writing about you. Basically, your informational trigger might be not catching at all, not topical at all from the standpoint of the message that is contained in your product. So my appeal to you is, when you create an informational trigger, if you want to make it into the informational agenda of mass media, if you want to be effectively present in cyberspace, please always pay attention to the general informational agenda in the market and try to compare how compliant your project is to present market requirements. Do you compare your project against the products created by your competitors and peers in the market? And there are always chances for synergy, for attraction of your rivals, some potential partners with whom you can be working on some similar topics. So this is when you can unite together with several companies, knowing that your target and mission are common. And that will bring greater possibility that your message will be heard properly. Here's another video.
Здесь всем на тебя плевать.
Nobody cares about you here. Out in the streets, you ain't got nothing, you ain't got no name. The street can pulverize you in pieces. And then you lose the last hope out in the streets. And it is impossible to make it back into the normal world from out in the streets. Learn how you can help the homeless people. How can we help homeless people? Help people to make it out of the streets. Society has very complicated attitude to people who do not have homes of their own. This is your own guilt. You brought yourself to this kind of condition. You're an alcoholic, you're a loser. So we know the barriers, we know all the mistrust shown by society to this particular category of people, and this artistic solution that we chose for this video clip, why I like it, it's very seamless, it's very refined, very sophisticated communication. The message is the trust. The trust. You see, we have homeless people in the video, and the main thought there is that those are homeless people. They deserve trust. Please pay attention, because in virtue, you could be there. Any random person may find itself out in the streets without a hope. So this is. And for that, the producers of the video clip attracted some celebrities. So when such a message comes from a celebrity, the effect is totally different. And take a look at the backgrounds: rainy weather, gloomy atmosphere, all those artistic instruments help to create the proper atmosphere. And when you work with celebrities, when you want to work with celebrities, you must at all times analyze the attitudes shown by the audiences to those celebrities. And not always the presence of a celebrity in your project can be of the positive effect. This is when you have to be very considerate. This is when you have to explore the history of the personal branding. You're going to have to analyze whether a celebrity have had some scandalous situations, etc., etc. This is when you might want to contract some specializing agencies that will do the job for you. So, how can you attract a team of professionals specializing in public communications? If you have listened carefully to my lecture, you may already have certain hints what particular instruments I will offer that you resort to create a win-win situation. That is, for example, exploring the interests of your partners. Sometimes we can encounter experienced partners with a reputation, and we want to work with that partner. We want that partner to select it. Or we already have a ready thought, and we need technical performers, not even partners, and a whole range of other options for mutual relationships. So there are various types of partnerships for promotion of your product. That can be intellectual volunteering, that can be cooperation with NGOs, that can be purely commercial cooperation. When you have your own resources, you can have some hybrid forms of partnership. You may, for example, contribute a part of the funds, and another part of the funds shall be contributed by someone else. And this is how you can create mutual interests and bring those interests together. So this is the list of interests that motivate people to cooperate with each other in the international market. This is the list you have on slide, but I have to make a small remark. I'm not talking about narrow profile agencies that direct their whole activity into certain types of projects. For example, agency like Redmi. Agency, those are not the partners that will be allocating commercial budgets for the implementation of your project. Sometimes agencies may become sponsors for your project. Such cases do exist, but far more effective and far more popular model is when the problem that you work on is packed into a creative decision and calibrated under the mission of commercial companies, those who have their own targets in a joint activity. So how do you attract commercial brands to the projects you want to implement? Another video, please. We ask children to tell about the most important person in their life.
Радость, улыбку. Можно общаться. Куда-то полететь. В космос. Ходить в кино. Так сильно соскучиться, что можно его обнять. Фонд помогает людям с интеллектуальным.
The fund helps people with intellectual problems to find friends.
Самый близкий человек, самый лучший друг. С каждой пачки Lay's деньги переводятся в фонд.
From each pack of Lay's, a certain sum is remitted to our endowment. And another video I want to show to you. I think you will recognize it, particularly because this is Kazakhstan. Smile, the world is wonderful. Now let's listen to some instrumental music. You can hear the voice of the ocean, but there are people who do not hear. 430 million people with hearing impairments. What is your name? My name is Nikita. My name is Inkar. My name is Rustem. What is the sound you want to hear? First of all, I want to visit the cinema and enjoy the sound. My dream is to listen to music. My dream is to hear the noise of the water and the singing of the birds. Together we can implement their dreams and make them smile. 5 tengies from each pack of lace shall be sent to a charity endowment. Share your smile together with lace. So these 2 videos demonstrate how we created a cooperation between NGOs and business companies, how Pepsi and Lay's communicate with their audience about such important topics. And the thing is that while discussing those topics, they are in pursuit of their own commercial missions and very sophisticated way of combining the both. And in addition to communications, in addition to relations with the audience, we see the implementation of a new business model, which is the cooperation between NGOs and commercial companies. And the message is quite clear. Each 5 tengies paid for a pack of lace shall go to a charity endowment. So this is, NGOs have opportunity to plan their actions because they know their budgets, they know their constraints. Lace gives them the money. So this is the classical example of socially oriented marketing, cost-related marketing, as we call it in certain situations. So, in other words, socially oriented marketing. What makes it different from the social marketing? Socially oriented marketing is a means of cooperation between business companies and NGOs. This is when a commercial brand engages social problem, or a social problem starts engaging and involving a commercial company. The brand, a commercial brand, does not only pay money for the whole media campaign, does not only it pay for all expenditures and costs incurred, but it also directs a part of its revenues to help people with special demands and needs. So, if your objective is to analyze the effectivity of your relations with the business, if you want to use the win-win instrument and you have a task to find out what motivates the businesses to take part in your projects, then take it from me. It has been trialed in years.
Будете подкованы в это направление, можете уточняющими вопросами выяснять, а в какой области лежит у бизнеса интерес.
Basically, you can ask direct questions to business people. Where are your interests located? Where are your business interests? You are not just asking for money only. You are asking the commercial company where its interests are, and then you offer that company your own options how to promote those interests. So, what is it? What kind of help is it that you may receive as an NGO from a business entity? Where can you direct that help? And I've already shown you 2 lists of benefits from cooperation between businesses and NGOs, and I've already said that the number of potential combinations and variations is unlimited. And I hope that the experience, the aggregate experience and everything that we've been discussing today, my personal experience, experience of my colleagues and my partners, shall be analyzed properly and shall help us identify the benefits for the win-win situation. And concluding my speech, talking about conclusions and reminding the chain for the creation of the social effect, remembering my own appeals to you to analyze your targets, your missions beforehand, to be very attentive to what your anticipations from the project implementation are. Please always strive to digitize all of your indicators, or at least identify the indicators you will use to measure the success of your project. And what is the success of your project is the transformation of the problematic, the transformation of the attitude to the problematic. So basically, when you digitize all of your steps, later you can analyze how you were developing that initiative, what kind of effect it caused, and what the potential consequences and implications will be. Maybe you will need some additional resources, some additional money. You know, some 3 years ago, certain types of cooperation could have been pretty much expensive, but today, in the cyberspace, there are so many various options for cooperation that you can save money. You can expedite all of your initiatives in the most expedient and prudent way. For example, the video I've shown to you about the love syndrome, the interaction, the video about people with the Down syndrome. Well, the thing is, they had a questionnaire that was distributed among students, and they knew how to measure the moods of the students by means of those questionnaires. So they used those questionnaires to make conclusions how the audience changed their attitudes to people with the Down syndrome after watching that video clip. And I think that was a very effective tool. And I shall always promote this kind of business behavior. But if you do not have such an analytical resource, then as a minimum, you need to start thinking in that direction. Based on the information you have, based on the information already present in public domain, you can analyze your mission and your outcome. And the big question you might ask yourselves after the big presentation, and even if you don't ask myself this question now, I will ask myself this question now. The question is, all those projects that you are showing to us,
это крупные махины, это крупные структуры, и, конечно же, у них имеются бюджеты, имеются профессионалы, а как нам, той или иной организации, которая делает только первые попытки, или которая имеет опыт, но не самый позитивный, как-то надо найти силы, сделать новые попытки, новые проекты запустить, где черпать вдохновение, как анализировать эти все решения. Я вашему вниманию предлагаю вот эту шкалу, через которую лично я для себя всегда произвожу оценку брифа, да, с которым приходят ко мне клиенты, либо я как интеллектуальный волонтер, когда слушаю того или иного социального предпринимателя, гражданского активиста, некоммерческую организацию с той задачей, которая ко мне приходит, и я всегда делаю вот такой вот анализ, насколько этот проект можно создать и реализовать быстро или медленно, и что такое вообще быстро и медленно, да, договориться со сторонами, понять, у кого есть ограничения по времени, и диктуют ли для нас сроки, сейчас необходимость срочно бежать. Или мы можем сделать проект чуть-чуть позднее, но он будет гораздо с большей вероятностью более эффективный для вас. Поэтому вот эти три показателя, как правило, позволяют проанализировать и понять, почему коллаборации не состоялись, или они состоялись неэффективно, или они состоялись эффективно и здорово, и это то направление, в котором вы готовы работать. Вот эта схема, она позволяет ответить на вопрос, что есть стратегическая коммуникация, что есть тактическая коммуникация. И пускай она будет у вас перед глазами, сохраните себе этот материал. И я очень надеюсь, что вы выберете для себя комфортный для вас темп развития. Но всегда ваше развитие вы должны анализировать через показатели эффективности. Наше просто где-то там представление, что раз мы в принципе делаем хорошие дела, значит, это кому-то несет пользу, уже я бы так не рекомендовала вам быть уверенными в этом.
This is it. This is what gives you confidence, more or less confidence in the sphere of communication. So I hereby extend gratitude to experts operating in the market. I respect those people for their vision, for their opinions. They helped me to prepare myself to today's presentation. Those are Maria Zalunina, Alexandra Babkina, and of course Ludmila Zankhoeva, my former colleague, and Natalia Sokolova. I thank all of them, my dear colleagues. I thank you for sharing your time with me.
Дорогие слушатели,
so, dear listeners, this is it on my side. Thank you very much. Thank you for those who joined us in the online regime. And I'm ready to answer any of your questions. I thank you for the invitation, and may we have more effective, measurable, long-term collaborations between all sorts of partners, and may we have more out loud benchmarks in the world that we will joyfully demonstrate on activities like today. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the audience? We have one question here.
Thank you very much, Olga. Very interesting presentation. I have a question. Will it be effective to download social content?
The world is evolving rapidly, and the human need for resources is increasing every day. Metals and various energy sources are particularly important for our technological advancement. Eurasian Resources Group, ERG, provides the world with these materials. Our group is a leading high-carbon ferrochrome, copper, and cobalt producer, and one of the largest suppliers of iron ore, alumina, and aluminum in the CIS region. The group supports global initiatives to promote a green economy and develop alternative energy sources. ERG operates in 15 countries, with the majority of our production assets located in Kazakhstan. Today, ERG represents 1/3 of the mining and metals industry in Kazakhstan. ERG is the first and largest producer of alumina and high-grade primary aluminum in Kazakhstan. The company's electric power assets account for 17% of all electricity generated in the country. The key overseas markets are Europe, China, Russia, and Japan. ERG's Metal Coal RTR, a major copper and cobalt tailings reprocessing operation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is ramping up its Phase 2 of production. It is now the second largest standalone cobalt producer in the world, as well as a major supplier of copper. In Brazil, ERG's Bamin subsidiary a large integrated iron ore mining and logistics project, has started commercial production of iron ore with the launch of its Pedra de Ferro mine in January 2021. ERG has also started the construction of Porto Sul, a deep-water port in Ilhéus, and has won the auction to complete and operate the first 537-kilometer stretch of the Fiol East-West Integration Railway. In this spirit, ERG is accomplishing its mission of responsibly unlocking the potential of the Earth and its people, ensuring the prosperity of those who rely on us.
This is a site I honestly thought I would never see. Scores of Taliban fighters, and just behind us, the U.S. Embassy compound.
There is obviously seismic news for people in Kabul to digest.
In times like these,
the key planks of America's policy here have really evaporated.
no U.S. network is more equipped to cover such a major story, quite like CNN.
What does the future look like to you now?
The largest media platform in Eurasia. Variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Халық банк карталар арқылы сатып алған кезде 5% бонус алыңыз. Картамен немесе смартфон арқылы төлеп 5-тік алыңыз. QR арқылы төлеп 5-тік алыңыз. Және Халық Хоум банк арқылы жүргізілген кез келген төлем үшін 5% бонус алыңыз. Ал бонустарды барлық жерде, картамен Халық банк пост терминалдарында, және әрине Халық Хоум банк қосымшасында жұмсай аласыздар. 5% бонус. Барлығына алыңыздар. Бәрі жерде жұмсаңыздар. Халық Хоум банк, төлеңіз және 5 алыңыз.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
При покупках по картам Халык-банк держите 5% бонусов. Оплачивайте картой или смартфоном и держите 5. Платите через QR и держите 5. И 5% бонусов за любой платеж в Халык Хоум Банк. А тратить бонусы вы можете везде. Картой в посттерминалах Халык Банк. И, конечно, в приложении Халык Хоум Банк. 5% бонусов получайте на все. Тратьте везде.
The creators, the founders of a charity organization have very close attachment to the logo, to the name, to the tone. And although they consciously understand that they need to move forward, and their objective is to attract young people, and these young people won't come to the old ideas, everyone understands it consciously. You start working, they pay money, we present some materials, and only then the client tells us, you know, I cannot do it. I cannot accept it. I cannot change it. And we need to understand that social, environmental projects, they have a lot to do with psychology. And our clients, NGOs, grow attached to their organizations. And it's about this strong emotional attachment. And there is another example in business. Frankly speaking, I'm actually proud of the second example, whereas with the first example, I only understood later what I could have done in that situation, but it was too late. Whereas the second situation, I'm actually proud of it, because for our agency, the values and mission are not empty words. It's something that we believe in and that we are trying to translate in the market. So we don't like cost washing, greenwashing. We don't like people who try to just use these topics to their advantage. They will prevent us from earning money. Although we are a business, we certainly earn money. We are not a charity organization. I might be volunteering somewhere, but when I'm a business, that's different. And you know, saying no to clients with big budgets just because the client wants to greenwash things, they just want to actually lie to thousands of people, and when we explain them that this doesn't work and he still wants to do it, then we are saying, sorry, we are not following the same path. And it's great to see that as time goes by, this partner actually changes what they're doing, and they come back to you and they say, okay, we really want to look into that. That's great. And we do have such case. And I'm very happy that we were actually quite firm in terms of our beliefs and values. Thank you. Thank you for answering my questions. I don't see any other questions, so with that, I'll pass the mic. I am a PR specialist, but I work in marketing services since 2014. We work in the Russian marketing services market. This is a Russian communication group of companies. They've been on the market for almost 3 decades. We've analyzed the social responsibility of businesses. Then I was able to combine all of my interest in the area of marketing communications and my love of volunteering, and I was able to combine it all into this expertise as an agency. And as part of RSG group of companies, this agency was created, and I've been dealing with that for the last few years. And now I'm working on creating new educational products, training products, and I wanted to share my expertise. I want to package it into an online educational products and create some easy access for broad audiences so that they can immerse themselves into this experience that we've accumulated, and they can use it in practice. So very soon this will happen. This is actually the last event I'm doing as in my previous capacity, let's say. Very soon I will be switching directions. I'll probably tell later what I will be doing in the future and how I will be trying to work for the sake of the planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olga. That was a really thoughtful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I hope everybody has enjoyed the 7 masterclasses that we have presented today. I want to thank all the presenters who have delivered the most interesting and innovative masterclasses. during the day. I also want to thank the technical staff and also the translators who have all done a tremendous job in making this such a successful day. And I hope you will join us tomorrow. Will be the second day of the Eurasia Media Forum 2021, and we will be starting with the first session at 10 o'clock Kazakh time tomorrow. Have a good evening, everybody.
The world is evolving rapidly, and the human need for resources is increasing every day. Metals and various energy sources are particularly important for our technological advancement. Eurasian Resources Group, ERG, provides the world with these materials. Our group is a leading high-carbon ferrochrome, copper, and cobalt producer, and one of the largest suppliers of iron ore, alumina, and aluminum in the CIS region. The group supports global initiatives to promote a green economy and develop alternative energy sources. ERG operates in 15 countries, with the majority of our production assets located in Kazakhstan. Today, ERG represents 1/3 of the mining and metals industry in Kazakhstan. ERG is the first and largest producer of alumina and high-grade primary aluminum in Kazakhstan. The company's electric power assets account for 17% of all electricity generated in the country. The key overseas markets are Europe, China, Russia, and Japan. ERG's Metal Coal RTR, a major copper and cobalt tailings reprocessing operation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is ramping up its phase 2 of production. It is now the second largest standalone cobalt producer in the world, as well as a major supplier of copper. In Brazil, ERG's Bamin subsidiary, a large integrated iron ore mining and logistics project, has started commercial production of iron ore with the launch of its Pedra de Ferro mine in January 2021. ERG has also started the construction of Porto Sul, a deep-water port in Ilhéus, and has won the auction to complete and operate the first 537-kilometer stretch of the Fiol East-West Integration Railway. In this spirit, ERG is accomplishing its mission of responsibly unlocking the potential of the Earth and its people, ensuring the prosperity of those who rely on us.
This is a sight I honestly thought I would never see. Scores of Taliban fighters, and just behind us, the U.S. Embassy compound.
There is obviously seismic news for people in Kabul to digest.
In times like these,
the key planks of America's policy here have really evaporated.
No U.S. network is more equipped to cover such a major story, quite like CNN.
What does the future look like to you now?
The largest media platform in Eurasia, variety of opinions, confrontation of views, a quest for compromises and new possibilities. Eurasian Media Forum, September the 15th, the 17th, Kazakhstan, Nur-Sultan.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Халық банк карталар арқылы сатып алған кезде 5% бонус алыңыз. Картамен немесе смартфон арқылы төлеп 5-тік алыңыз. QR арқылы төлеп 5-тік алыңыз. Және Халық Хоум банк арқылы жүргізілген кез келген төлем үшін 5% бонус алыңыз. Ал бонустарды барлық жерде, картамен Халық банк пост терминалдарында, және әрине Халық Хоум банк қосымшасында жұмсай аласыздар. 5% бонус. Барлығына алыңыздар. Бәрі жерде жұмсаңыздар. Халық Хоум банк, төлеңіз және 5 алыңыз.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
При покупках по картам Халык Банк держите 5% бонусов. Оплачивайте картой или смартфоном и держите 5. Платите через QR и держите 5. И 5% бонусов за любой платеж в Халык Хоум Банк. А тратить бонусы вы можете везде. Картой в посттерминалах Халык Банк. И, конечно, в приложении Халык Хоум Банк. 5% бонусов получаете на все. Тратьте везде. Халык Хоум Банк. Оплачивайте и держите.